Evening. I know you all met Mr. Marble, and he definitely, that middle school principal came out giving everybody direction in terms of what they're supposed to do. So, Mr. Marble, thank you for that. I first want to start with an acknowledgement in terms of thank you all for what you do for kids every single day. Being part of the Watchdogs, and as you all are walking in your t-shirts, your commitment to not only this district, but the students in this district, we truly appreciate your work, your connection with students, and your connections at the school site. It makes an impact in our entire community. So thank you. And with that, I'll introduce Mr. Marble.
Okay, awesome. All right, good evening, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Velez, for that welcome. Actually, rather than me kicking this off, I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Wiersma, who's going to kick us off this evening.
I'd actually like to echo the comments of Dr. Velez, and I know Mr. Marble will be sharing some things with you. First of all, I just want to say that I'm so excited to see the Watchdogs program here and highlighted tonight. As a trustee, I've advocated from the very start for this program, and I know it's really taken a group effort, so it's wonderful to have you here. The growth is a testament to the leadership of Brian Pastor and the incredible work of administrators like Taryn and Aaron and so many more who are devoted to this program and building it every single day. I also want to give a special shout out to a couple of people who have been on the front lines. Danny Molina, you were one of the original boots on the ground, and I appreciate your work and mentorship. Supermom Cole, you are a beautiful example of a selfless coordinator. For the endless time and the heart you give to the Abercrombie community, I am so thankful. And finally, to all of the dads that are here, thank you for devoting your eyes, your ears, and most of all, your energy to our students, because your presence on the campuses is priceless. We are all better because you choose to serve. And our students are better because they're loved and they are supported by you. So thank you for showing up each and every day that you choose to be a part of this Watchdogs program. And thank you for being here tonight. We honor all of your efforts.
Thank you, Mrs. Wiersma.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Wiersma. I'm going to now turn it over to our Director of Safety and Security, Mr. Brian Pastor.
Good evening, board members and executive cabinet. Before I start, I would like to embarrass, hopefully not, but if everybody that is a watchdog, a marvelous mom, a site administrator, anybody that supported the program, a coordinator, people that have bought pizza, I'm not going to call them out, but they're in here for the whole kickoffs. Can you please just stand up? I'd love to see and feel how big this program is. Thank you. Oh, very well. Thank you. I'd like to briefly highlight the importance of and then reintroduce the Watchdogs program that so many people know about in TVUSD, but many people do not. And I want to explain how important it is when TVUSD and the Watchdogs work together, what adds multiple benefits to our schools. I would also like to share my appreciation for having this program established in almost half of our schools, with 5 new sites added over the last 3 months since just before December. As a reminder, the Watchdogs program is a national initiative that focuses on increasing positive parental involvement in K-12 schools. Through this program, parents and guardians, volunteers on campus, and many others help to supervise, assist teachers, and serve as visible, positive role models for our students. The Watchdogs are also an extremely important part to bolstering physical security on the site, as many Watchdog functions support our campus security and site admin teams and their roles in creating safer schools. Their impact has been significant. The presence of additional engaged adults strengthens school safety, reinforces positive behavior expectations, and deepens the connection between families and our schools. Students benefit not only from added support, but from seeing firsthand that the adults in their lives value education and are willing to invest their time in our school community. The Watchdogs are a perfect example of strong partnerships between community members and TVUSD, and this is incredibly important for us moving forward to protect the safety of our district and our students. Students benefit not only from the added support, but from seeing the adults in their lives care about them. This year, the district kicked off an initiative to fund the startup costs for any school that will be implementing a Watchdogs program. As mentioned earlier, 5 new sites launched their program after this district initiative was kicked off in December. To give some stats, the district currently has 111 active watchdogs at 14 different sites. This makes up almost half of our schools. These gracious volunteers have donated over 2,300 hours of their time just in this school year alone. By the end of the year, as these new 5 schools come on, I would expect us relatively easily to hit about 3,000 hours of volunteer work from this incredible group. Looking ahead, our goal is to continue to expand participation, increase volunteer training and engagement opportunities, and ensure the program is consistently implemented across grade levels. By growing this initiative, we can further strengthen school climate, student confidence, and overall campus support, safety, and security. I would like to offer my personal thank you and appreciation to all of our Watchdog teams, supporters, coordinators, and site teams that all work together to make this huge program such a success. Thank you to all the Watchdogs.
Okay, and as Dr. Velez pointed out, I did do my principal thing earlier, but I'm going to kind of do it again now. So we're going to recognize 6 schools tonight. We have a couple of individual recognitions before that, and then when I call that school, I will list off the top dogs for that school. If you are a watchdog at that school or a site administrator at that school, you're going to go over there. We're going to get a photo again of each one, and then we'll get a group photo all together. So first of all, we want to recognize 3 individual leaders who have, in their own way, led the way with this program for special recognition. First, I'd like to recognize Cole Everyman. And Daniel Molina. And David Sola Sr. Okay. All right. Our first site we want to recognize is Vale Elementary. The Vale Elementary top dogs are Freddie Sanchez and Timothy Davis. Vale Watchdogs, come on up. Okay. The next site we want to recognize is French Valley Elementary. Top dogs are Trent Baskerville and J. Patrick Strang. All right, the next site we want to recognize is Alamos Elementary. Top dogs, Bobby Moreno and John O. Davidson. And I don't know the exact number, but I believe there are more than 60 watchdog dads at Alamos Elementary. Okay, next up Abby Renke Elementary, top dog Cole Everyman. All the Abby Renke watchdogs, come on up. All right. And Isabel Barnett Elementary, top dogs Bill Booth and Ron Larson. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. And our final school that we're going to recognize this evening, Temecula Middle School, top dog Thomas Renzi. Mr. Molina, you should join him up there too. Yes. Okay, we want to get a photo of all the site administrators and all the watchdogs together up front if we can. I will just say one thing from a principal and a dad perspective. The great thing about watchdogs, and you guys have all experienced this, when kids, so thank you. All right, all watchdogs up this way, and Jody will make it look beautiful. Okay, thank you everyone. That concludes our recognitions.
Friendly reminder, I'm going to call us to order in 2 minutes. Can you hear me? Let me see. Let me ask if he can hear me. Okay, good evening. This is open session. I'm going to call the meeting to order. Good evening and welcome to the regular open session meeting of Temecula Valley Unified School District. Yep. Audience, if you could please keep it down. Thank you. Valley Unified School District Board of Education on February 24, 2026 at 6 o'clock. The board has been in closed session since 4 p.m. In attendance this evening, our governing board, Dr. Joseph Komorowski, Dr. Melinda Anderson, Mrs. Jennifer Wiersma, Mr. Stephen Schwartz, Mrs. Melissa Chai, student board member, and secretary of the board, Dr. Kimberly Velez, and the executive team. And we will now have the Pledge of Allegiance. Now, I just want to know, will Bella and her dad come up from Bale Elementary? Yes, thank you. Thank you, Bella. Proud of you. There you go. God, babe, tell them your name.
This is Elizabella from Vale. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And Bella, Dr. Komorowski is going to come shake your hand and say thank you. But we also have a gift for you that we're going to be getting to Mr. Bologna at Vale for you. So expect a little gift. Thank you for coming up, Bella.
Okay, board president comment for tonight. I am going to recognize, and I have a couple of board meetings ago, it is tragic when we lose one of our students. We value each and every student here at TVUSD, and sad to say, from Susan H. Nelson High School, 10th grade, a Landon Reed passed away. So I want to ask everybody to silence, give a moment of silence for this young man and his family. Thank you so much, and everybody, please keep them in your prayers. And that's all for President's comments. action taken in closed session. Actions taken in closed session must be reported to the public once closed session ends. Today's closed session began at 4 p.m. The Board of Education took the following action in closed session. I'll hand it over to Dr. Anderson, Board Clerk.
It was moved by Member Anderson and seconded by Member Schwartz to deny the claim for damages for statutory purposes, but approved for the reimbursement for damage to personal property for AW dated on 1/29/2026. The vote was 4-0 with Trustee Barham absent. It was moved by Member Anderson and seconded by Member Schwartz to ratify the approve the resignation settlement agreement for classified substitute number 17881, effective February 5th, 2026. The vote was unanimous, 5-0. It was moved by Member Anderson and seconded by Member Schwartz to deny the claim for damages for RA dated 1/16/2026. The vote was 4-1 with Trustee Barham absent. And that's it.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Now we're on to recognitions, announcements, school-related organizations. I'll introduce from TVA, Edgar Diaz.
Good evening, board staff. Coming to you for the second time today. Before you, you have representation from the northern part of the district for schools that feed into Chaparral High School, Bella Vista, Day Middle, and all the elementaries around it. This is the first group of our teachers that are coming here to ask and demand that you compensate our educators to the level that we provide services for our students. For years going on since COVID, we've been asked to add on additional responsibilities to our daily instructional day, whether it's keeping up in a digital version of our classroom, responding to parents on email on almost an hourly level when they're coming in. We've also had additional programs that we had to add on, whether they are digital platforms that we've had to learn to be able to implement, and they've taken it on. I mean, I came here last month to speak to you that the last time that we had to learn a large digital platforms for one-on-one, we had a lot of time to do so. Well, we had a whole afternoon to learn how to work through these platforms, how to communicate, how to put things on there, how to be able to put that together so it's meaningful for students. There's been a lot of changes that have been happening, and our teachers have taken that on. We made sure that instruction at TVUSD remained top in the county. We made sure that our students have access to top experiences so that they can achieve the goals that they've been looking for. And yet, for these last 4 years that we've continued to engage board and staff, the district has failed to think about the educators. Our educators are now earning less with the increase in the medical plans. They're earning less compared to other nearby districts, as large as like a 4 or 5% gap just in the last 3 years. I mentioned in my 4 o'clock comments that we are a race to the bottom. We are a race to the bottom in attracting our educators to come here because we're going to turn into a district that churns out our new educators as they come here to get experience and then leave us where they can go earn more. As a top-performing district, as a district that requires and expects our students and educators and administrators to do well, we expect that this team put together a solid plan every year to attract and retain the top educators in the Valley. That does not happen by waiting for compensation or our contract to be settled in March, April, or May. That does not happen when we're demanding that our classified employees are putting together a retro package that has to go back and do a lot more work for them. We do it by thinking ahead of time. We do it by recognizing that a contract's about to expire and that there is a plan in place that we can come to and we can agree on early on before the contract expires. We demand that how can you actually demand that educators or students are the best out there if we are leaving our educators behind? We as TVA would like to make a
Thank you. We'll come up next from CSCA, Kevin Polka. Kevin Polka.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Sorry, I'm much bigger in person. So, hi, I'm Kevin Palke. I'm the new administrator for the CSEA Chapter 538. I've already set up some meetings with some of the staff here and look forward to meeting with you. I don't have any prepared remarks, but just getting out there, meeting everybody. You guys have a lot of really good staff here. And so as I'm learning who's where and who's who, I know that somewhere down the road, obviously, we always agree to disagree, but I know that there's a happy middle ground when it comes to wages and health benefits. For those that don't know, I represent classified school employees as well as other school employees through the CalPERS board. So all the way up to the northern tips of California to the southern tips of California. And it's really about making sure that that individual that retires with a $600 pension, that they can take care of their family in the long run. And that's what I'm looking to make sure that we can do here in Temecula as well, is make sure that the people that we hire can continue to take care of their families. So thank you.
Thank you. We are next on action item N, adoption of the revised board bylaw 9323.7 parliamentary procedures, and we have one public comment.
Oopney.
Excuse me. Student comments. Do we have any student comments tonight? No student comments. I thought, but yeah, skip that part. And on to the public comment for the action item.
Good evening. I am going to go back to November 18th when this language was added on the recommendation of Mr. Diedrich, the board's legal counsel, according to Dr. Anderson. And it was voted in unanimously and formally enshrined in the governing bylaws. This is not a guideline. It is binding governance language that now controls how the board deliberates. That is why this particular change that you're trying to make warrants very serious concern. Under Robert's Rules of Orders, limiting debate is a restriction of members' fundamental rights. It requires a motion, a second, and 2/3 vote of the body. That safeguard exists to protect minority viewpoints and ensure debate limits are imposed by the assembly, not unilaterally by the chair. This bylaw instead grants the board president the sole authority to reduce debate to 1 minute per member, one time per item based on subjective conditions, such as whether the meeting runs past 10 p.m. or whether the president believes business will not be completed in a reasonable time frame. Because there have already been concerns about how meetings are run, giving one person this authority is especially troubling. I want to share the same quote that I used previously when the board considered giving president the unilateral authority to limit public speaking time. You only need power when you want to do something harmful. For everything else, love is enough. If there's a genuine reason, I don't see why agreement could not be reached with colleagues. I urge all board members to consider this item carefully before giving up your fundamental right to deliberate, which you were elected to do. This clause also raises practical concerns. If all items are placed on the agenda, the 10 p.m. trigger could predictably limit debate on controversial topics. Since the board currently operates under Robert rules, any limits on debate require a 2/3 vote. Ignoring that standard while enforcing limits on, and 2/3 rule means 4 out of 5, by the way. And ignoring that standard while enforcing limits on members' deliberation would be classic case of rules for thee, not for me. It undermines the very purpose of having the bylaw, so why go ahead and edit them if you're not going to follow them anyways? If efficiency is the goal, then you should allow reduced debate limits at the time when it is needed and take a vote at that point of time. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to highlight the paragraph in the beginning. If you could pull this up, Lene, please. The blue highlighted paragraph, the board recognizes Robert's Rules of Order as adopted general parliamentary guidelines, not law. These guidelines are applied at the board president's discretion when our bylaws are silent and do not conflict with the Brown Act, the Education Code, or board policy. All trustees retain full participation and voting rights. Parliamentary guidelines simply structure how discussion occurs so that the board conduct its business efficiently. So I've just read off that part, and I'm going to make the motion in a minute here, and then I'm going to go to page 9 and ask to, under board member final comments, same document, if you just scroll down a little bit. Oh, okay. Well, I'll read it out. Under the current bylaw 9223.7, there is a section that says board member final comments, and I would like to strike out in order of seniority and add in voting order. So those two amendments are what I'm going to motion and second for, and I believe Dr. Anderson is going to pull the pink highlights that were agendized. So I'll let her speak, but I'm going to at least make a motion and a second to adopt the changes that I have, striking the pink language with Dr. Anderson's consent.
I'll second so we can open for discussion.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Now we're open for discussion. And we can go in voting order. I'm done presenting, but those are the only additional changes that I'd like. Let's keep it in, yeah, you can go first since you made amendments to it.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Since I made amendments, can I have a minute to explain? So I made amendments because I think we're all looking for a way to have more productive meetings. So this was something I came up with, another special rule of order. But I'm okay striking all of this if the board wants to. But Lene, I did email you one sentence that I would replace it with. Instead of having the conditional reduction of time, the only sentence I would want would go underneath Dr. Komorowski's blue. And you can, I just barely emailed it to you 1 second ago. Oh. And it says, the board president's procedural rulings shall stand unless overruled by the majority vote of the board. And that's all I wanted to say. So, but if you open the email, there's nothing else there that would be.
Is this a second read? That's what I want to know.
So we have a motion and a second on the floor. We have to vote on that first before you bring an additional edit, because we already have a motion and a second without that sentence. So
Mine's conditional.
yeah, we have a motion on the floor. So, okay, if you're done with your time, I'll let the other board members speak, and then we'll take it to a vote and see if we need
Could you
more
repeat
edits.
the motion, please?
The motion and the second is to adopt all the highlighted blue language in that paragraph in front of you. You see that, Mr. Schwartz? And it's on the screen in front of you, outside of your
I
own.
see it on my computer.
Yeah, and then when you go down to board member final comments, striking out in order of seniority and replacing it with in voting order.
I got to pull up that board policy because this is all of it. Give me 2 seconds.
And eliminating. Okay.
Okay. Do you want to comment, or Mr. Barron?
Yes.
Okay,
I do
Mr.
want-
Schwartz.
I do want to comment.
We have rules of debate on this, 2 and 2, so
Can I see
feel
3
free.
minutes like you had?
No,
You
I'm
got 3
presenting.
minutes.
No, I'm presenting. You have 2 and then 2.
Okay, I have one question. I'd like to know who wrote the blue changes to the bylaw? Just a simple,
DeMarco.
okay, that's what I thought. So here's my comment.
It was run by legal.
Could I have my time back, please? Because I didn't ask the second question, if it was run by legal.
You may not have your
Thank
time
you.
back. I'm specifying the question you answered. In fact, it was almost word for word from DeMarco to answer your question very
Okay.
specifically.
I want to read bylaw 9200. The Board of Trustees recognizes that the board is the unit of authority over the district, that a board member has no individual authority. What this is doing, it is giving one board member individual authority over running the meetings, which is totally illegal and unconstitutional. I also want to say, Robert's Rules of Order are being used to selectively silence certain members. It ignores Robert's Rules of Order when it protects minority rights. It overrides established parliamentary rights authority. It enforces rules inconsistently. And I believe it is illegal under the First Amendment Equal Protection Clause, the Brown Act Fairness Violation, and the potential abuse of discretion. This is a move to consolidate authority in one person on this school board, and I am vehemently opposed to it. And if I have to, I will take legal action. I've already spoken to my attorney. If I have to, I will take legal action if this is adopted.
So point of clarity, are you threatening to sue the board?
I am not, I'm threatening to sue you, not the board.
Oh, I'm glad you got that on record.
Personally.
Oh, okay. So
You
you're threatening to
personally.
sue me personally?
Get it.
Okay.
Just get
Point
it.
of order, we're out. Everyone's out of order.
All right. No, we're not actually. Mr. Barham, do you want to speak, or Mrs. Wiersma? This is the first round of 2 minutes.
So looking at the blue language, guidelines, not law, language is being weaponized. How? By emphasizing that Robert's rules are only adopted general parliamentary guidelines, not law, the president implicitly downgrades them from authoritative rules of order to optional suggestions, which invite selective enforcement and personal interpretation. Discretion is vested in a single person. The statement says these guidelines are applied at the board president's discretion when the bylaws are silent. That locates control over procedure in one individual rather than in the collectively adopted parliamentary authority procedure as something the president uses rather than something that constrains the president. There is no clear standard for how discretion is exercised. The statement does not require the president to apply Robert's rules consistently, to follow any written supplemental rules, or to defer to a parliamentarian. It simply states that he applies them at his discretion. That allows the president to invoke Robert's rules when it benefits his preferred outcome and ignore them when they do not, while still claiming to be following board policy. Procedure becomes outcome-driven rather than rights-driven. How? Parliamentary procedure, especially Robert's rules, is designed to protect the rights of the majority, the minority, individual members, and absent members, and to ensure an orderly, fair process. When the president reserves the right to decide when and how these rules apply, the protections they offer to other members and to the public become contingent on his personal judgment rather than guaranteed by adopted rules. We're going back to 2023, folks. This is how it is, and this is what happened.
Thank you. Mrs. Wiersma?
So I'd like to make a statement that when Dr. Komrosky checks with legal counsel, none of them counsel Dr. Komrosky as an individual. It is always the entirety of the board. That is their job. So the narrative that we're hearing right now is their personal perspective, and that's fine. But I trust what legal counsel has shared, and with the pink being removed, with the blue as written, I'm okay with that. I do want to say that a constituent reached out and had this to say, which I'll share with the audience. She watched the last meeting and said at 3 hours and 27 minutes of your last 6-hour, 32-minute meeting, here were the interruptions. Jen, 1. Dr. K, 1. Melinda, 4. Emil has 14. Mr. Schwartz has 13. Dr. K's interruptions were those where he tried to keep the meeting on track, and I don't count them. So, again, I would like to reiterate, we are going to trust the council reviewed this.
Order in the audience, please. Thank you.
We're going to trust the council reviewed this, and I'm good to move forward.
Thank you, Ms. Wiersma. Do we have any second round comments?
Oh, yes.
Okay,
Can we
Dr.
go in
Anderson.
order? So real quick, I do want mine conditional. So if Lene could just strike the pink to see how it looks. And I will vote for the blue if we can add the one sentence that the board president's procedural rulings shall stand unless overruled by a majority vote of the board. That still gives the board consensus and the power still in the majority. And lastly, I really am a fan of Robert's rules, but for months and months, I struggled as board president to manage the meeting, even at times leaving the back and asking council, what do I do with willful disruption? There was a time they even said to remove a board member, and as a member of the public, I didn't want to do that, but we really need to try something else because these meetings, the willful disruption and I think the sabotage of the meetings, it's too much. So if this is, I'm willing to give this a chance because we can always bring it back and change it if it doesn't work. But I think I agree, like we went until midnight last time because of willful disruption and kind of abuse of the parliamentary procedures. So I think if you're okay lumping the motion into one motion, the board president's procedural ruling shall stand unless overruled by a majority vote.
Yes,
then
I
I'll
will
strike
amend. I will amend the motion right now. Do I have a second to include that exact language?
Thank you.
I will second.
Seconded by Mrs. Wiersma.
Okay, then I'm done speaking.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the table. We're done speaking. Second round of comments.
Yes, I would move to replace the blue language with the following. The board adopts Robert Rules of Order, newly revised 12th edition, as its parliamentary authority. When board bylaws are silent, Robert's rules shall govern, provided they do not conflict with state or federal law. The presiding officer's procedural rulings are subject to appeal by the board. I'd also like to add, since one of our attorneys recognized this language, I did not have the ability to speak to that attorney to ask him what his reasoning was. It seems like the attorney and the board president spoke about it. That's great, but not the rest of us. The rest of us did not have the opportunity to speak with the board attorney. So if the board attorney, if the president's communicating with council while other trustees are denied access, that creates unequal governance. I'm requesting that any policy governing contact with legal counsel be applied equally to all trustees, so we can all talk to the attorney, not just a board member. Our bylaws state that when you speak to the attorney, we're supposed to get a readout of what was said, and we did not get that on this. I see it on the paper. I did not have an opportunity to speak to Mr. Diedrich, and nothing in the bylaws can override statutory obligations of the Brown Act. And again, I go back to 9200. No board member has more authority than other board members, and this is giving the board president authority over everyone else. And I think it is wrong. And as I said, I have my own attorney researching it, and if I have to, I will bring suit to override it if it is passed. I'm sorry, it's illegal as far as I'm concerned. I am not interested in that one attorney's opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. And a point of order, you cannot amend the motion, only I can because I brought it forward. So the motion and the second still stands. Mr. Barham, do you want to finish your second round of comments before we vote?
Will, and I want to talk about, just for a second, the willful violations. The willful violations are in response to in our bylaws, we adopted Robert's rules as our formal form of governance. And when I was objecting, it was because we were breaking those rules. And that's why those objections occurred, because I'm trying to, myself, follow what the bylaw says, that we need to follow Robert's Rules of Order. But we weren't doing that, because Dr. Komrosky was implementing his own rules, like he did back in 2023, which got us sued many, many times. And, you know, that's just part of the issue here. Every board follows Robert's Rules of Order, every board that I know. And when you don't, taken together, what do you get? A personalized ad hoc procedural regime. And this structure empowers the president to shape when members can speak, how motions are recognized, which points of order are sustained, and how strictly time and debate times are enforced, all according to his personal preferences, rather than a neutral, consistently applied parliamentary authority, which he refuses to learn. At the last meeting, I asked him, I said, let's learn together, because we have chaos at every meeting going back to 2023 when he was president, when he was first elected, when Dr. Anderson became president, when Mrs. Wiersma was the presiding officer, all because they refused to learn Robert's Rules of Order. If we learn Robert's Rules of Order, we're going to have great meetings here. It's not about the disagreements, it's about the rules.
Thank you. Your time's over. And I'm going to do a point of order before we take this to vote. This is for the audience. There were many false statements made. California Ed Code 35164 from Huff, General Legal Counsel, stated, and this states majority vote. So California Ed Code trumps parliamentary debate, Robert's Rules of Orders, and our own bylaw. So you have been corrected. Lene, would you mind taking us to vote?
Wiersma.
You're out of order, Doctor.
No, I'm not. And I've cleared a point of order.
You're
you
out of
are
order.
actually not following California
You're out
Ed
of
Code,
order.
and you're misinforming. Thank you. We're going to take this to vote. Did we finish your second round? I thought we did. Okay, second round.
The only final comment I would offer is a lot of this conversation is pretty disingenuous. The former board majority changed how we were operating with legal. I didn't talk to a lawyer for a year. That was fine. The rules changed. Again, Dr. Komrosky ran this through the proper protocol, the proper channels. The board majority does have a decision to stick to Robert's rules, offer flexibility. The president does lead. This is going to be done correctly. We don't have to focus on what I believe is a campaign narrative formulating to get through this. It's pretty simple, and I think we can move forward the right way. And I'm confident Dr. Komrosky will lead us.
Thank you, Mrs. Wiersma. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Wiersma.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Barham.
No.
Schwartz.
I don't know, I might have to take a minute to call someone to ask them how I should vote.
Be respectful, Mr. Schwartz.
I am being respectful.
Please vote.
You see what I mean? You see what I mean?
Please be respectful.
Point
Do
of
you
order.
see what
Point of
I
order.
mean?
Mr. Schwartz, you're off.
Could you
Komrosky.
please not,
You're not supposed to address the audience.
I'm-
Please vote, Mr.
could you
Schwartz.
please-
He's
ask
making
her
fun of
to
me.
not
Point of
interrupt
order.
me?
He's out of. He's
could
he's
you
making
ask
fun
her
of
to
me.
not
You're actually out of
interrupt
order.
me?
Please vote.
No.
Komrosky.
Yes, motion adopted 3-2. We're on to consent calendar. All matters listed on the consent calendar are considered routine and will be enacted by one vote. There is no discussion of consent calendar items unless members of the governing board or staff request that specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate action. Before I take a sweeping vote, I'm going to ask if we have comments. We do. And we do? Two comments. And let's hear the comments. What's the first item on, Lene? For the comments?
Both of them are on number 2.
Okay, so we can hear both comments in item 2, and then we'll do the votes.
Okay, first up is Chelsea, followed by Jamie.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Dr. Velez. My name is Chelsea Glick, and I'm speaking on behalf of the preschool speech-language pathologists in our district. We are proud to serve at the first point of contact for many of our families entering our school system. We guide parents through the IEP process, explain preschool service options, and connect families with district and community resources. Early childhood is not simply younger elementary. 3-year-olds require play-based intervention, flexible scheduling around family availability, developmentally appropriate materials, and close coordination with caregivers. These are foundational to effective early intervention. We were recently informed this past week that beginning next school year, preschool drop-in speech services will be provided at each student's school of residence by TK through 5 SLPs, rather than by preschool SLPs at designated Alamos and Jackson sites. Although this proposed change was discussed at a preschool staff meeting, it was presented as a decision under consideration rather than a collaborative discussion. Significant concerns were raised, including scheduling challenges, materials and furniture needs, bathroom supervision, and unpredictable caseload growth as students turn 3 throughout the year. These are the same concerns that led to this model being discontinued in the past. However, there has been no collaboration with our team about how these hurdles will be resolved. Additionally, many preschool SLPs anticipate reassignment next year, yet there has been no acknowledgement of how this will impact staff roles or placements. Professional respect requires transparency and meaningful collaboration when decisions significantly affect both services and personnel. We are not opposed to change. We are asking to be included in designing solutions that are sustainable and developmentally appropriate for our youngest learners. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Last speaker, Jamie Stiles.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Jamie Stiles. I'm a speech pathologist assigned to Red Hawk Elementary School. Red Hawk is an exceptional elementary school, and I'm very committed to my site and to the students and families I serve. I'm also committed to all the students in this district, especially those with speech and language disorders. On February 20th, elementary school SLPs received an email stating that beginning in 2026-2027, preschool drop-in services will move from the centralized preschool sites of Alamos Preschool and Jackson Preschool to the students' home elementary schools. The email acknowledged that preschool students have unique developmental needs and scheduling needs, but it also stated preschoolers can be grouped with TK students. The email did not outline what meaningful support would look like for elementary SLPs absorbing these additional responsibilities. This is my 26th school year as an educational SLP. I've worked across all the settings that an educational SLP can work in multiple districts, including San Diego Unified, the Santa Barbara County Office of Education, and since 2015, TVUSD. I also previously served as a preschool-only SLP within this district and worked under the established preschool caseload cap of 40 through California Ed Code. Based on that valuable and rewarding experience, this change does not make sense to me or to any of my former preschool colleagues, such as Chelsea Glick that just spoke. Why would we change preschool programs that have been effectively serving our most vulnerable students? I would like to focus on 3 concerns. Number 1, the developmental appropriateness of the shift. 2, the workload and compliance impact. And 3, long-term outcomes. First, as far as developmental appropriateness, 3-year-olds are at the very edge of toddlerhood developmentally. Their needs look very different from elementary age students. They require intensive support with regulation, separation anxiety, toileting, and transitions. They require developmentally appropriate environments, including materials, furniture, and of course, restroom access. Grouping a newly turned 3-year-old with a TK student that is already 5 creates a significant developmental gap. A 2-year age difference at that stage of development is substantial and limits effective therapy for both students, or often my groups are 4, sometimes 5, even occasionally 6. Second, workload and compliance realities. Each preschool student requires DRDP assessments twice per year, transition paperwork, and mandatory spring transition meetings. Preschool assessments occur year-round as children turn 3 in our district, meaning students would be added to TK through 5 SLP schedules continuously throughout the school year. Those responsibilities include case management that SLPAs cannot, that those caseload management responsibilities cannot be delegated to our SLPAs. This initiative is not simply adding a few students to our caseloads. It is a significant increase in IEP compliance duties, scheduling complexity, and intensive family support that differs greatly from the TK through 5 service model. In closing, this initiative does not simply shift students, it shifts service quality, compliance demands, and developmental integrity. I became an SLP because I care deeply about providing high quality.
Thank you. Before we get to consent, I just want to give a shout out to the sign language interpreter in the back. Thank you so much for what you're doing with the rest of the crowd back there. Really appreciate you.
Okay, we're on consent calendar. Do we have a motion, a second, to approve items 1 through 14?
We have something to pull?
Does anybody want to? Nobody pulled that. Nobody said that they wanted to pull anything at the beginning of the agenda approval, so.
I was in the back.
He was ill.
Okay, what item would you like to pull?
Warrant list?
Warrant list.
Okay, so item 3. Anything else? Mr. Schwartz? Anything else? Okay, so I'll call for a motion and a second to approve 1 and 2, and then 4 through 14. Do I have a second, or a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Dr. Anderson,
Second.
second by Mrs. Wiersma. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Wiersma?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Barham?
Yes.
Schwartz?
No.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Melissa, our student board member?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion adopted 4-1. Thank you, Lene. And then, Mr. Barham, I'll give you the floor for item 3, warrant list.
Thank you. So I asked you in an email, Dr. Komrosky, and I appreciate your response regarding the legal invoice from AALRO for $15,000. There was an item, a line item for $1,340 that Mr. DeMarco worked on that said mental health and gender identity. And I asked you the question, how does mental health and gender identity at this time?
Point of order, is this privileged information? Because I think that those,
This is not privileged
Is it?
information.
We'll stop your time, Mr. Barham. We're not going
can
to,
you just,
we'll ask the superintendent.
And just to be safe on this, I think we know what you're referencing. If you could go ahead and just maybe not give the information that was on the invoice, but go ahead and ask your question, I think that would help. Some of that we typically have to redact because it could be privileged information.
There's no redaction.
No, I know that wasn't redacted for the board because the board has access to that information.
Is my time stopped?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Velez, so I attempted to execute my oversight responsibilities with Dr. Komrosky outside of the dais, and I did not get the response on that line item. So I feel like this is an open session item. This is not this is something that I can speak to. What was the end result in the policy formation in terms of that line item that said research mental health and gender identity?
point of order, I think this information, we should run it
privileged.
by legal before we do this, because it has to do with bargaining as well.
No, it does not.
Okay, thank you, Dr.
I'm
Anderson.
asking
Point
the
taken.
question, which I have a right to do in my oversight responsibilities. It's research mental health and gender identity. It's a simple question. What was the end result in the policy formation?
To be
with
clear,
regard
we
to
can
that?
get back with you. There was a shift in the power from board president to superintendent. I don't believe the charge fell under our watch for Dr. Velez and myself. And so there is.
I understand.
We actually don't know the answer. We can get back to you.
Okay, I understand, but I did ask you in the email, if you read it, to confer with your predecessor. Okay, because I understand the transition, I get that, but I asked you to confer with your predecessor. I have a right to exercise my oversight responsibilities here for the public and to ensure that the taxpayer dollars are spent wisely and efficiently. And I'm just not sure, like I said, There was an item on there, what's the end result in policy formation?
Can we bring it back?
Yeah, that's fine, but there's more to it than that as well, on that line item. There's more.
So for transparency's sake, why don't you make a motion? We'll see if we get a second to bring that item back, and then we'll clarify.
Okay, so, but I want to finish because we've talked here. I get that, and I will make a motion. But there were other items on that line item that I think we can talk about.
Your time's expired, Emil. So how long do you want to talk for on the item? We're going to bring it back.
No. There was two separate issues on that one line item. Okay, so I would like I'd like to talk about the other line item.
What we're going to do is have this item brought back. You can clarify all your questions to the superintendent and myself, and we can address those.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay.
Okay, so motion and a second to bring the item back. Do we have a motion and a second?
In its entirety.
In its entirety.
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Second by Mr. Barham. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Wiersma,
Yes.
Anderson,
Can I ask a clarifying question?
It's just to bring this matter back. The
In
entire
open
warrant list.
session, in open session?
With no privileged information.
With
with
no
no-
privileged information.
No
He will address
privileged,
his
okay,
questions to the
yes, with no
superintendent.
privileged
But you
information.
get it. You
Yes.
get it with the information.
Yeah, yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Schwartz,
Yes.
Komrosky.
Yes, motion adopted, 5-0.
Thank you. Ask Melissa.
Sorry, student board member.
Yes.
I'm so sorry, Melissa.
Okay, we'll talk about that.
We are on textbook adoption.
So before I get to action items, out of respect for the governance structure and for the staff who support this work, I want to remind everybody, especially the governing board, that questions during this meeting should be directed through the superintendent, Dr. Velez. We ask that members of the board refrain from calling on individual staff members or assistant superintendents from the audience. When additional clarification is needed, the superintendent herself will invite the appropriate staff member to respond. And that's up to the discretion of Dr. Velez. This approach ensures clarity, consistency, and fairness for all involved. So to be clear, we are not instructing district employees. We will ask Dr. Velez, do you mind if we call upon such and such person? So I just want to make that clear. Action item O, we're on new textbook adoption, Amplify, Desmos, middle school and high school. Unless there's discussion, I'll call for a motion in a second.
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Barham. No presentation, and I have no discussion other than I've seen this curriculum and secondary curriculum. I approve, so if we have no discussion, we could do
Yes.
a vote.
Call the vote.
Yes, this is new textbook adoption, Amplified Desmos Middle School and High School.
She's going to vote no.
1 second.
She's going to vote no.
Just clarifying this with Dr. Velez. Correct. Okay. We're going to back up. Going back to the warrant list, only the item that we voted on would be pushed. We have to approve the rest of the warrant list. Do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Dr. Anderson. Thank you for clarifying, Dr. Velez. We have a motion. Do we have a second? I'll second it. Linnea, would you mind calling roll?
Sure. Wiersma,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Schwartz,
No.
Komrosky,
Yes, motion adopted 4-1.
Melissa, student board member.
Oh. Excuse me.
Yes. She's used to it because I skipped her all the time.
Motion adopted 4-1. Okay, now we're back to the action item. I'm going to clarify a question with Dr. Velez. Okay, I didn't think somebody was presenting on this. I thought it was a different item. VAPA. Mrs. Emily Parra is presenting?
Yep.
Right?
Correct.
Okay, welcome up. I believe I saw Emily in the audience.
She was here.
She was, oh,
Right.
there you go.
I'm sorry?
No, they're at the end of the meeting.
There's one, but there's one, Ms. Para.
Oh. Do we want to do public? You know what? Okay, clarify. Yes, we'll do the public comment first.
So sorry. We're going to get this. We're good. Dr. Malone.
I didn't think we had any.
I know. It's okay. We're good.
No.
Good morning, or good evening, sorry. It's not morning anymore, been here a while. As the TVUSD K-12 math specialist, I would like to formally just thank the whole TVUSD community for their participation in this pilot, for the TVUSD secondary math adoption, for our alignment to the 2023 California Math Framework. First of all, thanks to our pilot committee who spent many hours learning about the framework, evaluating 17 curriculum options, choosing 2 to pilot, and then using new materials for students for 9 weeks, and then landing on a consensus recommendation for the amplified materials for Math 6 through Algebra 2. Also, thank you to our Parent Curriculum Advisory Committee for attending meetings after school hours, learning about the framework, and providing guidance on how best to engage with our community. Thank you to our teachers, administration, and staff for all your work, questions, and support that led to a successful pilot process. And thank you to our students and parents for your engagement with the pilot throughout and for your feedback. We received over 3,500 student evaluations and 200 parent evaluations that were very honest. And yes, I did read most of them, I will say. Thank you to everyone who worked on any part of this pilot. We could have not gotten to this day and to this point without your work, and I want to recognize that it is not easy work, but it is necessarily rigorous work in order to come to the consensus that our team did finally reach. And thank you so that we can have materials to help our teachers learn about the changes in the framework in which to align their instruction for the best mathematics that we can give our kids. So thank you, TVUSD community.
Thank you, Dr. Malone. All yours.
Is there a clicker? Or Lene, are you my clicker?
Yeah, just say next slide. I'll do it.
Okay, perfect. All right, good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present on behalf of our secondary math pilot team. We're just going to go over the process really quickly. I know so many of you have been involved in this process with us since last spring. In short, we did go through a rigorous 10-step process. Dr. Komrosky, you'll recognize this. You and I had an opportunity to serve on a subcommittee 4 years ago alongside Mrs. Deas and Mr. Balawag to really formalize our process when it came to putting together a major adoption. And so the result of that subcommittee produced this document that you see in front of you. All that to be said, we are in step 9 of 10 tonight, which is my opportunity now to present to you the recommendation made by our pilot committee.
And sorry to interrupt, I just want to give out a shout out to previous trustee Danny Gonzalez. He was on that with me.
Yes, thank you. I actually had the opportunity to join this team this year, but in the spring, our pilot team began their work and they made a commitment as a pilot team and they wrote their mission and vision. I just want to highlight the fact that about 1/3 of our secondary math teachers were involved in this process. So we did get to hear from several of our teachers across the district when making a decision for all of our students. All right, as Dr. Malone mentioned, it was a very substantial process. We reviewed all publishers available through California. We narrowed them down from 16 to 12 to 6 to 2, and we engaged in 2 rounds of pilots with our curriculum, 9 weeks each. We then brought the pilot teams back together, and we made a decision on which curriculum to move forward with. I do also want to recognize the incredible work of this Parent Curriculum Advisory Committee. Again, this was another outcome of some subcommittee work that we did 4 years ago. We really made a commitment in TVUSD to be very transparent with our parent community, which we've always been, but we thought rather than involve the parents as the pilot goes through the end, we want them to be with us on day 1. So this parent committee was incredible. We got to engage with them through the new math framework. We had some mini publishers teachers' fairs with them. They gave us really valuable input throughout the process from a parent perspective, and their work was really instrumental in this process. Briefly, I just want to share with you the data. In short, green is good. So you can see that Amplify was rated higher in middle school across the board. We also had over 100 parent evaluations of the Amplify materials, as well as over 2,000 student evaluations. The data looks similar on the next slide, Lene, for our high school data review. Again, Amplify was rated higher across the board than Imagine Learning for teachers, parents, and students. We had over 100 parent evaluations at the high school level and over 1,000 student evaluations on the two curriculums for our evaluation. We can see here, this is our decision day. It's very formal. We have posters up. We asked teachers to place dots for us, really giving us some important feedback on where we're moving in the next direction. So you can see that not only were we evaluating the two curriculums that we piloted in the classrooms, but we also really wanted to understand if a third curriculum was needed so that we were really selecting the best instructional materials for our students. Just one point of comment on that, do we need a third curriculum to pilot from our middle school? You'll see that there were several yeses in that column. Anecdotally, we pulled the teachers aside and just wanted to learn a little bit more about why they felt it was important to look at a third curriculum. And it was simply the fact that as 7th grade teachers, which is primarily where those black dots came from, 7th grade teachers were just having a little bit harder of a time because the curriculum assumed that they had some prerequisite skills from 6th grade, but our 6th grade students were not matriculating in 7th grade with those skills. So it was a little bit harder to implement a curriculum without the students having the background knowledge in that curriculum. It wasn't necessarily the curriculum itself. You'll see a similar consensus style that we used for high school. High school was a clear winner with Amplify, and they really didn't feel that we needed to look at a third curriculum. We did have public displays at all of our secondary sites as well as up here at the district office. These materials have been on display all school year long for our parents and community to come in and review. We also added that QR code for them so that after they reviewed the materials, they had the opportunity to provide us feedback. We also hosted 2 spring community events. Our Parent Curriculum Advisory Committee advised us to host one central in-person event, which we hosted here at the district office, as well as a virtual event so that more parents had the opportunity to attend. We didn't quite get the attendance we were hoping for, but those parents who were able to join us, and we even had some middle school students join us for the virtual opportunity, really provided wonderful input and feedback for us, and they had really wonderful questions to ask of our Amplify team partners. Pending board approval, we do have some upcoming trainings for our teachers. We learned last year when we implemented the bridges in the elementary sites that our teachers really appreciated the opportunity to get the training before the new school year begins. Our secondary teachers also provided us with feedback saying, you know, we love being in our classrooms and it's hard for us to be out of our classrooms. So while we would love the training, we would also love to not miss a day with our students, which is why you'll see our first training date is actually scheduled during spring break. Our teachers are coming in on one of their day offs. We will compensate them for their time. But about half of our teachers took us up on that offering because they really appreciate the opportunity to not be out of their classroom more than needed. We have a second training date for May 28th for those who can't join us. Over hires will be providing an opportunity for them to be trained in August on the new curriculum. Amplify Desmos also provides strengthened training. So they come in a few months after we've started implementing the new curriculum so they can come alongside and answer any questions as teachers get a little bit more into the curriculum. They also offer some coaching sessions for all of our math specialists. They come to the site, they walk classrooms with us. They really want to make sure that we have a solid understanding of how to implement their curriculum. And that's it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Mrs. Wiersma wants some questions. I'll let her go first. 2 rounds for the other board members.
A couple of
2
questions.
minutes, sorry. Yeah.
So first of all, thank you, Mrs. Para and Mr. Malone, for sharing this information with us. I actually got to sit on the Parent Curriculum Committee, and Emily will tell you that I at times wanted to do things my old-fashioned traditional way, and there's nothing wrong with that. Let me tell you, math is interesting, and to see some of these new ideas, I had to really listen and glean from that. Christy, I know I appreciate you. I don't know if you're here, but we had a phone call and I asked you about your daughter and we talked about the material and how she was absorbing it. Really appreciated that. So I just want to thank you. I really enjoyed talking to the parents within the committee. On the flip side, I do have some questions because I know this is definitely highly respected. It's a trendy material. Many, like myself, might prefer the traditional merit-based direct instruction math, right? You're kind of dealing with the older people looking at some of the newer math, and I do have my questions about the California framework. They focus on the big picture and equity and kind of a discovery-first approach, which isn't wrong, but I think my question has been all the way along, and I know Dr. Velez and I have had many conversations, is how are we going to be sure that there's enough procedural solving, right? There's procedural fluency concerns for me, and where that takes me is, can you tell us based on the data, the surveys, which I would still love to see, by the way, if the board can look at that, how would you answer that? Because this is highly screen dependent. I think a lot of us would wish for more pencil and paper, and maybe there's a combination, and you can correct me on that. But what would you say about the procedural fluency concerns? And then do you see any supplemental material that might need to come alongside? Because what I pulled off as I was looking through this is something like the art of problem solving, Delta math that focuses almost entirely on the fluency. So tell me how we can balance this, because as kids tried to get into UCSD, they were telling us they don't know basic math, so this is a big deal. Sorry.
No, it's okay. If I can just address the fluency piece, because I think we think of fluency as speed and automaticity, but when we think about fluency in math, we really want flexible thinking and students to have the ability to apply different strategies to solve a problem. So I think when we were growing up, fluency was time tests around the world, kind of high stakes things, but we really don't want kids just to know the answer right off the top of their heads. I mean, in some cases we do. They still need to know their fact fluency and procedural fluency, and there's certainly opportunities embedded throughout. But we also want students to truly understand the math that they're engaging with, because a lot of times our students go straight to the abstract. They're really good at applying steps and procedures to get the right answer, but math isn't just about getting the right answer. It's about understanding how to solve a problem. And there's a journey in that, and it's not always fast, and sometimes it's a little messy. And we're okay with that. So I think Mr. Balawek has spoken to our TVUSD data in the past and highlighted that we do well in procedural fluency. Our kids do well on that portion of the state testing. There's opportunity for us to grow when it comes to number sense and reasoning and in our performance tasks, where kids actually have to explain their thinking and reason with math. And so that's the area that we're trying to grow and bolster, but not in lieu of still practicing that procedural fluency. So it's really finding the balance of both, but giving students opportunities to think about things in different ways. So when it comes to utilizing supplemental resources, it is not something that we are recommending at this time. We really want our students to engage deeply and meaningfully with the adopted curriculum that we have before we utilize any supplemental resources. This is something that we do really in the first year of implementation of any curriculum. We ask our teachers to follow it with integrity, to truly understand the instructional resources that they're utilizing with students. At the end of that first year is when we come back together as a team and say, is there anything that we need to adjust in the second year now that we know better? But to bring in supplemental resources without having the opportunity to fully implement the new curriculum would be hard for us to do.
Thank you. Mr. Schwartz?
Yeah, just a quick comment. I've been out of the classroom since 2002, and I taught math. And we did drill and kill, and we did worksheets, and we did rexographs and mimeographs. And I want to thank you and Dr. Malone, who I know, and I've spoken with him, for bringing us to where we ought to be. You guys are the experts. You've piloted these with our teachers. They've recommended them, and I fully support what you guys have put forward. Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Mr. Barra?
So, as a former math teacher, it is, and as a board member now, it is hard for me not to involve myself in the adoption process. And I feel like I don't do that. I stay clear because I realize that this is a teacher adoption. So, but I do want to say now that we're at the point where we're ready to take a vote, I prayed, Lord, don't let it be Imagine Learning. Okay, let it be Amplified Desmos because, and Mrs. Wiersma, this curriculum does balance conceptual and procedural fluency. I believe that it does it very well. I believe that the curriculum supports the new math framework very well. And the data shows traditionally in TVUSD that students understand mathematical concepts and in terms of procedural fluency. And where you're absolutely correct, where we need to improve is in communicating, reasoning, problem solving, and application, which I believe this curriculum lends itself well to. So I'm very much into supporting this adopted curriculum. So that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Barham. I remember, thank you, Ms. Parra, especially for even reminding me. It's been a minute since this had been worked on, this adoption process, but being on secondary curriculum, I really enjoyed hearing from you, Dr. Malone, Mr. Cummings, everybody in the room. And as a logic professor, I teach a highly abstract subject, and I remember saying in math, anything to get a highly abstract subject to get some concrete particulars down into a visual, like with the lizards racing, wherever. And I got to, see Mr. Cummings in action at Great Oak High School with you. You were there. Somebody else was there, and I'm drawing a blank. I know Dr. Lane was there. And it was really good to see the students take those abstract concepts, work on them with iPads with particulars, but then get into groups and work with them further. So I'm really stoked. And I remember saying in secondary curriculum, back in my day, old school math, when we heard word problems, sometimes you were like, okay, and we didn't really get to visualize as much. So I'm really excited for the new curriculum. And I think it's a proper balance with technology and hands-on, learning and getting the abstract subject to a teachable and actually a fun way where the kids are really involved. Racing lizards. All right, but I'm excited. I'm going to vote this in. I got no more comments. Mr. Schwartz, second round.
No,
thank you.
Let's go. Let's call the vote and move on.
Okay, there's a second round from Mrs. Wiersma. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz.
I just wanted to add that this clearly does engage students, so I appreciate that. And Mr. Barham and I sat on this committee together, and we discussed concerns collaboratively. We were actually more like-minded than not, and it was good to talk to the parents too. So I hope that in a year, as you mentioned, we can kind of come back and talk about it because there are a lot of curriculums to choose from. I respect the fact that this is where we land, and I hope moving forward we can have some benchmarks to evaluate things. And for parents out there who still do the drill and kill, keep the flashcards going for your younger kids and make sure that they are doing math. I think that families can really help and be complementary in the whole education process, and that makes all the difference too. So I appreciate all your work.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. And just a shout out, I think Jody and Mike Marble were there, and a shout out to Mr. Cummins because he knew D. Morgan's Law, which impressed me. All right, thank you, and we'll take this to vote. Do we have a motion and a second?
Moved. Second.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz, seconded by Mr. Barham. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Wiersma?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Barham?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Student board member?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion adopted 5-0. Thanks, Lene. On to item 2 was pulled for members in the audience that didn't know that. That will come back next meeting. Items 3 and 4, I'm going to attempt, if we have no comments, to call an omnibus motion for these 2 items, unless we have board comments.
Moved.
Moved by
Second.
Mr. Short. And this is, okay, specifically new course, ALS, Deaf Culture, and then item 4, new course, Film Studies B. We have a move by Mr. Schwartz,
Second.
second by Dr. Anderson. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Sure. Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky? Oh,
Yes.
sorry, Anderson. Sorry.
Yes.
Barham?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Student board member?
Yes.
Motion adopted 5-0. Thank you, Lene. On to 5, contract True North Research Incorporated.
2 comments.
We have 2 comments. We'll invite those speakers up.
First up is David Hatch, followed by Caroline Hoffman.
Good evening. Just wanted to comment about where I stand on this bond issue. This issue was first raised publicly in May 2025. Since that time, the district has completed a bond feasibility study. That study concluded that the measure is viable, noted public education and messaging are important components of this success, as are this board. According to the district's own data, 97% of voters believe ensuring a quality education is extremely or very important. I am one of those voters. Quality education is not an abstract concept. It includes basic learning conditions, safe and functional classrooms, reliable air conditioning during extreme heat, roofs that don't leak, and facilities that allow instruction to continue uninterrupted. So this bond is very important, and I have seen this district drag its feet regarding this bond. And the financial context really upsets me, and this delay really upsets me. The district is currently facing a $19 million deficit. At the current trajectory, approximately $59 million will be absorbed by the general fund over the next 3 years. This bond measure can help with that. The general fund cannot address major facility repairs at scale without cutting teachers' salaries, teachers' jobs, reducing programs, or impacting student services. Delaying a facilities bond does not protect the budget. It increases long-term costs and risks. Now, we've had a successful bond before, Measure Y, in 2012. That was quite a while ago. We had a bond meeting earlier this month. Thank God this is finally on the agenda. Timing is critical. The next realistic opportunity for a facilities bond is 2028. So with inflation, by then, construction costs will be higher. Facilities will be older. Emergency repairs will be more frequent and more expensive. Delaying does not save money. Delaying worsens conditions and limits options. So in my opinion, at this point, the question is not whether the facilities need attention. The data answers that. The public has answered that. The schools have answered that. The question is whether parents and the community will be given the right to vote. You guys talk about parents' rights a lot. I hear about it a lot. Give us the right to vote on facilities for our schools to improve them for our children. If this board does not move forward on the bond, the community deserves a clear, public alternative plan that explains how facilities will be repaired at scale and how this will be addressed, and how instructional time will be protected without relying on vague assurances or emergency fixes. Trustees, again, frequently speak about parents' rights, and parents have the right to vote on the condition of their children's schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Caroline Hoffman.
So my notes for this just talk about the fact that can we just approve the contract? We've seen from this dais when people hem and haw over, well, what about Melrose? And I don't want this. Like, this is important. The people have spoken. Let's do a second round. And let's not try and say we don't need it just because 7 people we know have anecdotally said that they don't want to do it. Let the people speak.
Okay, do we have any discussion?
Mr. Barham.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that I want to say coming out of the meeting that we had, I believe on the 4th of February when the Board Advisory Committee was here, with all due respect to the board members that were asking for possibly funding our facilities through the general fund, as a finance person, I just don't see it happening long term. We need the right number to complete, to do the job without excessively burdening our Temecula taxpayers. And I think we can get there. But, you know, with all due respect, the general fund is not going to do it. It's impossible to me, the way that I see it. And we need to move forward with this bond. We need 4 people on this board to vote yes, to put it on the ballot. And I'm just hoping, based on past history, that we're going to be able to get 4. I believe our board advisory committee will come back with the right number, hopefully, and we can put this on the ballot and, like Mr. Hatch just said, let the people decide. They have a right to vote. You have a right to vote. So let's get this done, and let's get our matching state funds, and let's get this thing moving for our kids. Thank you.
Shorts?
Yeah, our primary responsibility as board members is to the students. And if we don't have safe, up-to-date schools, then we are not meeting our responsibilities. And as Mr. Hatch said, and Mr. Barham just said, it's up to the voters. It's up to us to put it on the ballot so the voters can vote it up or down. And I'm 100% in support. I don't think a lot of people realize if whatever amount of money we put in the bond, the state matches. So if we put up, Mrs. Lash, would you just give me the number? If we put up 50 million?
Mr. Schwartz, call upon Dr. Velez, please.
I'm sorry, Dr. Velez, if we get 50 million on the bond, how much will we get from the state?
And that's a perfect question for Mrs. Lash.
I'm sorry.
No,
I didn't
you're
mean to
fine.
sidestep you.
You're fine, Mr. Schwartz.
Please.
So for modernization, for eligible projects, the state will match 60% to our 40%.
Wow. Okay, well, there you go, folks. We want to leave it up to the voters of the district, but I'm going to vote yes.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Any other comments? Ms. Wiersma.
So as the vice clerk, I've been the liaison to the board advisory council, actually the bond advisory council. And it's been really good. Contrary to the public comments that were shared, I really think we have done our due diligence. We're not hemming and hawing. We're actually going through the numbers. We're tasking people to give us the information we need to hear. And it's really not something you can gloss over quickly. And I'm actually proud of this district for taking the time to educate people, to have an additional workshop, to go through all the aspects of really important topics, because Measure Y was passed long ago. Are we still paying on the interest? What's the interest look like? Those are issues that we face. If we're going to take on another bond, perhaps that is the best thing. But what about the interest? What are we looking at long term? We can't just go with the idea that it's going to improve the value of our homes and leave it at that. You've got to look at the back end. There are many people who are encouraging us to consider this bond. There are many people on the other side saying, nope, I've got several homes here. I don't want to pay an additional $500,000. I'm being taxed to death in the state of California. So I'm just saying that it's good that we've gone through this. And with the survey, I'm not going to vote this down. In fact, I do think we need to ask the questions. And I asked the advisory council, be sure the questions are good ones. Because you know and I know with surveys, sometimes you can skew things according to what you want to hear. Do you want our children to be safe? Of course, we all do. But we need to ask very specific questions and see what comes back with that survey before they send it out. There's oversight there as well. So a lot of thought has been put into this, and I don't think we need to scold each other about that. It's the right way to go through with this, especially in light of the era we're living in, where most things need a Doge. There's a lot of fraud throughout the country. We just want to be sure we're doing it right.
Thank you, Ms. Wiersma. Dr. Anderson? Okay, I'll just say, yeah, I just want to thank, on the February 4th special workshop meeting, the Board Advisory Committee, specifically dealing with the bond issue, giving us all the particulars and the professionalism from each member of that group that night and each board member. It was very well done, and we gave a lot of direction to the Board Advisory Committee to report back with specifics, and I'm good on this, and I'll be voting this in tonight as well. So the workshop was a successful outreach and ability to share good information with the board so that we can process it and then give back, and then we'll do a round two. So that's all I got for this, and I'll be voting it in. Okay, any more comments? All right, I'll call for a motion in a second.
Move to approve the contract with True North Research Incorporated.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Second by Mr. Barham. Linnea, would you mind calling roll?
Wiersma?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Barham?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Student board member?
Yes.
Motion adopted 5-0. Thank you, Lene. Number 6, resolution number 2025-26/24, authorizing the procurement of contracts for district-wide land mobile radio LMR system and related products and services pursuant to Public Contract Code Section 201182. Unless we have discussion on this, I call for a motion and a second.
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Barham. Lene, would you mind calling? And by the way, thank you, Mr. Pastor, for your efforts behind the scenes to effectively get us a safe and secure campus with
definitely.
better technology.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Barham?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Student board member?
Yes.
Motion adopted 5-0. Thank you, Lene. On to 7, Benton and Peroy project update to scope and budget. Do we have any presentation on this, Dr. We have one comment.
Lindsay?
So I am genuinely excited about this project, and I fully support adjusting the budget to reflect current construction realities. So costs have increased across the board. Tariffs, labor shortages, material pricing, and industry demand are real factors. If we want this done right and done with lasting quality, we have to fund it honestly and responsibly. I will say there was a big jump. I want to hear, I read the rationale. Maybe we can clarify a couple of things, though, because when I do look at it from tariffs and labor shortages, it did increase a lot, but I do fully support it. I don't believe that cutting the scope to fit an outdated number would undermine this long-term impact. This project represents investment in our community vitality, neighborhood pride, and our district growth. Its thoughtfully designed spaces elevate surrounding areas and strengthen long-term value. And I have to say, I am especially excited about the splash pad. That feature alone will create a gathering place for families and children. It transforms the facility into a true community asset. As someone who lives directly across the street from this build, I see the potential every day, and I am thrilled for it to come to fruition. Thank you so much, Mrs. Lash, for spearheading this project. Your leadership is appreciated, and I can't wait to see it completed. I do support the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any discussion on this? Mr. Barham.
Dr. Velez, can I speak to Mrs. Lash?
Absolutely, she's prepared.
Okay, perfect. And I apologize, Mrs. Lash, because normally I email you first with these kinds of questions, but I didn't have time today to do that. But, so this is a big increase from when we budgeted this, I think, in July of last year? August. So can you elaborate on why the increase is $10 million?
So first, I'd like to point out that,
Give her yours.
Got it?
Lene on the spot.
Okay, so first I'd like to point out that the motion is accurate at 22 million. The financial impact has a typo. It's not 26 million.
Okay.
It's 22 million. So I apologize, there's a typo. I'd also like to apologize for not having more detail in the topic sheet for the increase, since it's still $6 million increase. And so the biggest, well, let me talk about the process first. So this project was first approved, the scope included, by the board back in July. At that point, we were only about 50% of the way through schematic design. That's because we had only engaged an architect to kind of draw out what our initial plans are. Since then, we've hired on a construction management company and actually brought in engineers and got actual costs. So we are now 100% of the way through schematic design with real numbers. The largest increase by far is the amount of, or the cost for site preparation. So if you've passed by Benton and Port Roy, you know it's a big lumpy property. That's what we call it. And so we completely underestimated the cost for sidewalks, widening the road, bringing the utilities that are above ground right now underground, and then just preparing the site, bringing in utilities, drainage. Apparently, where we're putting the building is close to EMWD property, so then we have to update the drainage system that's on that side of the property. So about $3.5 million of this increase is due to the site preparation work just to start building and bringing in those costs. Also, the cost of goods has gone up specifically for things like lumber, steel, aluminum, all of which we get from other countries like Canada and Mexico. And the cost of labor is increasing. We've talked a lot about escalation costs in construction being about 0.5% a month going up. So those have all lent itself to this project, but I want to assure you we're not adding scope. This isn't because we're making it a bigger project. It is taking the design that you've already approved and putting real numbers to it that is causing this to go up. And like I said, the site preparation was about $3.5 million. The off-site costs are $1 million higher than we projected. Now, off-site includes all of the things that other people are charging us to do. So the county and outside utilities, not the work that we're doing on the property, but to bring that work to the property, was about $1 million higher than we originally projected. The only added scope that we have added since we last saw you is what the kids are going to do while they're outside. So we did add a wall ball. We did do basketball courts, like painting and asphalt. And the one thing that we did add is also a backup generator. So we are going to be having students on this campus in the hottest months of the year. French Valley gets much hotter than the rest of the city. And we have power outages. It seems like intentional power outages almost every summer. And so we'd like backup generators to be on that campus in the event of a power outage. That is adding about $600,000 worth of scope, but it's during the hottest times of the day and the hottest times of the year. So those are the only added scope items: the wall ball, basketball court, and backup generator. All the other increased costs are just the cost, the budget being updated for the existing scope that's already been approved.
Okay. And I do want to say, it's a great schematic. I mean,
Yeah,
this
it's
is going to
beautiful.
be a very cool facility for kids in the summertime. And for the staff, we're going to use it for staff development out in French Valley.
Yes, and we're really, a lot of our younger families do live in French Valley, and we're really trying to offer them a great program for spring camp and summer camp for their kiddos to go to.
Okay, perfect. Okay, and you know this question is coming because there's some concerns in the community. Is there more than one bathroom for staff? Because some of us had a hard time finding a second bathroom.
So there is one bathroom for staff when it is summer school and spring camp, when the number of adults on that property is very low.
Okay.
We will open up all bathrooms when we're using it for professional development, which is a lot more than one.
Okay, and that's, you made it very clear. Thank you.
I apologize if it wasn't more clear in
No
the
problem, but this is
documentation.
going to be a very cool place for kids to be, yeah, in the summertime.
We're
So,
very excited.
Yeah, especially the splash pad.
Any other board comments?
So, quick question.
Elizabeth.
You've done a great job going through the overview of why some of these costs have increased. Who did the initial projection? Is that a team that comes together to do that? Is it the people here who are then looking a year later and expanding? How does that work initially?
So initially, it's done by an architect who just takes a per square foot cost approach. And so they'll look at the site and they'll say it's X number of square feet times a factor. So the building size has not changed. And in fact, the building cost hasn't changed. But when we started actually placing the building on that site, it expanded the footprint of how much we needed to develop by 16,000 square foot. That automatically made the cost go up. And like I said, it's just the initial, this cost per square foot amount that we applied, not knowing what it would actually cost in the, and this is not the city of Temecula, this is the county property. And we didn't know exactly what that would cost to bring that site up to, or even what the county would require. Like widening the road wasn't something we anticipated having to do. It's only when you go through the process do you find those things out.
Thank you. Yes, it's interesting to look at traffic management and some of the other aspects, like electrical is pretty high. $1 million allocated to electrical and low voltage systems and all the things. It's interesting. It's a big project. So thanks for clarifying, because it seemed like a big jump.
I agree, yeah.
Okay.
And again, we have that initial scope, so that way the board can review the design and give it approval, so then we have our marching orders to move forward with asking the architect to work with an engineer and a construction management company, so we have an idea of what the board is okay with. But you're right, those dollar values change significantly once we actually involved real numbers. So it is a big jump, I agree.
Thank you, Ms. Lash. Any other comments?
Dr.
Oh, sorry.
Velez,
Is this
can I
your
ask-
first round, Mr. Schwartz,
yeah,
or second round?
No, it's the first time.
First round. Okay, got it.
Just a quick question. Can I ask Mrs. Lash a question?
You may, because she's the
Thank you.
expert in this
Mrs.
area. Thank you for asking.
Mrs. Lash, you said some of the materials were imported from Canada. Is that correct? Could you tell me which ones?
Okay, I should have known you were going to
Yeah,
ask
I
me
know
a
you said
hard
lumber.
one. Hold
I know
on
you
one
said lumber.
second. It is. I'm sorry, I can get it to you. Let's see here. Canada. Aluminum. is where
Aluminum?
we mainly get aluminum from Canada.
You said steel? No?
Steel we get from Canada and Mexico typically.
Okay. And lumber, I think you said.
And lumber we get from quite a bit from Canada as well.
So if up on current events, all of those would have been affected by the tariffs that were put in place by the Trump administration? Is that correct? Since there's a tariff on Canada for imports, so those costs would have been passed on to us because of the tariffs. Thank you. That's all. Just wanted to clarify.
Okay, Dr. Anderson? I have no comments. I've looked at the plans and the building structure. It looks pretty exciting. So I'm ready to go to vote unless there's a second round of board comments. Mr. Barham, 2 minutes. Here we go.
So Mrs. Lash, just to be on the safe side, with the number of staff that are going to be there, is one bathroom enough? I mean, because if something happens in that bathroom, if there's a plumbing, I mean, and students are there, then we have an issue. I mean, that's why I'm asking.
I believe it will be enough. There will be a single occupancy restroom as well for students, and in a pinch, we could designate that for staff if need be. But this isn't like a school where there's lots of staff. This is a summer camp and spring camp. So the number of staff members isn't significantly high while students are there. Now, when we have it for professional development, like I said, there'll be a lot more than one bathroom.
And we can open up the student
Exactly.
bathrooms.
We would open up all the restrooms, including a single occupancy restroom that's also designated for students currently.
There's some people shaking their heads out there. Let's move on.
It would significantly add to the cost of the project, and we'd have to go back to design to build that into our DSA approval plan, which we could do if that was the board's priority.
Not my fault.
Are you done? Okay. Anybody else for round two outside of Mr. Barham? Or are we ready to go to vote? Mr. Schwartz.
I move.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Anderson, seconded by Mr. Schwartz. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Wiersma,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Schwartz,
Yes, and I can't
Komrosky?
wait for the groundbreaking.
Yes.
Student Board Member.
Yes.
Motion adopted 5-0. Thank you, Lene. Okay, on this next item, 8, Resolution 2025-26/26, elimination, discontinuation, reduction, and layoff of certain classified non-management employees for the 2026-27 school year. Do we have any public comments? Okay.
Yes, just one. Edgar Diaz.
Good evening. Well, this falls on the CSCA side of the house. TVAs was incorporated last month. TVA will continue stating that that we're not supporting any layoffs, cuts, or closures that affect students in our school district. Our district must exhaust every possible option to maintain vital resources for students and stop any layoffs from happening. Students and families deserve better. They deserve the services they can to help their students be successful. TVA is fighting back against any risks, and we will continue to protect the rights of our members who have received RIF notices. Cuts to any program has impacts. Cuts to students' mental health has impacts. Cuts to students able to access school by going to HIA has impacts. As a union, we've been able to work to fix California's broken school funding system. Over 85% of our members have signed a petition to not lose money for TVUSD. That's not lose $40 million in 2030. I invite any staff member sitting on the dais. I invite any board member to join me in the back with Cindy. We have some petitions. If you're also willing to join our effort to make sure that we don't, to put on the ballot on the measure to make sure we don't lose $40 million in TVUSD in 2030. Thank you.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, then we have, I know, but I'm asking the board first. So no discussion over here? All right, Ms. Chai.
I understand that these reductions are being recommended due to like fiscal considerations, but from a student perspective, I don't know who would be the best to answer this question, but could we clarify how these changes will impact support at school sites, particularly for students in special education programs and those receiving behavioral or mental health services, and how will we ensure continuity of services and student well-being during this transition?
Ms. Chai, thank you for the question, and I'm going to have Mr. Arce go ahead and address your question.
That's a great question, Melissa. First off, thank you for asking that question, because it comes down to making sure that students are supported and students continue to receive services. What I need to explain about this particular resolution is that there are some that, as you know, the board gave direction on based on some budget-related reductions and all of that, so those are home instead positions, right? But there are also some that the law now prescribes that we provide a certain deadline and a timeline for notices to classified staff when there's going to be any kind of reduction in force. So a layoff, for example, in a position that's SPED related, an instructional assistant position, for example, may just be related to that student no longer receiving those services. Nonetheless, we still have to follow that same process, the March 15th deadline. I have a director of classified staff who works with CSCA directly and with employees and meets with employees to go over what are called assignment rights, which means that employee may not end up providing services to that particular student at that school, but there are bumping rights, seniority processes, and other factors that play in, including open vacancies, and we very often have open vacancies in paraprofessional positions, that it is likely the case that they may end up working in a different capacity. It is always our priority that we try to do whatever we can to maintain appropriate levels of staffing, particularly in the area of student services. So thank you for that question.
Thank you. Okay, do we have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Dr. Anderson.
Second.
Second by Mr. Schwartz. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Wiersma,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Schwartz.
Yes.
Komrosky,
Yes.
Student Board Member?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion adopted 5-0. Okay, we're on to number 9, 2026, California School Boards Association CSBA Delegate Assembly Election. We have one comment.
Caroline Hoffman?
I would just like to suggest that we don't burden Joe with more responsibility. And, you know, as he showed, he can't follow parliamentary procedure, so he just wipes it out. So I don't think that it would be in the best interest of that. Sorry, my notes are scattered like my thoughts. He's ruining this valley with his culture war issues, and he shouldn't have a seat on the table impacting the state. Thank you.
Okay, any discussion?
I have one comment.
Okay, Dr. Anderson?
I just wanted to point out, it says we can vote for up to 6 delegates. And Lene and I worked on a form so that we can go each board member at a time and they can vote for their delegates up to 6. I do want to point out, the more people that you vote for, the more it waters down the pool. And I wanted to talk about bullet voting that they did in Murrieta last year. It was suggested by one of their board members. If you have board members that you really want to be elected, it's better to concentrate your votes and focus on those board members. And I'm going to suggest that we focus on the board members at Temecula so we get Temecula representation. Other than that, that's all I was going to do. I think that Lene has the chart so that she can ask each person in order who they're going to vote for. And we did it, if you're okay, Dr. Komorowski, we just listed it in normal voting order. So we'd go Jen, me, Barham, Schwartz, Komorowski, and then we'll total for each delegate, like Eleanor Briggs is listed first. She would need the majority of 3 of us to support her to be one of our district choices.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
So if you don't mind, Dr. Anderson, I'm going to hand it over to you, and you can work with Lene and call on a board member at a time, and they can cast their votes. We'll just do one at a time and be done. And then we can do a motion and a second on who passes the 3 board member test, and we could do a sweeping vote in.
When he comes up, I'll ask him.
Okay. Is that clear? Somebody was talking over there?
Say it again.
I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Anderson. She's going to use this grid. Lene's going to call on us one at a time in proper voting order. Cast your vote for each board member that you want on this sheet.
Are you going to, up to 6?
Up to 6.
Only
Up to 6.
Up
That's
to
right.
6. So for example, let's say if she calls on me first, she'll say, Dr. Anderson, Eleanor Briggs, and I'll say yes or no. Then she'll say Joseph Komorowski, and I'll say yes or no. She'll go through and I'll say yes or no on each one. I can say yes up to 6 times.
Correct.
And then I'm just letting everyone as a board member know, if you want to concentrate your vote and you vote for 6 people, it waters down the pool. And that's how Murrieta got, what was the lady's name last year from Murrieta?
Linda Lund.
Linda Lund.
Yeah.
This was her, she presented this to try and get more Murrieta delegates, and I like the idea of getting Temecula delegates so that our school district can be represented. That's my
Okay.
personal opinion on it. Okay, let's go.
All right, so-
If I could comment.
Okay,
as
Mr.
someone-
Schwartz has a comment. Okay.
As someone who was a delegate before, it doesn't work like that. Okay, you vote for 6. If the fact that you vote for someone who is not from your area doesn't knock you out, if you vote for your people, then their vote is counted from our district. So you vote for the 6 people you want, unless you only want 2, then vote for 2. But the fact that you vote for more or less does not change how the result is.
All right, thank you. Lene, I'll have you work in tandem with Dr. Anderson.
All right, I
And-
have them on the screen there, 1 through 9, so I won't say what city they're from, but it's up there if you need it.
And Mrs. Worsmus first. Yeah.
Jen, Eleanor.
Yes.
Komorowski.
Yes.
Leonard.
Yes.
Dodd.
No.
Navarro.
No.
Schwartz.
No.
Johnson.
Yes.
Porras.
No.
Williamson.
No.
Dr. Anderson. Briggs.
Yes.
Komrosky,
Yes.
Leonard,
No.
Dodd,
No.
Navarro,
No.
Schwartz,
Yes.
Johnson,
No.
Porras,
No.
Williamson.
No.
Mr. Barham, Briggs,
No.
Komrosky,
No.
Leonard,
No.
Dodd,
Yes.
Navarro,
Yes.
Schwartz,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Porras,
Yes.
Williamson.
Yes.
Mr. Schwartz. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. Mr. Schwartz?
Yes.
Briggs?
No.
Komrosky?
Can I ask Dr. Komorowski a question, Dr. Velez, before I vote?
You sure can.
Okay, thank you. Do you know which region of CSBA we're in?
18.
Okay. Do you know who our director is?
Drawing a blank. I have his name in my cell phone.
Okay. Do you know who our pacer is?
No.
Okay. Do you know how often the DA meets?
You know what, Mr. Schwartz, I hope you find the answers to your questions. I'm not going to be questioned like this, but go
Okay,
ahead.
no.
Yep. I
Okay.
thought you were going to ask another question.
No, you said, I know the
Yeah.
answers. I was a delegate, I know the answers. Since you have shown no I'm sorry. I was asking questions to see if you really were interested in being a delegate and if you did some research. So since you haven't and you don't know the answers, I'm going to vote no, respectfully. Thank you. Just like you, excuse me, just like you did to me last time.
Okay. Leonard? Mr.
No.
Okay. Dodd?
No.
Navarro?
No.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Johnson?
Yes.
Porras?
Yes.
Williamson?
Yes.
Okay, Dr. Komrosky. Briggs?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Leonard?
Yes.
Dodd?
No.
Navarro?
No.
Schwartz?
No. And I'll make a comment. It's funny that Mr. Schwartz denied me going to many CSBA events. So I showed motivational attitude, and he did not. So there's another contradiction, and that's why I'm voting no on you.
You did it before, it's okay.
And we're on
problem.
to Johnson.
I won't take it
Johnson?
personally.
Yes.
Porras?
No.
Williamson?
No. And now we can take a tally on the full votes. Any candidate who got 3 or more. I think we should vote at them one at a time
I second.
because we can't, obviously, there's at least a board member here or two who's going to have conflicting votes. So maybe we start with Eleanor Briggs. Can I get a motion in a
I'm
second?
sorry, I didn't hear what you just said.
We're going to vote one at a time, Eleanor all the way through. Motion and a second for each candidate. And then
I'm
Lene
sorry,
has the tally.
excuse me. Didn't we just vote for everybody? Didn't we just vote, go through everybody?
We have to take an official motion in a second, Mr. Schwartz. You want me to lead the meeting? Because I
No,
would like to.
I'm simply asking you a question. What are you proposing right
I'm
now?
trying to tell you.
Go ahead.
We are going to vote one at a time.
Yes.
Motion and a second, unless you have a better idea. Lene has the tally on each candidate.
The tally is
We'll
already.
get the tally.
Go
We'll
ahead.
get the tally from Lene. Just tallying it up.
We had 1 with 4 votes, which was Ben Johnson. And then we had 3 with 3 votes, which was Schwartz, Komrosky, and Briggs. And then we had a two-way, we had 3 members that had 2 votes. So that was Leonard, Doris, and Williamson.
So maybe we can take the Eleanor and Johnson and do a first vote, and then we'll separate Komrosky and Schwartz, and since we have divided votes.
No, we already voted. We're
Go ahead.
not voting again. We already.
Mr. Schwartz, you are not leading the meeting. You're out of order.
Dr. Komrosky?
You can take a recess if you want,
No,
but I'm
I
going to
don't
lead
want
the
a
meeting.
recess. Excuse me.
We have not taken an official motion and second. We have to. Thank you.
I do
If
think.
you have a better idea, fine,
No,
but we
I
do have to
think
take a
that
motion
we
and a
should do a
second.
motion and a second on each. So we all kind of cast who we want, and then we
Right.
need to do a motion and a second
Right, which I'm asking for.
on each board member and officially send it in. I think it's best if we make it official with a motion and a second, and we need to read out the motion. I move Eleanor Briggs, second, and then vote and go down the line.
That's exactly what I just said.
Okay. So
So I agree with you. So Lene, would you please call roll for Eleanor Briggs?
Dr. Komrosky, can I be recognized?
Wiersma?
Yeah, no, you know what? Mr. Barham wants
Yes.
to be recognized?
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it seems as if we've already voted. Wouldn't let me talk to him, please. That we would just motion based on the votes that we just did, okay, and take a vote.
Here is the problem. You can't have two contradictory votes with Mr. Schwartz and me because you have to separate them out. I'm not voting for him, he's not voting for
So
me,
what?
so let's separate them out.
also, Mr. Johnson
You know
has
what, Melinda,
four.
we're talking right now.
Yeah.
Thank you. I don't get it.
Unless we take a motion on a second for each board member that got 3 or more, that
Let's
actually
do
solves.
that.
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's do that.
All right, call for a
Sounds
motion
good.
in a second on any candidate who got 3 or more votes.
Okay.
And that would
Move.
specifically be Mrs. Briggs, Dr. Komrosky.
And Schwartz.
Did Leonard make?
Mr. Schwartz and Ben Johnson.
Mr. Schwartz and Brent Johnson.
That's 3 and
Okay,
above.
Good, we have a motion and a second on.
So we're only going to the
Moved.
top 4. Okay, so it was motioned by Komrosky and seconded by Schwartz.
Yes.
Okay, Wiersma?
You're not, when we do this vote, we're not, for example, I'm not voting for Schwartz, he's not voting for me. We are collectively voting on each candidate who got 3 or more votes from the majority of the board.
Correct.
That's all we're doing. We're recognizing that they have a majority.
Okay,
And are we splitting them up individually?
No, we are just a sweeping motion now. We know that 3 people voted for Schwartz, we know that 3 people voted for me, and we are
Correct.
voting us in collectively,
Yeah,
even though you
correct.
and I, yeah.
can I read out the motion? I
Go for it.
move, I call for a motion and a second to choose Eleanor Briggs as a candidate for the 2026-2028 Delegate Assembly in Riverside County. Do I have a second?
We already, excuse me.
Just for
We already
Eleanor
have,
Briggs, right?
no, Dr. Anderson, we already have the motion and the second. Lene, please call
Thank
roll.
you.
It's just expedient. Let's just get through this.
Thank you.
You are
Just
not
call the
voting
roll.
for Steve. You are not voting for Steve, and neither am I.
The motion is,
Everybody who got 3 or more votes.
the motion is to approve Ben Johnson, Mr. Schwartz, Dr. Komrosky, and Eleanor Briggs
Correct.
for the CSBA Delegate Assembly.
Correct. That is correct. We have a motion and a second.
Excuse me, Dr. Anderson is,
I'm so confused.
What's-
Are we voting for everyone altogether?
we are collectively voting for, let me make this clear, I'll try to simplify it. We are voting for everyone who had 3 or more votes. We are not, for example, when I vote, I am not voting for Schwartz, but the board collectively is voting for Schwartz because he got 3 or more votes,
Thank
even
you.
though I wasn't one of them.
Thank you for clarifying, Dr. Komrosky.
And same
Thank
with
you.
him and me.
Same
We are-
with him and me.
We are going through.
Sweeping.
One sweeping
It's
motion.
omnibus.
And we already have the motion and the second. It's like an omnibus within the action
And we're
items.
only voting those 4 candidates.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
It
Ms.
was
Anna-
moved by
Voting for
Komrosky
each.
and seconded by Schwartz.
Miss
Call
Anna
roll. They
Seabar,
are.
just for, Miss
Yes.
Anna Seabar, just for clarity, can you read the motion again
Yes,
as
so-
it stands?
A motion and a second to approve Ben Johnson, Stephen Schwartz, Dr. Joseph Komrosky, and Eleanor Briggs for the 2026-2028 Delegate Assembly Subregion 18A, Riverside County. It's moved by Mr. Komrosky, Dr. Komrosky, and seconded by Mr. Schwartz. Wiersma?
This is frustrating to me because this, I would have edited to
Dr.
vote for the
Komrosky.
3
Dr.
that I voted
Komrosky.
for. With my yes, I'm not voting for Mr. Schwartz. So I wish we had done this
Dr.
differently.
We've made that clear, Jen. That goes
Yeah.
without, we have made that clear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so
Anderson.
Wiersma-
Wiersma's no?
No,
No,
Mrs. Wiersma's yes. Please.
Oh, Wiersma's yes. Anderson?
My vote is also yes, but I was under the impression we would vote for
Dr.
the
Komrosky,
total.
Please,
So-
Dr. Anderson,
No
let's
commentary.
get through this, please.
Barham?
Yes.
Yeah, Barham, Schwartz,
Yes.
Komrosky,
Yes, motion.
Student board member.
That's right.
Thank you.
Yes.
Motion
Yay.
adopted 5-0. And if
Anybody wants clarity on what we did? Just listen to this again. I made it very, very, very specific. Each board member voted individually who they wanted. That remains.
Thank you,
That has
Dr.
not been challenged.
Komorowski, for clarifying it. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
You're
10,
welcome.
Subcommittee Goals and Adoption.
We have 4 public comments. First up is David Hatch, followed by Edgar Diaz.
Okay, wow. It is pretty much impossible to underestimate this board at this point. And so my comment is not surprising to me that this is going on anyways. So the board adopted a formal subcommittee governance process February 10th. It required clear purpose, structured documentation, defined timelines, standard reporting, and transparency so the public can understand the trust and work being done. And yet, the subcommittee goals were released that they do not follow that process. What the public received was not structured governance. It wasn't a documentation of structured governance. It was a vague list of general intentions, which is nice, but very vague. There are no consistent timelines, no clear sunset dates, no standardized reporting structure, no evidence that the transparency requirements you guys adopted are actually being followed. So this is a failure of governance to me, and this is why people in the community are frustrated. You guys created rules. You adopted them publicly, and now they aren't being followed. Maybe there is a big report coming with all these details, but I'm not going to hold my breath. So that really undermines the credibility of this board, you guys. Come on, we got to get some credibility back in the community. Governance works when the rules apply to everyone, including the board itself. Otherwise, this is just performative, and it gives the appearance of transparency without delivering the substance of transparency. Subcommittees, I'm just finding out about this, exercise real influence. They shape policy direction, they shape recommendations, and when they operate without structure, documentation, and the transparency you promised this month, the public is left in the dark, and I find that unacceptable. The community should not have to question whether subcommittees are operating properly. The confidence should come from clear compliance with the governance process you adopted. Right now, that compliance is not visible. So the board, I feel like you should correct this, provide some structured documentation, timelines, reporting expectations, and the transparency that your own policy requires. So if you guys don't do that, then those standards mean nothing, and the public is noticed.
Thank you. Next up is Edgar Diaz, followed by Caroline Hoffman.
I'm speaking to the committee that's working on bargaining, because I thought as a board, you all were to provide guidance to staff on what it is you're supposed to bargain. I saw that there's a sunshine committee to work on 2 particular areas that you want to bargain, which is not really what the sunshine process is. Sunshine process is what are the areas that the district and the union are going to bring about to bargain in the ongoing bargaining cycle. Yet this sunshine committee focuses on a couple different components of what you want to bring in, which is the neutral policy and something else. But I'm just questioning, how is it that 2 board members are providing guidance on these 2 issues without it being the whole board that decides what's actually happening in bargaining at the table?
Next up is Caroline Hoffman, followed by Lindsay.
Okay, I will lose my mind if you spend 45 minutes on this one item, but it sounds like you are going to go through each thing. I would have hoped that everybody would have done their research and read it and could have just voted this in, but it's not going to happen. Knowing you all, yeah, I won't hold my breath. Also, can you drop the desire to bring back the D, as we've heard countless times, a D grade, I'll wait, I can wait. Thank you.
Your time's running. Thank you.
Oh, I know. A D grade does not make you proficient in a subject, but a D grade also doesn't trigger the need to retake the course. I thought we wanted to push students' expectations higher, not lower them just because your friend's kid can't pass basic math. For crying out loud, if you poll students and staff and learn that there was an uptick of racial slurs, does that mean you will actually support the implementation of CRT, since it's not taught here? so you can protect students of color rather than coddle white students? Super curious. Oh, I still have some time. What else was on that?
Any other comments?
Okay, last comment is Lindsay.
So I'm speaking mainly to the subcommittee goals. So when this grading subcommittee originally included Steve and Emil, the focus was alignment. And what I mean by alignment is when I took a trigonometry class, I will never forget, I had a proof. I missed a big portion in it, got -5. Neighbor next to me got -3. There was no consistency with the grading, and that's what I consider alignment, just so you guys are aware. So it was about reducing subjectivity. It was about ensuring that point deductions were consistent across classrooms. It was about making sure a student earned the same outcome in one class as they would in another for the same level of work. That is meaningful technical academic work that supports teachers and protects students. This new proposed purpose for the grading subcommittee does not reflect that mission. Instead, it centers on the D grade, a structural change that does nothing to fix inconsistency. A D does not represent mastery, it represents significant gaps in understanding. Moving a student forward with a D sends them into the next course without real readiness. It creates the illusion of progress without ensuring competence. If we are serious about equity and rigor, the focus should remain on consistent grading standards, shared expectations, and meaningful intervention, not inserting a buffer grade that delays accountability. Alignment improves those outcomes. A D grade does not. Now my thoughts on the drugs subcommittee. 3 months ago, Dr. K, you publicly tasked Mrs. Wiersma with identifying an alternative provider if RUHS could not be finalized. That has not been done. That was done on this dais. I ask you to intervene. Tonight, there is still nothing before this board. There's no executed MOU, there's no alternative provider, there's no implemented district-wide prevention or recovery structure. In that time, there's been dozens and dozens and dozens of students who should have had access to structured intervention services, and they've gone without a coordinated program. Dozens and dozens of families have been left without clear support, without a pathway, and without answers. This is not a framework discussion anymore. This is not committee theory anymore. This is a failure to execute a direct assignment tied to student safety. Corrective action and firm timelines need to be presented tonight. I have heard subcommittee come up almost every single month. Where is the action? It's been 7 months, and there's been nothing presented. If RUHS is not finalized, Mrs. Wiersma, you were tasked by our president. What is the alternative? Who is responsible? What is the start date? If clear action is not established immediately, and by immediately, I mean tonight, I myself, along with Cole Everyman, along with many of my neighbors in my community, will be filing a uniform complaint, and I am aware of multiple community members prepared to do the same. 7 months.
Any other board comments? Okay, so to be specific, the rules of debate. Thank you. The rules of debate apply to this to where it's 2 minutes and 2 minutes, but it's on all items at once, not each individual item. So we can take any discussion if we have it. Dr. Anderson.
So, sorry, Dr. Velez, you might not like this, but I actually wanted the minutes submitted, but that's not the direction that everybody wanted to go. So we worked with district staff. These goals were created with staff, and there is progress on all of these committees. To answer Mr. Diaz, we've provided copies of ideas and asked for feedback from all board members and from the Teachers Association regarding neutral classrooms and sensitive topics. So board members are welcome to give us their input, but I haven't seen any emails or input on that yet. So that's pretty much it. I think there's a real big misunderstanding. That you guys think that like me and Jen did, or Jen and I, sorry, and Melissa maybe came up with this on our own, but we did work with Dr. Velez, and we're going to continue to move forward with dress code, grading practices. I'm going to say that I put my trust in the highly qualified and trained individuals who, some of them have master's and doctorate degrees, to align curriculum and not mediocre math teachers that are retired. So my trust is in the district, and we are working with highly qualified individuals with the district, and that's the direction that we're going, is letting the qualified people who have training, experience, master's and doctorate degrees in aligning curriculum and grades to do that along with us. Dual immersion, sunshine, drug intervention. We're going to meet again, but I'll just wait because there's a lot going on there, and I'll let other people speak on CRT. That's all.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. I'm going to go next, and then I'm going to call upon Dr. Velez. But I first want to just say something. I want to pause for a moment, and this goes for the rest of the meeting. Trustees' discussion should be directed through the president and focus on the item, not towards one another. Let's literally try to stay on that. Let's try to limit the personal attacks on each board member. Let's just try to vote and move forward. Dr. Velez. I don't want to be here till 12, and let's just expedite the meeting and get through our votes.
Should she apologize?
I just want to provide a little clarity just in terms of the board subcommittee. So Dr. Anderson's correct. All of the goals were developed in kind of a collaborative nature with board members assigned to that subcommittee, along with district staff. The first step in the process is to develop the goals, get consensus and a vote from the entire board to allow the board and the subcommittees to continue to move forward. So as I've shared with Dr. Komrosky, at the next meeting, our hope is that every committee will reconvene. They will come up with a timeline and a sunset date. And then for transparency purposes, all of the note-taking after this is approved tonight will be available online for anybody to look at. And then we will establish timelines throughout the course of the year or until the sunset date of each individual subcommittee that the board members will report out what's happening. So I just want clarity for the entire board and for the community that there are still kind of next steps that need to be made. We just needed agreement from an entire board to allow the board subcommittees to work in consultation with the district to continue to move forward.
Thank you, Dr. Velez. Any other board members?
Yeah. Yes.
Mr. Schwartz.
The one committee that we're on, we are moving forward. Mr. Barham and I met with Mrs. Diaz and Mrs. Waddell. We've developed a timeline for how we're going, and the committee will sunset at the end of that process. And at the end of June, our committee will sunset once we've planned to do some visits to see programs of dual immersion. Since we do not have any here, we're planning on going either to Fallbrook or to some other district that's close by. I know Mrs. Parra's children are in a program like that. We might even go there, and I'll turn it over to Mrs. Diaz just to finish up.
Please call on Dr. Velez, though.
I'm sorry. Dr. Velez, can Mrs. Diaz finish up on our committee?
Yes, I know you've been
Thank you.
involved in that. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz.
You stop the clock.
You don't have to give her a clock.
We'll get a mic over to you.
Give her some time. Give her some time.
Is this one working?
Yes.
Yes, sorry. The only thing I will add is that our goal in this committee is to lay the foundation for next year's progression towards an implementation of dual immersion. So what I appreciate about this subcommittee is the work and groundwork that will be laid this semester so that at that time when the committee sunsets in June, the district is well poised to continue the work with what we learn and put a dual immersion program in place based on the information we receive.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. And do we have any other board comments?
I do.
Mr. Barham.
Okay. Having two sitting board members on a Sunshine Subcommittee whose stated goal is to provide input and support regarding the bargaining of the district's Sunshine items is dangerous because it blurs the legal and governance line between public transparency and direct involvement in negotiations, undermining both the district's position and public trust. Best practice, and this is where we were going, and then we veered off course, is that the board sets parameters, delegates actual bargaining to a properly constituted negotiations team of management, and where appropriate, legal counsel. That's where we started. We have veered off course. A subcommittee whose mission statement is to provide input and support on bargaining specific sunshine items can look like a pre-cooked channel for a subset of the board to work things out with the union outside the full board and outside regular meetings. A way to privilege one stakeholder in ongoing access to board members about negotiable items, undermining confidence that all stakeholders, parents, other employee groups, and taxpayers are treated even-handedly. A safe framing is a sunshine or transparency committee whose role is limited to ensuring legal compliance with public disclosure and notice requirements, providing neutral explanations of what items are being sunshined and how the public can comment, reporting back to the full board without opining on bargaining strategy or specific positions on negotiable items. Anything beyond that, especially explicit input and support on bargaining of specific sunshine items, invites legal risk, weakens the district's bargaining posture, and corrodes both board unity and public confidence in the process. That's it.
Okay, I want to correct some misinformation. I believe you were reading from ChatGPT, but I don't really know, so I'll just assume. But there's misinformation just to the public, just to clear things up. The majority of the board sets the collective bargaining parameters by which a collective bargaining team that we are not on interacts with special interest groups like TVEA, CSEA. That is exactly what happens. So I'm just going to want to correct that misinformation you spread. Related to a subcommittee, 2 members of a board subcommittee have input, and that's what the subcommittee is designed to do. So I'm going to separate these out and just correct you. Lene, if you can please scroll up. I just want to read to the audience, just to report out on the CRT. I'm just going to read. And each of these, just to remind everybody, each of these, a district staff member or 2, including Dr. Velez, had input on. So I'm just going to read this out and leave the comments as they are. This is Mrs. Wiersma and I, we have come together with this. Before the end of the current school year, the subcommittee will reconvene with the superintendent to evaluate the experiences of the students, staff, and parents over the past year, including any racially driven complaints or campus concerns, and determine whether any issues related to CRT or intercultural relations warrant board consideration. The goal is to ensure a respectful, orderly, and unified TVUSD community. That's all I'll read out. And I yield back my time. Dr. Anderson? Yeah. Mrs. Wiersma.
So I would like to add for the drug instruction, intervention, and recovery, we're actually meeting Monday. And it's going to be a great meeting because we've got a lot of people involved. The thing that I want to assure the public is there are so many moving parts, and none of us take our subcommittee participation lightly. So there has definitely been a plan in place. We're talking to multiple individuals. I know the staff is confident that at the end of this, we will have a robust program that addresses things from the elementary age through middle school and up to the high school. The trajectory of the schedule is not something trustees control. We have to work together to figure out what works best. So for students here in the room that are wondering, just know we are discussing things, we're doing things, and usually it takes a little bit more time. But I want to assure you, everybody's doing their part.
Thank you, Ms. Wiersma. Dr. Anderson? Okay, we're on to second round of comments. Mr. Schwartz yields. Mr. Barham.
With this Sunshine Committee, these 2 board members put the district at risk. They are not the employers. The mere existence of this subcommittee and its intended goal, we will more than likely face an unfair labor practice charge costing the district hundreds of thousands of dollars. In order to protect the district and safeguard taxpayer monies, and the warning has already come. The union president, he just came up here and talked about it. In order to protect the district and safeguard taxpayer money, I move that this committee be disbanded. Do I have a second?
Second.
You are a member of, you are not a member of the prevailing party. You are out of order. You did the same thing last meeting. You cannot, we will not grant that motion.
Of course you won't.
That's because I'm following the law, and I want to correct you, Mr. Barham. Thank you. You've already had the exact same motion, and I think the other board members would recognize that we vote on the exact same thing. So do you want to comment anymore?
I am allowed to bring this motion back. And you are, excuse me, it's my time. You are putting this district at risk.
Point of order.
You are putting.
I've corrected you. You
no,
will not bring back the motion.
Excuse me, this is my time.
Lene, I'll give him 20 seconds, but you will not bring that back.
Yeah, this is my time. Okay, you are putting the district at risk. You are putting taxpayer money at risk, just like you did in 2023, because you don't heed warnings. Okay, that is the problem here. Okay, and it's my job to ensure the protection of the district's financial security. Okay, and that is what I'm doing. And the union president came up here. He's giving you a warning about the Sunshine Committee, so you should heed it. Yeah.
Now, I will take my time, and I will address the elephant in the room. Here's the elephant in the room. The union president is behind a lawsuit, May versus Komrosky, and is currently suing TVUSD. So I want you to think about that elephant in the room, and I'm well within my ability to speak to this.
You're actually out of order.
No, I'm not. And please do not interrupt.
Let him finish.
If these legal fees come down, and these teachers are complaining for raises and sped and all that kind of stuff, I just want you to consider, excuse me, I just want you to consider that your union president is suing the current district. Okay? Okay. So let me be frank. When you cite a union president coming up here, you can cry me a river of tears. Thank you. But I will still have Lene pull up now the D subcommittee, and I'll try to
May I
report that.
comment?
No, you may not. It's my time. Thank you.
I thought you're done.
No, I'm
sorry.
not done.
After
Thank
you're
you.
done.
Grading practices. So this was Dr. Anderson and myself. We sat down with Joe Balawag and Mrs. Deas, very appreciative. The purpose of the grading practices subcommittee is to conduct a structured, data-driven review of the grading practices within Temecula Valley Unified School District with a specific focus on historic use, function, and impact of the D grade while educating the governing board and community through transparent analysis of district data and research. As part of this work, the community may develop and revise surveys for teachers, administrators, and parents, analyze quantitative and qualitative findings, report publicly on outcomes, and return to the governing board by June 2026 for consideration of next steps and potential continuation of work. And to emphasize, we know that this policy has been in place for over 20 years, so we want the parents and the teachers to be very informed when they take a vote and when we conduct this survey of teachers and parents and site admin. We actually want them to know the tension point. Hey, if we take a vote to remove the D grade, here's the systems that come in place that are affected for over 20 years. Thank you. I think we're done with second round comments unless with Dr. Anderson.
I didn't get second
Mr.
round
Schwartz,
comments.
there you go. Your turn.
I find it interesting that the suit you cited is May versus Komrosky, not May versus Schwartz or May versus Barkley, but May versus Komrosky. And I was on that board when that vote was taken to pass that CRT resolution at the first meeting when Dr. Komrosky and Mrs. Wiersma and Mr. Gonzalez were elected. And they decided the very first meeting, before we did anything else.
Mr. Schwartz, for clarity, and I'll give you more time, what are you talking about on this goals
The
subcommittee?
CRT resolution.
Just to make it clear. All
I'm
right.
talking about CRT.
Okay.
You mentioned the lawsuit and the union president, and I want people to know where it came from. It did not come from Schwartz and Barkley. It came from Wiersma, Gonzalez, and Komrosky. Thank you.
Amen. Point of clarity for the audience, the Komorowski title is aimed at TVUSD. They just take the board president's name to just do a point of clarity with you. Nice try, though. Okay, so I think we've exhausted comments. I'll take a motion and a second to approve.
Moved.
Subcommittee goals and adoption. Moved by
Moved.
Dr. Anderson.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Wiersma. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Wiersma,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Barham,
No.
Schwartz,
No.
Komorowski,
Yes.
student board member.
Refrain from voting.
Motion adopted 3-2. Thank you, Lene. We are on the second reading and adoption of new or amended board policies and administrative regulations, exhibits, and board bylaws. We have one comment. We'll welcome them up.
First, only speaker is Caroline Hoffman.
Maybe you don't want to welcome me up now, huh? I don't have much to say, so I can wait for you to pay attention. I'm just I'll wait.
Please start our time. Thank you.
No, it started. I'll wait for you to listen. I'm just curious who goes over these because I noticed an error with the revised board policy comprehensive school safety plan. You reference Education Code 48901.7, and in section 3, it says, this policy may also include enforcement mechanisms that limit access to smartphones. Notwithstanding subdivision a pupil shall not be prohibited from possessing or using a smartphone under the following circumstances: in the case of an emergency or in response to a perceived threat of danger. And moving over to page 4, number 17 on this revised, page 4. You say explicit procedures to prohibit the use of smartphones in case of emergency or response to a perceived threat of danger. Such use is prohibited by Board Policy 5131.8, Mobile Communication Device, Education Code 48901.7. So I'm just curious, like, who's spending the time to actually do these if you're not even doing them right? Because we know your lawyer gets things wrong all the time.
Any other speakers? Okay, well, welcome board discussion, unless we have a motion and a second.
I had a couple amendments, but I'm asking that you not set the 2-minute timer because they're really quick, but I want to go over the policies.
We're setting 2 minutes and 2 minutes.
Well, I have to make motions, and I don't think I can be denied the opportunity to make a motion. So I want to start by making a motion to amend.
Okay, so I'm yielding the floor to you. A motion.
So let me start. On action item 11.
Okay, wait, hold on.
I have 2 amendments I want to make
right.
to 2 policies. How do you want to allow me to do that? I can.
I want to be fair and have. Give me a second here.
Can I show you on my computer?
Yep, 1 second. So this is a 2-minute and a 2-minute for the entirety of it. So make your motions within your 2 minutes, and we can entertain that right away.
Okay.
Dr. Komorowski.
That way I can be fair to everybody else with their 2 minutes.
Can I just ask a quick question? It's a simple question.
No, I don't yield the floor to you. We're going to have Dr. Anderson go first, and then we'll come back to you next.
Lene, will you pull
you know what? No, excuse me. If it's a clarifying question, go ahead.
It is a clarifying.
Okay.
Okay, so if this is a second read, should we be amending these?
We can amend anything on here we want.
Okay, yeah, that's all I want to know.
Yeah. Dr. Anderson.
At this point.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I want to know.
So, and then stop my time when I'm ready. Don't start my time until Lene gets my things pulled up. Right, it would be action item 11. right here, it's starting right there.
And to be clear, we can, just as a point of clarity, Dr. Anderson, I won't start your time yet. We can bring these back for a third read. For example, on information and reports, we can clarify that on the first read, that it can go a first read, second read, third read. Just if the majority of the board decides in the second read they want to vote it in, we can. All right, Dr. Anderson.
So I'm going to start with, I move to amend action item 11, student board member 9150. I'd like to add the language, all communications related to board business between the student board member and the individual trustees shall copy the superintendent or designee. Private social media messaging between trustee and the student board member is prohibited.
In real time, Dr. Anderson, I'm just trying to find the amendment and look it up, like, because I have 9 in front of me, I believe. So, got it? And then there's a lot of highlighted pink language. Excuse me. What are you editing one more time?
So,
everything that you read? Or are you editing more on top of it?
Student board member 9150. I wanted to make a motion to amend and add this language to policy 9150. It's at the top of the screen.
I see it.
Okay, so you want a motion and a second on this one item with that additional language?
Yes.
I second it.
Okay.
What is the language? I'm sorry.
This is
Right
a second
here.
read. All
Right there,
communications
student board
related,
member.
it's the first paragraph.
Okay.
First paragraph.
Discussion?
Yeah, discussion.
Well, it's still your time.
So I made the motion and there was a second, and then usually after the motion and the second, then there's discussion.
Correct.
So I
We,
made the
we
motion
agree,
and the
we
second.
agree, but you're also on your first 2 minutes, and it includes all items here. So is it possible that you want to
Kimberly,
include
this
us?
isn't going to work.
Well,
How can we make a motion to amend 20 policies in 2 minutes?
We're on it. We're entertaining your first motion.
Okay.
Let's just do this. We'll pause your time, and we'll finish up your other item after this, okay?
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to get.
So all I wanted was to add this language to
Yes.
the student board member 9150.
And I seconded it, so now we have discussion. And then we'll pause your time and come back to you because you have another item. It's a little complicated, but
So Dr. Anderson, Dr. Velez, if it's not out of order, since our student board member is here, can I ask her a question?
I don't think so.
technically she's a
Since
member
this-
of,
this-
technically she's a member of the board, but I'll have,
This is about her. This is a motion about her. She's sitting here. Am I supposed to ignore her like she doesn't exist?
This
Okay,
isn't targeted
we're-
at Melissa.
we're okay. We'll
Excuse
let
me,
him
Miss,
proceed.
Dr. Anderson, I'm speaking. Why do you keep interrupting?
Dr. Anderson, let him ask this question. I still got your time to entertain your motion. It's well within our parameters to ask her if she wants to answer.
Melissa, do you want to answer?
Let's hear the question first.
The question is, what this amendment is saying, that, for example, if I wanted to send you a email about Chaparral winning the CIF basketball tournament, I can't do it. Or if I want to send you a message saying, hey, Melissa, I know the Ivies are sending out their acceptance letters this week. Did you get yours? I can't do that. So I want to know if you agree with this. And if you agree with it, then I agree with it. But if you don't think it's okay, then I will go with, since we're talking about you, I will go with your judgment.
It's all good. I can read it on the board. Thank you for asking. I would just add private social media messaging between trustees and student board member is prohibited unless the student board member gives like explicit permission.
Unless you do it.
Yes, which on, I don't know, I'm on Instagram a lot, I don't know if you guys noticed, but on Instagram, most accounts, when other people DM you and you don't follow them, it comes in as a request and you have the ability to accept or deny. So if I receive any messages from someone that I do not know, or I receive a question from someone that I do not want to answer, I have the ability to decline that request. And I think it should be up to the student board member.
Thank you.
Thank
you, Ms.
Thank you,
Schott.
Melissa.
Okay. It's very complex because she has 2 minutes to entertain 2 items. So I'd really like to get this motion and second out of the way for this one. If you want to ask her a question, we're still on her time.
I want to ask Melissa.
If you ask Dr. Anderson.
Dr. Anderson,
Dr. Velez.
Dr. Velez, can I talk to Melissa?
That's okay. Because she's a student board member, that would be Dr. Komrosky.
Dr.
So-
Komrosky?
I yield the
Just wanna
floor
ask a
because
question.
she's already consented,
Okay.
depending on your question.
Okay, so Melissa, so if you were to remain the student board member, let's say for another year, you know that I communicate with you on social media. I normally say, "Nice job, Melissa!" Exclamation point. So this amendment is basically asking us not to communicate that way. Because when she posts with intelligence, breadth, thoughtfulness, and I just want to compliment. I mean, I'm a teacher. I love complimenting students. It's what I do. And the extent of my praise for Melissa, which has been criticized, by others in the community, is nice job, Melissa. Good job, Melissa. Is that correct? And is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you don't mind that, right?
No. Okay, you actually bring up a good point if you're done with your question.
I'm done.
Okay. I will also like to clarify that the communications that I have about regarding the board and on social media, which I assume this is what it's referencing, I have a social media account dedicated to my campaign and to being a student board member, and everything I post on there directly relates to either my work on this board or academically focused work. And so that's also why on that account I also have some teachers and administrators who follow me, but they don't follow my personal Instagram account, and people don't also administrators and teachers and board members don't message me on my personal account because that is my personal account, though I do keep it public and I don't care if people message me, but that's my preference. But I would say that if a student board member has an account that they have public and dedicated to their campaign or to their role, like many other board members serving on this board have accounts that have TVUSD in the username, then I think that welcomes communication. I also have in my bio that anyone is always open to DM me, and I have stated multiple times that I'm comfortable with people asking me questions, and I will refrain from answering if I'm not comfortable with that.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Chai.
Can I ask a question of you, Dr. Komrosky?
Yes, and you have 1:20, and I want to be respectful of your time because we're on your time, and I want to entertain your first
Okay.
motion and second, and then get to your second one. Yeah.
So some of the student board members are minors, right? Is Dr. Velez, some of our student board members are minors, or considered minors?
As long as they're a student in the district, yes. Even if they're 18, they're still considered they're still considered under our watch. So
Okay,
yes.
and that's it. There's ed code and CSBA guidelines around this, so I didn't make
Thank you,
this up.
Dr. Anderson. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve this additional language. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Wiersma,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Barham,
No.
Schwartz,
No.
Komrosky,
Yes.
student board member.
No.
Motion adopted 3-2. So, Dr. Anderson will entertain your second motion and second if you're going to propose one on the, which item, so we can have it pulled up.
Social media monitoring language. It's in Student Records 5125. We have language that's very vague, and it almost sounds like it's restrictive to principals and site administrators if there was bullying or sexual harassment that happened online. The language that we have sounds like the principals cannot get on social media and use that for records of bullying or harassment, intimidation. So I just rewrote this so it would clarify the ed code and let the principals know that they can include they can put these social media posts in a student's record for disciplinary purposes. So it just clarifies the difference between what's the word I'm looking for? Just information gathering versus monitoring, continued monitoring, surveillance. That's what I'm looking for. That they they can't have surveillance, but they can monitor and they can put these things in the records. It's not really political. It's just clarifying.
Dr. Anderson, are you opposed to run this by legal if we get consent from the board right now?
Yeah, I think it would be good, and I think it would be helpful to clarify all this for.
So rather than a motion and a second, I propose on this to run it by legal and CSBA. So we have two converging points of data on this, because I want to make sure this is good to vote
Yeah,
in.
I think so, and I do think the policy needs clarified. So I would just say that we remove student records from action item number 11 until this is reviewed.
Okay, so would you like to motion and then see if you can get a second to table this to the next meeting we'll see if we get consensus from the majority of the board to have CSBA and legal look at it till the next meeting?
I just
Do you
motion
Yep.
to postpone 5125.
And to have legal and CSBA look at it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion?
Motion, the seconds on the table, discussion.
I don't know if you just made a speaking error, but we don't amend ed code. I think you meant amend ed policy, Dr. Anderson. You said amend the ed code. And we can't amend ed code. I'm just clarifying for the record.
Well taken.
Second of all, if you want to clarify this, send it to CSBA. I object to spending another penny sending anything to legal. CSBA is the expert on policies. We don't have to have the lawyers look at it. Just send it to CSBA. That's what they do. They have a whole policy division. Her name is Jennifer Santos, jsantos@csba.org. I have spoken to her many times. It's free. We do not have to send it to legal and spend of our taxpayer money on something that we can get for free.
Okay, I'm gonna ask Lene to call roll to vote this motion and second in, so we can entertain other board members' 2 minutes comments, because we're not going through each item 2 minutes and 2 minutes, and that's what this is divulging into. Yeah, but this is the thing though. This is your time, and it's a 2-minute round for all of these, and another 2-minute round. So I'm trying to keep us on track, because it looks like it's going to divulge into 2 minutes plus 2 minutes on each individual item. That's what I don't want to do. Okay. All right.
Okay. The only thing that I would like to
getting
say
late, thank
is,
you.
I mean, I think we're evolving into a pattern that we have seen before. I think that we should send these things to CSBA first, come back again for another read, and if we're struggling with the language after CSBA looks at it, then we can send it to legal. I mean, that's what we were doing when Dr. Anderson was president, before we started going nuts with sending everything to legal. I mean, that's what we were doing, and it was working. So I'm proposing that we just send this to CSBA first, because our legal bills are escalating again. I can see it happening.
Okay, point well taken. So give me 1 second. Dr. Anderson, you're the only one that can amend this motion. Do you want to amend it to drop the lawyer and send it to CSBA and bring it back? And then if we want legal to look at it after that, next meeting, we can. We take a vote then.
Yeah, I was just trying to add clarity to very vague, unclear language in our policy. So you guys, if you want to leave it all murky,
What I'm
whatever you
asking
want.
though for you
Yeah,
specifically is, do you want to amend the motion to just run this by CSBA?
Yeah, let's send it to CSBA.
Okay, so
That's
she's
good.
amended the motion and I second it.
I agree.
Okay. All right.
Excellent.
Lene, would you mind taking roll?
I have a question.
Oh, okay. Mrs. Wilson.
So when I called CSBA a while back to question them in terms of policy, what they told me is you don't pay for the legal, and they didn't give me an actual opinion. If they have a policy, we have access to that and we can see it, but they weren't clarifying any legal counsel whatsoever. So is there something I'm missing in the equation of what you all think can be accomplished in sending it to CSBA?
Yes, obviously.
Because they don't do it for free,
Yes,
and they
they
said we're
do.
not subscribed to whatever it is legally where they would offer that.
Legal is the, go ahead. No, it's okay. I don't want to say anymore. I already, I'm sorry. Can I clarify, please? Okay.
Sure.
You're talking about two different things. One is legal and one is policy. CSBA revises our policies and revises board policy periodically. If this is a board policy, 5125, and we want to amend it, we send it to them, they look at the policy, and they send it back with the amendments that are appropriate. Different than sending it to CSBA legal. So those are two separate things.
Yes, and we have a motion and a second to do just that.
Yes,
And let me
thank you.
remind the board too, on the last meeting, I asked the board, if you have any edits, please send them in. We received no edits. So this is real time on the spot now. So we're
Absolutely.
trying to work through this the best that we can. So Lene, would you please call roll?
Smith?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Barham?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Student Board Member?
Yes.
Motion adopted 5-0. See this next meeting after CSBA. Additional language is added. Now we still have,
I have 2 minutes.
I'll call on Mr. Barham for his 2 minutes, and eventually we're going to sweep vote the rest of these in if we can.
Okay. So,
Trying the best.
looking at graduation ceremonies, there were some concerns from the middle school that if an 8th grader had a cumulative GPA from grade 6 to grade 8 below 2.0, that student would not walk in the ceremonies or would not be allowed to go have fun at Knott's Berry Farm, those types of things. So there were some concerns about that. So Mrs. Deus and I, we talked, and we shot it back to the principals. I'm going to turn this over to her, if that's okay, Dr. Velez, to let her know the results of that. And I like what came out of the principals with Mrs. Deus. It's the way it should be. It's like policy comes from the bottom up. I like that, instead of from the top down. I think it works better that way, and it keeps us out of lawsuits. So, Mrs. Deus, I'm going to turn that over to you.
Yes, thank you. Is that okay, Dr. Velez? Okay. I think what you're referencing is the second part of the graduation board policy or a regulation has some information about middle school requirements for both extracurricular end-of-year activities and the ability to participate in the actual ceremony itself. So thank you for giving us some time to engage in a collaborative review with our middle school principals. I wanted to just update that the team affirmed that the existing language regarding academic or behavior eligibility should be maintained, but the beauty of the conversation was the collaboration and consensus of the importance of strengthening the early identification and intervention systems that we use for our 8th graders. So schools will start and continue to provide structured support plans, clear and ongoing parent communication, opportunities for students to demonstrate effort and improvement, and reviewing of established process with their site teams. In fact, if you're an 8th grader right now who's in danger of not walking in the ceremony, our 8th graders promote, you know. And our parents are working in communication in concert with our sites regarding that. So throughout the work, student care remains central. We don't think there needs to be a change to that portion of the board policy, and we look forward to maintaining high expectations, but ensuring meaningful supports are in place for every student.
Can I just ask Mrs. Deus to make, I think she left something out.
You still have a little bit of time
Do
because
I?
it was yielded to her, so we can.
Mrs. Deus, so can you please clarify the new GPA requirement to be able to, I don't think you said what
The GPA requirement remains the same as it's stated in the regulation outlined here with the 2.0. But we are looking at processes in place for intervention and support plans for students so that there is a chance for those based on site agreement if they need to work harder to get up to that point, or an alternate plan can be put in place where students can demonstrate their efforts, even if a 2.0 might not be in the near future based on some earlier circumstances with their grades.
So they can figure it out in the 8th grade, even though their GPA was below a 1.0, or I think it's below a 1.0. They can still figure it out in the 8th grade and still walk.
They have an opportunity to work with their administration and counseling teams to put together support plans to develop something that might be unique for that student. And that would be something that we continue to operate, that our middle schools are doing with a level of fidelity and will continue to do.
Okay.
So yes.
Yeah, so, yeah, I just want to make sure, because you're a 6th
Mr.
grader.
Barr,
and
I'm going to keep us on track. We got to
Okay.
move along. Yeah,
That's
I'm going to
fine.
call on Mrs. Wiersma next, if you're ready.
So with where we've landed at this point, the additional add that I would have is BP 1445 and BP 5145.13.
Slow down. It's getting late, please.
Sorry.
What was that again?
So it's BP 1445. That is the response, and it is replacing 5145.13. As I've done the homework on this and talked to a variety of trustees, there is some differing opinion in what is needed legally. And I know we've talked about CSBA being the beacon and the guiding light of policy. In some aspects, they are, and we do rely on them for a number of things, but they definitely have a bias in some topics and policies. And what I would like to do with these is actually run them by legal, because there's some debate in terms of extra verbiage, whether it's needed or not. And so I just want to be cautious with this one, continue to move forward, recognizing what we support and what's important to do as per ed code and so forth. But because in my study I found differing opinions, that I would like to put a pause on and continue to work.
Okay, and just to give you a point of clarity too, DeMarco's already looked at this and he said these are good to go. So I'm just for clarity's sake, Dr. Velez has already run the immigration policy through. So it might be a moot point to run it by legal again, but go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to let you know.
So my point on that would be him looking at it and saying, is this good to go? That would be an easy place to go. But in terms of editing or giving additional verbiage in terms of how we're going to personalize it as a district in supporting federal agents and what they might need to do in addition to supporting families and students is a different factor altogether. So it's one thing to look at it and give that. And I never saw a synopsis nor an email from the lawyer. And if I had, I would have asked an additional question or two. So I'm not saying this is a no-go for forever. I'm saying I think there could be additional clarification before I would vote it through.
You can vote now.
So do you have
That's
a
what I would
motion?
like to do.
Can you make a motion in a second then?
So I would like to
Be clear, very
make,
specific, yeah.
I would like to make a motion to table BP 1445 and bring it back for the next meeting, which I believe is March 10th.
That's the only item?
That's the only item.
And have legal review it, which they've already done? No, I'm trying to get the motion. You want to bring it back? Oh, you just want input that you can
Well, I have a whole
communicate with
page
Dr.
of notes that I
Velez.
took with a couple of trustees and people today, and what I would like to do is ask some clarifying questions
Okay.
that go beyond, I looked at it, good to go, because
I'll-
I think there's more insight there to explore.
I'll second that, and then if we get the votes, you can work with Dr. Velez, and then we can bring it back next
Great.
meeting. All right.
Yep.
Okay. And any other trustee, we can bring this back and accept feedback on it. All right, Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Wiersma.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Barham.
To push this item to the next meeting, Mr. Schwartz. Pending
Just
review.
I'm sorry, just the motion is to table this to the next meeting. Sending it back to legal again?
No, so
I'm just, excuse me, I just want to clarify. What
Were
is
you
the
listening to what
motion?
I just went through?
You said you want to table it and bring it back so that you can have input into it based on information that you've garnered in the past, correct?
I don't think we voted, or I don't think the motion in the second was for legal. It was to bring it back.
That's what
And-
I'm-
and
that-
Mrs.
I'm
Wiersma
just-
was- yeah,
I'm
yeah.
just trying to clarify.
Mrs. Wiersma was working with Dr. Velez on this, and if anything legal already answered, she will know and communicate that with
that's fine then.
Ms. Wiersma.
Thank you.
And then if
Got it.
next meeting we decide we need more legal, then we can vote
And,
then.
and so all of us then can re-examine this policy, and we can all ask other
Correct.
trustees from other districts, as Mrs. Wiersma has, for input,
Yeah,
and
Mr.
we can
Schwartz,
modify it.
just follow
Thank
it
you.
through Dr. Velez. Thank you. Okay,
Gotcha.
and it's your vote.
Yes.
I was on Barham.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Schwartz?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Student board member?
Yes.
Motion adopted 5-0. Okay. Thank you. And we've accepted comments from Dr. Anderson, Mr. Barham, Mrs. Wiersma, Mr. Schwartz, your 2 minutes.
No, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. I'm done as well. Oh, excuse me. I actually want to comment on graduation. I want to add something. See if I get I'll move and see if I get a second. And I know this will come back to the next meeting. Oh, excuse me. Correction. We're not on the information reports. This is a second reading. I want to add, if you can pull this up for me, please, Lene, on graduation. I can form this language. I want to add that if a trustee wants to, a trustee can give a 1 to 3 minute speech at a high school graduation. We are elected officials. We are elected amongst the peers of our community. Each one of the board members should, if they want to, be able to speak. 1 to 3 minutes. Middle school, 1 to 2 minutes. A motivational speech encouraging our young leaders when they leave when they go from middle school to high school, the transition, or when they're leaving high school graduation out into the world. We should be able to give those motivational speeches, and I can form that language as such to where if a trustee, I don't know, maybe Lene can help me on the spot. If a trustee wants to give a speech, they have the right 1 to 3 minutes at a high school. If there are 2 trustees, each one of them have the right to do this, but the second trustee that is accepting the class speaks last because they're accepting the class. And in middle school, 1 to 2 minutes. I move for that. Do I have a second?
I will second that.
Can I just give comment while she types it up? One of my concerns is that this policy was written with several site administrators. Like, there were principals, vice principals, board members, and cabinet there. So I need to think about it. Can we adopt it now, and then you could bring the adopted policy back and amend it later?
I'm open for bringing it back to the next meeting, and I can amend my motion, but if I get the votes, I'd like to vote it in now. And each trustee, we have the option to work with the principal at the site and look at their own mission statements and formulate that motivating language. So I'm up for tabling it to the next meeting for board members to consider it, or we could take a vote right now.
Can I finish my ceremonies was agendized, so everyone had time. I think we should bring it back because I can't support it right now. I need to consider it. So could we bring it back?
I'll amend the motion to bring it back. Each board member consider that, giving a speech at a graduation.
I'll
okay?
second that.
All right, we have a second. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
I'm sorry. What is the motion?
The motion is to table this to the next meeting, and each board member consider whether they want to give a speech on graduation, high school, middle school. That's it, and we could think about it,
No,
2 weeks.
I mean, I understand. I mean, I like the idea, but can I know you want to bring it back. Can I just ask Mrs. Diaz something on this policy?
You got to ask Dr. Velez to ask.
Can I ask her something on this policy?
On the graduation policy
Yeah.
for high school?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean,
If we can make it
I'm going to make it
short,
very quick.
okay.
So, Mrs. Diaz, question for you. Question. because we're going to bring this back considering Dr. Komrosky and what he wants to do at graduation. And we had talked about, very briefly, the principals kind of struggling with what we came up with in the fall regarding the whole process in choosing speakers and that sort of thing. Since Dr. Komrosky wants to bring, he wants to entertain that motion, which I'm all about, should we maybe at that time, before we adopt this, talk about some of the struggles that the administrators are having in the high schools regarding how to choose their student speakers? Because we talked about this in the fall, but Mrs. Deus was saying that the principals were kind of struggling with it. So in addition to entertaining what Dr. Komrosky wants to bring back with regard to this motion, should we maybe talk about those struggles at the same time before we adopt this?
I want to say that our high school principals do a really good job of following policy. So what's in policy, our principals will follow. I also want to say, having planned a few high school graduations in my career, those are timed down to the second. And the priority is typically to engage as many student speakers as possible. If this is something that we're going to bring back, I appreciate that it's coming to another meeting, because I think it will be important to have conversations surrounding it.
All right, thank you. And to clarify, I have heard board members in other districts speak at graduations.
I
thought
have
we're
no
elected.
problem with what you're saying.
I would just recommend that before we make it policy, we run it by the high school principals and see what they have to say, and then bring it back.
Well, we're going to bring it back next meeting if we
No,
get the
I don't
votes.
mind bringing back the discussion,
Yeah.
but I don't think we should make a decision without consulting the principals,
Well,
since
and
they're going to be the ones.
Mrs. Deus made it clear, the principals follow board policy. You are aware, too, that we dictate board policy. We are elected governing officials. This is within our purview. But there's one point you made, Mrs. Deus, and I'm really glad you make it, down to the very second. So that helps me not say 1 to 3 minutes. It's either 1, 2, or 3, a very specific time, and not iffy, because it's down to the second. So that kind of input already helped.
Can I just make one comment?
No, can I make a motion? Because he's had way more time to speak
All
on
right,
this
then
than
let's just
anyone
call
else.
this to vote.
Let's,
We
I
already have a
move.
we already have a motion in
Yeah,
a second
put
to
it
table.
off. Yeah, I second to table it.
Okay, Wiersma?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Barham?
Yes.
Schwartz?
No.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Student board member?
Yes.
Motion adopted 4-1. We'll see this next meeting. Get some input. Board members, please think about it. Reorder the agenda for comment. Oh, gosh. I was wishful thinking. Oh, my God. All the other policies, if there's no board discussion, I can entertain a motion in a second to sweep those in and vote. And then I'm going to recommend that we take a break and then start information reports.
Are we doing action on
Yeah.
those policies?
Yeah, the rest of them.
I move to
Except for
adopt those policies.
Except for the one that.
Except for the one that we
Yes,
tabled.
I just made the motion.
Mr.
Second.
Schwartz, motion.
Second.
We have a second by Mr. Barham. Lene, would you mind
Wiersma?
calling roll?
Sure.
All
Wiers-
remaining board policies are being voted in with one vote, to be clear, by the
Wiersma?
board.
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Barham?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Student board member?
Yes.
Motion adopted 5-0. Thank you. And we are on to the final action item before information reports.
We tabled it, number 12.
Reorder the agenda for comments.
We put it aside.
We did not.
We didn't put it aside.
We did not table that
We
one.
did not table that.
Okay, so Lene, would you mind pulling this up? And I'll let
We have 3
Mrs.
public comments.
Okay.
First up is Carolyn Thomas, followed by Kelly Maxey.
No, we didn't table it. We tabled something else.
Good evening. I believe we all want the same thing, a board meeting that's efficient, productive, and gets everyone home at a decent hour. For years, I've watched the public comments first structure fall short. Citizens stand up to voice frustrations or ask questions that are then addressed in detail by staff reports many hours later after they have already left the room. Conversely, when we put public comments at the very end of the night, they're often presented to an empty room and require constituents and employees to stay very late on a work night. We have been trapped in this either-or debate. They're first or they're last. Comments first, comments last. And as I read the agenda proposed, I was really pleased to see Trustee Wiersma's out-of-the-box thinking proposal, which offers a necessary compromise. Place information reports at the very beginning of the meeting and then follow them by public comments. In this way, we ensure a better informed public. We want our public to know what's happening in our district, increased efficiency, and true accessibility. This is that Goldilocks zone, not too early for working parents to arrive and not so late that they have to stay until midnight. I do understand your desire, Trustee Komrosky, for early participation by placing comments at the beginning, but that does sometimes prioritize performative speech over substance. Participation isn't meaningful if the public hasn't heard the valuable staff information that informs them by our wonderful executive staff here and provides updates relevant to our district's business. Students first, school business first. Transparency isn't just handing someone a microphone, it's ensuring that they have all the facts before they speak. Moving comments to the very beginning is a myth of accessibility. It doesn't help the parents or employees who need to finish work or feed their children dinner. If we want informed decision-making, we must first inform, through our information reports, the stakeholders. Let's choose clarity over inefficiency. Please support Trustee Wiersma's agenda item to reorder the agenda to place information reports first and immediately follow them by public comments.
Next up is Kelly Maxey, followed by Sarah Bell.
Good evening. Ms. Wiersma, I'm here tonight to speak about your agenda item regarding the reordering of public comments. I want to start by saying that I appreciate this idea. I think adjusting the order could give more people a fair chance to share their voices. However, with that said, I do have concerns about the second part of your proposal to add an electronic component for comments. I understand the goal of making participation more accessible, but I worry that it might make it harder for the board to stay focused and productive during meetings. Clearly, this is something that the board already struggles with. So adding another layer of input could make that even more difficult. If, however, the electronic component option is included in the action item tonight, I'd like to suggest a few amendments for the board to consider before it's voted upon. First, electronic submissions should be limited to people directly connected to our district. Students, parents, guardians of enrolled students, district employees, and residents of taxpayers within district boundaries should be included. Submissions should include a name, address, and a connection to the district. This ensures we're hearing from the community you were elected to represent, not from people who have no stake in our schools. Second, emails should relate directly to district business or items on the public's agenda. We don't need our meetings sidetracked by personal grievances, rumors, or unrelated claims. This will help keep discussions on track and centered on what truly affects our students and schools. Third, the review process should be handled by district staff, not by individual board members. Submissions should go to a designated district email, and the superintendent, board secretary, or another neutral administrator should screen them using clearly adopted criteria. That would help ensure fairness and transparency and avoid any perception that particular voices are being amplified. Lastly, you should consider reasonable time limits, like word count or maximum number of emails read aloud, because we certainly don't need any more unnecessary time added to these meetings. Thank you for considering these points. As board members, you should strive to hear the voices of all of your community members. However, this proposal, as it's currently written, needs more guardrails to ensure that it is equitable, orderly, and reflective of our community. Thank you.
Sarah Bell.
Hi. I also really appreciated this reordering of the agenda items. Many of us have witnessed, many of us stay until the end or as late as I possibly can. And for me, the hardest part is actually watching the district staff give their information at reports at like 10 or 11 o'clock at night. So I'm glad to see a proposal that addresses that. I have the same concern about the e-comments, just the burden that it will bring to you guys of additional information that you need to read when that same information can be sent already to you over email or through the Let's Talk platform. It just seems like it's adding another thing for you to do. My real concern is the general public comment and, just the shift in how it's been discussed. As the other speaker said, there's no single placement that's going to work, but putting it after information and reports could possibly work. But my concern goes above the agenda order, and it's a shift in how the public participation is being addressed. So, like one example, if we go back to last year, like Trustee Komrosky, there was September 9th, 2025 meeting. It was an agenda item that was established no board action would take, and you strongly supported allowing all 9 speakers for the full 3 minutes. But now at the meeting earlier this month, the conversation shifted towards a very limited general speaking time of 30 minutes. And so I'm concerned about the change in consistency there, access to public speaking, like what changed? What happened to that expectation and the commitment to hearing from everyone? Like, why did that change now that you're board president? The district has experienced the consequences in the past during your board presidency of restricting public comment, diminished trust, heightened conflict, and lasting damage that the board majority created. And those outcomes are harmful. And so I just want to say that that should serve as a clear caution when you're making this decision to go forward. My concern is not so much where you put them, but how you put them and how you, address and hear from the public, because we do sacrifice to be here because it's important to us. Thank you.
I can go first, or you can go first. I'd like to go first. I'd like to clarify. So there's 2 options that could be emerge. Mine is to have public comments, then board comments, then consent calendar. All I'm doing is giving you the context. I don't need to list the entire agenda. It's the same. I'm just shifting public and board up, and I'm going to motion to remove the student comments, but prioritize student speakers in public comments, which the board has always done. In fact, we have a color-coded sheet that lets us know if a student is speaking, and in the past meetings, we've always prioritized them. This student comment section was never voted into a bylaw. It was added to the agenda back in February of last year. So it actually can be removed since it was officially never codified into a bylaw. So that's my request. And then let me just address something else. It's never the board president who decides the time and the time per speaker. It's the majority of the board. That's always how we worked. We assess how many speakers there are, how many minutes we want to take, and is it 2 minutes, 1 minute, 3 minutes? And recall, I don't think I've ever wanted anybody to speak for a minute. It's just too fast. That's been my track record. Sometimes it's 2 minutes, sometimes it's 3 minutes. That's a majority of the board that decides that, not one person. So that can be flexible meeting to meeting, depending on how late it is. For example, last time, the meeting, I think public comments happened at 10 or 11. It was so late. So the majority of the board said, all right, we're going to go down to 2 minutes. That's not me. That's the majority of the board. So I will let Jen take over that, but that's my suggestion. I'll call for a motion in a second to have public comments at the beginning of the meeting, which I've advocated for my entire time on this board, and then board comments, and then consent.
Joseph, can I talk after Jen so I can address?
Sure. Mrs. Wiersma, I yield my time now. It's Mrs. Wiersma. So ultimately, the board has to figure out what kind of motion and second we want to have.
I want to thank the speakers who just commented. I really appreciate your insight, and I've had several conversations with people in the public, and it's been helpful because I think what we want to do is compromise and meet in the middle, which is why I'm for having the public general comments in the middle. I think it makes sense. We don't have it at the beginning or at the end, but kind of a midpoint. So that is why I advocated for that, and thank you to those who have had conversations with me. In terms of the e-comment, I understand the concern there. That came through watching the San Diego County Board of Supervisors and seeing how they operate. There are many people who don't want to come to the meetings. They cannot make the time, and that's understandable. But if there's a link on our page where the TVUSD agenda can be accessed, it would be an easy thing for them to click on to have a form, and I absolutely agree. It should not be anonymous. They should state who they are with important information. I agree with Mrs. Maxey that the amount of words should be limited, and I too don't want to see staff burdened. However, I think there's a way to do this where what I would like to tell parents is, please, when you see a board agenda drop, go ahead and make a comment on the Google form. It's short, it's sweet, we can review it before we go to the dais that evening.
Can you
I just
add
want
more-
to accommodate
Can you
everyone.
add more time? She was actually on mine, and I was going to make it a motion in a second. Jen, we're going to give you more time. So I don't know at what point you jumped into my time. We didn't reset your timer.
That's fine. I think I'm about done. I just want everyone to understand that the goal is to hear as many people as possible and not have e-comments weaponized. That's not a hill that I'm going to die on. I'm just trying to get more people in the conversation. In terms of the board comments, I'd like to keep that at the end so that the community actually hears from us, kind of to wrap a bow around it. And we can always send that out onto social media and beyond for those that know it's late. But I would rather reserve my board comment for the end versus doing it right at the beginning or midpoint. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to yield the floor to Dr. Anderson, but I'm going to make a motion in a second. And if we don't get a second, it dies. I'm going to motion to bring public comments to the beginning of the meeting, then board comments, then superintendent comments, with eliminating student comments, but they get filtered into the public comments prioritized. You're first, students. You always have been. So that's my motion. Do I have a second?
Can you say it again so I can write it down?
Exactly what you're looking at right here, except for the addition to after board comments, superintendent comments. So it'll say public comments, board comments, superintendent comments, consent calendar. That's my motion. Public comments?
I'm sorry,
Public comments,
my
excuse me.
screen is not working, so
I'll help you.
looking at-
Public comments,
Okay. Just
then
tell me,
board
'cause my
comments. You
screen
can look
is-
at You can look
Well,
at the
I'm
screen.
looking at Jen's thing, and I'm trying to do this. because
Okay,
my screen-
public, then board,
Public,
then superintendent,
board, superintendent,
then superintendent. No, in the very beginning. Dr. Velez actually commented to me that if this gets moved, she wants to have board comment, or her comments right after board comments, okay? And it might get shot down, but that's my motion. Do I have a second? No. Okay, there's no second. Good.
Can I make another proposal? Kind of a hybrid? First, Dr. Komorowski, and I have 2 minutes to explain why they are the way they are. Is that okay? Okay, it's my 2 minutes. So I moved public comments to the very end. It was sort of liability protection, so I didn't have to throw people out of the meeting. I could move them to the end when their comments weren't germane, and also to prioritize comments that were related to business. But I'm open to switching it. I added student comments without anyone's permission. When I made the agenda, I made a special place for student comments because I didn't want them to stay up really late at night waiting till the end. So I would support doing away with student comments now that they don't have to stay up late, doing recognitions, student organization, information and reports, public comments, action, board comments, and superintendent comments, and then future agendas. So everything like Jen did, but remove student comments, and I think that was the only change. Is that the only change I just said? Yeah, so I'm okay doing it the way that Jen has it if we, because I just added that. No one really approved it. That was just something I did. But I think that we're risking interfering with the meeting, so we don't need that anymore because they aren't going to stay up past their bedtime. I would move to accept Jen's policy minus student general comments. And wait, I had one question about, are we going to read all of these out during the meeting? no, it's just to read privately. Okay, then I would accept this policy written minus student general comments.
Okay, that's what you're motioning for. Is there a second? And add superintendent comments after board comments. So board comments and superintendent's comments are at the end. Okay. And so essentially, Jen, you're putting public comments in the middle of the meeting. That's what you desire if if we get a motion a second.
That is what I would second.
All right, so Dr. Anderson, you have a motion. She seconded it. And we can discuss this motion in second now.
So I'm just trying to understand. You want to remove the general student comments? Is that what this motion is?
Yeah, but specifically incorporate them into the public comments prioritized.
Oh, kind of like my policy that I voted on, but that was voted down, yes.
Absolutely.
I understand. I do find myself treading in strange waters, because when I read this proposal that Mrs. Wiersma made, it makes perfect sense to me. I like everything. I like putting the comments in the middle so that people who come late can be there, people who come early can speak. I don't like taking out the section on student comments, but if that's going to get this passed, then I will agree to what she said. Take out that prioritize student comments and general comments, and take out that other student comment area. So I vote yes.
Stage, but I hear what you're saying. Mr. Barham.
So does this motion include the e-comments? It includes the e-comments?
I didn't hear e-comments, or did it?
I didn't.
Yes, it did. I said policy as written with the e-comments.
Oh, okay.
E-comments. You just get to read them. They don't get read out.
Okay. As long as the e-comments
I'll verify that.
come with Mrs. Maxey's,
That
as long as those e-comments, and Mrs. Wiersma seems to agree with that, as long as the e-comments come with Mrs. Maxey's recommendations, I like this. And I think it's not only do I think it's important that public comments come in the middle, but I think it's really important that information comes before action, because information informs action, and information means we get to hear from our staff on educational matters. And that's what I'm looking for. That's what I've always looked for. And in the previous administration, I think it was like that, but Dr. Komrowski, you like information different, which is fine, but I think it's important. Information informs action, public comments in the middle, board comments at the end, superintendent comments at the end, after you hear everything that's going on in the meeting. To get it past, student comments in public comments, but students prioritized, I'm getting a yes out there. So I'm for this, as long as Mrs. Maxey's recommendations are incorporated into the e-comments. I'm going to vote yes.
Okay, so we're on first round. Everybody's spoken.
May I ask a question?
We're on second round. Okay, yes. Ms. Yeah, I'm trying to deliberate to see if I spoke yes on presenting, but I yield anyway, so yes. Ms. Cha, you're up.
For e-comments, what would make that system different from like the existing systems that we already have to like receive comments about things online? Because I don't know exactly like what we already have, so I just wanted to know.
That is a great question. I think when I let the community know, you need to go here to look at the agenda, people like convenience. And so if they see you click here for the agenda and you click here to go ahead and submit your e-comment, that's helpful. They could send an email, but sometimes it's complicated because you have to spell it out and they have to remember it. So I just think if you've got it really simple for people, here's the agenda, go ahead and submit it. I'm good for all the parameters that Mrs. Maxey mentioned. It makes it simplified, and it's just one more aspect of the community being able to get in touch.
And those e-comments would be available to all the board members?
They would have until 12 p.m. the day of the
the
meeting.
public?
It would be available, and there would be copies in the back if people want to look through it. We're not reading them out loud in the meeting. It doesn't take the place of general public comments, and they're not all written into the record, but they are available. So it's for us to see those additional people.
Okay, got you. Yeah, I was just wondering, like, if someone were to send an email to like an individual board member about like a comment that they would want to make, like, would that board member be like required or to like direct them to like the e-comment section, or is that like?
I don't know if it would be required, but it could definitely be a suggestion. And I think if we incorporate it, we'll see how it goes. But people will talk, and they'll know that that's one way they can submit. I know so many folks who would prefer to send us something and not have to sit and be here. So,
Okay,
yeah.
sounds good. Thank you.
I have a clarifying question for Dr. Velez. Would this burden the staff with these e-comments? Since we already have email, and any member of the public can email all 5 board members, and including the superintendent. So I feel like this is a redundancy. That's just me. But I want to ask a clarifying question, if I may. Does this put an undue burden on staff?
I do think that there is an impact on staff in regards to public comment or coming in as e-comment. It's not currently something that we do. We will obviously go with, if this is something that the board so desires, that you want to do. I do want to acknowledge the fact that there probably is going to be a staffing impact. In addition to that, I would also like to make sure that there's clarity in regards to the e-comments, that there can necessarily, because it is being construed as a public comment, there can't necessarily be any individual action by any board member in regard to that e-public comment.
Okay.
Clarifying question to you, Doctor.
Give me a second. Was your time, Ms. Wiersma? Yeah, you did 2 minutes and 2 minutes. I'm trying to respect the rotations, keep us on track. Mr. Barham, I don't have you for a second 2-minute round.
Oh, I get it. I get one.
Yeah.
So, how do you feel about Dr. Velez's response? I'm just curious. That it would be a burden. I mean, you asked the question. You don't have to answer, I'm just asking, because
No,
I think that it should be considered.
I'm flexible with what the board wants on this. I'm going to vote no on this because I want public comments in the
Okay.
beginning, and I've stayed true to that. But I disagree with the e-comments. There's email.
Okay.
It's a redundancy.
Mrs. Wiersma, can I ask you?
Yes, and how about this? This might be an option. What if we put something to click on the agenda page that somehow easily gives them the ability to send an email? Maybe that's something to consider. Again, this isn't the hill to die on, but San Diego County Board of Supervisors and other groups do this all the time. A Google form is free. It's really an easy way to do it, but if we can link an email,
I'd rather do that.
Could they
that's
just?
fine too.
I'd rather
I'm
do
sorry,
that.
could they just email us like they do now? And we'll get the comments, it'll come directly to us, it won't burden the staff. And, I mean, I get email comments all the time before board meetings from people, and I respond or not, depending on who it is, but at least it comes directly to us. So I agree with Dr. Velez, I don't want Ms. Susanna Sebar to have to go through 500 comments and print them. It's going to be a burden on people, and I don't think it's fair. So I think the policy could be that they email us directly.
Just
That's
that
fine.
okay?
If that's how the board majority feels, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I really
Good.
think if we can have something on that agenda page that eases that process for people, I just know folks intimidated
I'm
to
good
put in
with
all
that.
the email
Let's do
addresses
that.
and all
Sure,
that.
put the email
Yeah, but-
addresses
yeah,
on the page.
You guys were speaking over each other.
Sorry.
I want Dr.
But the
Velez-
conversation's good, though.
Yeah. I want Dr. Velez to speak, but here's a point of clarity. You just can't put something on a page. That's an IT platform. Can't just say, let's put it on there to waste so many emails, unless somebody magically can. You're talking about an IT software platform. You got to be very careful when you
But districts
assume.
do it. That's where I pulled the examples.
Yeah, okay, so I'm just saying, if we can, so it's a point of clarity. But Dr. Velez want to add something to the conversation that might help.
So, Jen, I really appreciate, or Ms. Wiersma, I really appreciate you kind of bringing that up. We can, and if you can allow us the 2 weeks until March 10th, to work with IMS to determine if on the agenda we can make sure that if you choose to reach out to board members and have here's the addresses and maybe what we can do. And I know Mr. Romero's in the back, but if we click on this, then we can automatically get an email generated to board members. So I'll work with IMS over the course of the next couple weeks to see what we can do to be able to bring that out rather than a separate form, something that automatically would go to board members.
That's fine.
Okay.
Can we vote?
All right, we'll do
Can
that.
I amend my can I amend my,
Dr. Anderson, you may amend your motion. You brought it forward.
okay, I'm going to amend the motion, then we'll keep the same order minus the e-comment part. We're going to work on it. We can bring it back as a policy. So I amend my motion to have Mrs. Wiersma's comment order. There's one thing that we need, and that is, I do think the board president needs to have the ability to sometimes switch action and information. So if we can just add one line that the board president.
I'd rather it be by consent by majority board, not up to me. Majority
up to you?
board.
Sometimes
Nope,
I feel like
not
when
up
you're
to me. Majority board, because I'll set the agenda based upon the board and how we vote.
And we
I don't want to have unilateral power to maneuver that. That's the
Well,
majority of
did
the
it
board.
changes to the agenda? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
During the
fine then.
meeting live, the majority of the board can decide right there to move items.
So I motion to accept Jen's proposal of order minus e-comments and minus student general comments. Do I have a second?
Second.
Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Do something.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Barham?
Oh, yes.
Schwartz?
Oh, yes.
Komrosky?
No, but I will go along with the board majority. I'm a diehard. I want public comments in the beginning.
Student
but
board
I'll
mem-
still
oh, sorry.
accept the majority vote.
Yes.
Forgive me, Dr. Komrosky. And
Motion
student board member?
adopted,
Yeah.
oh, she answered. Motion adopted, 4-1. Moving along. All right, do I have board approval?
5 minutes? 5 minutes.
5 to 10? 5 minute, here we go.
A report? Does anybody have any questions? Because remember, this was online.
I actually see if I can get consensus to do this one and push the rest for the rest of the meeting. Because here's the thing, we can talk about it, we're not doing it.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to start the meeting.
Do 1, 2. It's going to go super fast.
Okay. Okay, so we're on to information reports, VAPA overview, TK 12. If the audience can please seat themselves.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, we're on to VAPA overview, TK 12. Do we have any board comments?
No public comments, but.
No, we don't have public comments? Do we have board comments? I have no comments. Mr. Schwartz, do you have a comment?
On what, I'm sorry?
We're on VAPA overview, TK 12.
No, I love VAPA. I don't have any public comments, but I want to hear it.
We don't have public comments.
No,
Mr. Barham's not present, so we can move to the next item. We're not taking action on this. It's just information reports.
Okay.
We're on item 2, first read of the new or amended board policies, administrative regulations, exhibits, and board bylaws. On this one,
We
we're
have
gonna
a
do-
few public comments on this
Oh,
one.
we do? Okay, so
Sorry,
we'll
let me
take the
count.
public
It looks like
comments.
4.
Okay.
Okay, first up is Upneat, followed by Jeff. To Jeff then? Jeff?
Jeff?
Jeff? Oh, okay, sorry. So no Jeff. Then Caroline Hoffman?
She's in the bathroom with her daughter, who does not feel safe to go to the restroom by herself. So I think we can give her a little.
Please start the time. Thank you, Lynette.
Oh, we love to start Caroline's time because we don't love to listen. So basically, I'm just wondering if Emil's going to get naming rights for this board policy about student interactions, because we all know that's the reason it was implemented. Are community members not allowed to be mentors to students anymore? Like, I would think that if somebody sits on the board, they'd actually be a really good mentor. So it's just funny to me that they're not letting them. So now, Oopnie's back. I'm good. Yeah, that's your turn. You were first.
Okay, Upneat?
Which one is this? Okay. Yep. I'm going to begin by saying student safety is non-negotiable. Protecting students from coercion, exploitation, harassment, or misuse of authority should be a shared value across this board. This is not partisan and it should not be controversial. However, governance policy must be written carefully and precisely. Board members are elected officials, not district employees. Policies that are overly broad or vague can create constitutional concerns, enforcement ambiguity, and unintended consequences. This draft also blends together two very different categories. I'm talking about the Code of Ethics, actually. The draft also blends two very different categories of conduct. It mixes general ethical expectations, such as maintaining professional boundaries, with the allegations of serious misconduct like bribery, quid pro quo exchanges, or sexual exploitations. These are not simply ethics issues. These are, if they occur, these are legal issues, and law enforcement needs to be involved immediately. There is no censure motion or loosely drafted policy language for this. And when we're handing out censure resolutions like Halloween candy, they kind of lose meaning at that point. And when we ignore bylaws, drop whenever they're convenient, agree to a professional code of conduct while on the board and chit chat while other people are talking, then what's the point of having all these bylaws, board policies, when we choose to ignore them whenever it's inconvenient for us? There's no point. Like, we spend a lot of time debating these and all of that. I remember undergoing this training at work once. It was a sexual harassment training. A lawyer came to give the training. And basically he gave the training was 2 sentences, don't be an idiot, and that was about it, and like read all the directions that are given over here. You guys keep on adding these things and then you behave like petty toddlers, all of you. This code of ethics and all of these are very high egalitarian values. You guys are not even doing the basics. Basic respect is lacking over here. Ethics and all of that, these are nice words to use, make it sound like, very superior or very egalitarian, but you guys are like missing out on the basics. Discussing all of this, and when you're like, your intent is never clear, what are you trying to achieve? In that previous policy where you're like, hey, social media, private messaging ban, that does not stop anybody from publicly commenting on anything. So I don't know what the goal of that previous policy was and what you achieved out of it. And you're putting out like really broad things like digital messaging, I've read through, I've been really busy, I haven't had the time, but you are not creating any clarity, you're creating more ambiguity. Our school district is not that special. There are other places also where things like the same things happen. There are like standard policies, start over there, and if there's a special need in the district, then add to it. We do not need new policies. Just be basic good humans first.
Next speaker.
Last speaker is Jen Crum.
Good evening. So we don't need a policy to maintain proper distance. What I honed in on the last meeting was Mrs. Anderson talking about senior board members and closeness and all of that. And so specifically, that got to me. It is deeply troubling and irresponsible to publicly accuse a fellow board member of being too close to a student or borderline inappropriate without clear evidence and proper process. Allegations like that are not casual. They strike at integrity, reputation, and livelihood of not just one person, but of the entire board. What did you mean by senior member? Age or length of service? Once words like that are spoken, they cannot be taken back. And after whatever experiences have moved you to tears on the dais, it is difficult to understand why you would cast that kind of shadow over somebody else. We have seen this pattern before with Mr. Komrowski. He was once recorded making a similar sweeping claim, stating that our district has pedophiles, that he didn't know who they were, but he would find them. I believe he was referring to teachers specifically, but statements like that place a cloud over every educator, staff member, and volunteer who serves our students with integrity. When a teacher was later formally accused, Mr. Komrowski had nothing to do with addressing it. The system worked as designed, through reporting procedures, investigation, and due process, not through inflammatory rhetoric. So Mrs. Anderson also suggested that board members should not be on campuses, but how else can you truly understand what is happening in our schools? Relationships are built through presence, and are you attending events? Are you following up, creating opportunities to listen? Leadership is not only responding to emails from those with concerns, it's also engaging with those who may never send one. You learn a great deal simply by being there. So that said, balance matters. It can be intrusive for board and cabinet members to enter classrooms, especially in the large groups like Mrs. Anderson had mentioned. But lessons are centered around that disruption. So perhaps not all 6 members need to be, or however many people are visiting, they don't all need to be in the classroom at once. Have thoughtful presence and respectful engagement, that's key. And in the inflammatory language and broad accusations, they plant seeds of doubt, creating fear and division. As a board, the responsibility is not to inflame, but to lead, and not to divide, but to unify our sites and employees around student success and safety. I know that's a hard thing for you guys to grasp, but we owe our students vigilance, our staff fairness, and our community leadership grounded in integrity, evidence, respect, and genuine engagement. Thank you.
Okay, last speaker, Jeff Pack.
Thank you very much. In looking at this document, a sea of blue written by who knows who. Either these were written by staff or by board counsel or by one of you, and only one of those is not a drain on district financial resources. Imagine if you put as much effort into developing new ideas to help our students achieve higher than ever before as you did into these nitpicking control issues policies meant to shackle and weaponize against each other. Woo! We'd really have something going on there, wouldn't we? But first, let's talk about number 5. The basic functions of the board are established policies by which school districts are administered and select the superintendent and staff who will implement these policies. Selecting staff is not within your purview. You know that. And if it was there before and not changed, it should be changed here and now. Even though several of you have tried to be involved in hiring staff prior, again, control issues, that's not your role. Board members shall not direct, encourage, solicit, organize, facilitate student participation in advocacy efforts, campaigns, or demonstrations related to board decisions, district governance, or the election or recall of any board member. Vague and nitpicky language yet again, a clear sign of intent to weaponize any and all interactions as a violation against board members which you are opposed. You know, this side and that side, as you mentioned in the last meeting. This code of ethics and the bylaws of the board of trustees are enforceable by means of a motion calling for the adoption of a censure resolution. Let me remind you, there are at least 3 censure resolutions and 1 vote of no confidence resolution just floating in the wind. Because they have your names on them, we're not talking about it. You talk about accountability. But we know this is about control, about power, about payback. And from the looks of what has been written here, you 3 have violated each and every one of these. Is this penance? Listen, I'm a big fan of good governance, and good governance means service in this capacity requires sacrifice, compromise, finding a middle ground, all in the service to the greater good. That is an inconvenient truth for the likes of you, a man who has anointed himself a savior for the souls of 27,000 students. You were elected by a simple majority of voters that participated in the last election. As we know, less than half of eligible voters even voted in that election. You have no mandate to bestow upon yourself any savior delusions. What they asked you for, what people have always asked for, was a servant of the greater good. And you refused to do it, choosing instead to honor yourself while embarking into make-believe battles of which only you can see. If it wasn't so frustrating and costly to our students and taxpayers, we could laugh and endure it. But people suffer at the cause of your narcissism, and you should be ashamed of that. Thank you.
Okay, I'll open this up, and this is going to be for the entirety of these 9, excuse me, 1, 2, 3, 4, the entirety of all of them, 2 minutes, twice, that's it, not per item. What I would highly suggest is something that I asked the board last meeting, all of us to bring in our comments. We're not voting on these tonight. And to save time, we can go through 2 minutes times 2 minutes on this and be done with it on the next meeting. But I would encourage every single board member not to, on the spot, make the edits for the next meeting. Send them to Dr. Velez so that she can incorporate this, answer your questions ahead of time. That's my encouragement. And I'm not going to present, so I'm going to open up the floor, and we'll do 2 rounds of 2 rounds, and then we'll move through this. And also, sorry, I have to read this. At approximately 9:30, which it's now 9:42, I didn't want to interrupt the comments, the governing board will determine which of the remaining agenda items can be considered and acted upon before 10 p.m. and may continue all other items on which additional time is required until a future meeting. All meetings are scheduled to end at 10 p.m. My ask, and we'll see if we get board consensus, is to finish this item and push all the remaining items to the next meeting. And I've already consulted with Dr. Velez, and none of these have a timestamp that's urgent. Do I have consensus?
I'll second that.
Do we have a third? All right, we're going to push all remaining items out. We're going to finish this one, and then we're going to go to public comments and finish out the meeting. I myself do not want to be here till midnight. And this puts pressure on the board to get things done, to encourage the board to be in contact with Dr. Velez, to have our A game down to where we can proceed through voting in these agenda items and conducting good board business. I mean, so that's all I can ask, and hope the other board members agree. So who wants to speak first? You got 2 minutes. And I'm gonna curtail this to where if you have questions for district admin or Dr. Velez, that's a part of the 2 minutes. I don't want to be here for 10, 20 minutes on per item. We'll reset Mr. Schwartz's time.
I'm going to make a few, and then I will hand them to Dr. Velez to add on. So just a few things. For example, school visits. Not initiate or engage in direct communication with students during visits except for brief, non-substantiative greetings. So if I walk into an art class and I see that Jack has made a beautiful painting, I can't say, Jack, what a beautiful painting, because that is not a non-substantiated. It's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Second, prior to participating in any site visit, board members shall acknowledge in writing via email to the superintendent that they have read and understand the visitation policy. It's like, I need a permission slip from mommy to go visit a school. Ridiculous. I don't know who wrote these things, but they are ridiculous. I'm going to pass them on to Dr. Velez. Second, ethics. Decision-making. Each board member is obligated by law to participate in decisions pertaining to education in the district. As an elected representative of the people, the board members can neither relinquish nor delegate this responsibility to any individual or group. There are no abstentions except those provided in Ed Code. That's right. There are no abstentions except those provided in Ed Code. And finally, prohibiting student advocacy. I'm going to say this is, again, something that I think is a violation of the First Amendment. I think it's illegal. I think it needs to be sent to CSBA. I think it needs to be vetted. And then if it comes back, we can discuss it again. I'm going to, again, pass these to Dr. Velez and not take any more time.
Just a point of clarity, Steve, a lot of this language actually came from CSBA, so I don't know what you're referring to, so you're in good hands when you asked for that, because a lot of language, and that's a shout out to Lene, being the Jedi Knight she is, to find this.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Barham, do you want to go next, or Dr. Anderson, or Mrs. Wiersma?
Nope, let them
Okay,
go.
Dr. Anderson.
I'm going to say these are CSBA policies. They have been, some of them are amended. If you see pink, that's my amendment. So going forward, when you see pink, that's me. I just started highlighting that for the public. Student participation, this is around subcommittees. So I put that there. The public can request a copy of it. Visits to school, I want to just add some more language to that. But what I really want to talk about is maintaining, these are board policies, these are from CSBA, maintaining appropriate, what is it, contact. So definition of covered adults, I think that needs to include governing board members, and I think we need to have this governing board member language added, because this is what the employees, these are the rules the employees follow, and I don't know why governing board members would get to act outside of the parameters when it comes to student interaction. So board members really should maintain the same professional boundaries as the staff. And then I added some language on violations, but I am totally on board with either referring this to legal or to to law enforcement, because I just believe, and I've believed for like 9-10 months, that we do not have professional standards amongst all board members. The other thing I wanted to add is the Keenan training. So all of us took training, and all of the employees take training, and I want to look at the Keenan training and add that language to professional standards. Some of the language that these board members have been trained on says inappropriate.
I got you.
Inappropriate. Yeah, you got my time. Okay, so I got more time because they keep talking. Inappropriate boundary invasions include taking the students on personal outings, even with parents' permission, engaging in peer-like behavior, taking students on outings away from other adults, and undue interest in student via special relationship. So I'm going to look through the training and add that language because...
Okay, noted. Got you, Dr. Anderson. Okay, so we're going to do a second round. We'll get you in there as well. Mrs. Wiersma or Mr. Barham, do you want to go? Mr. Barham, do you want the floor?
You go.
Ms. Wiersma.
So the beauty and bane of being a local elected official is that we're in a fishbowl. And that's a great thing too, because there should be accountability from the public. It's really important that we're always considering the fact that we are being watched. The Keenan training is very clear. There should never be a place where a student and an adult, especially a trustee, is with them alone. If a parent's there, great. If another adult's there, great. But this is the issue, and I'm going to read a little bit of this email because I think a speaker said you're pursuing the make-believe. No, these are real situations, and this is it. On Saturday, February 7th before noon, I was having lunch with my daughter. I noticed a man walking out of the bakery with a young man, recognized him as Emil. Thought it odd, jumping down. Emil had a big smile on his face when he asked the young man, "How are you doing?" They sat down at the table, continued the conversation. He asked the young man about the student protest and walkout. He asked who was there, the student confirming staff members. Emil said something along the lines of, once you do one protest, it becomes addictive and you want more. The conversation shifted to other things. They then discussed how teachers are not indoctrinating and that it's the parents that are indoctrinating their children. They then talked about how Jen and Joe got elected and that it was not reflective of their district, but the right-wing 412 church that got them elected. The conversation, then she and her daughter left. The point is, we're here now to say, let's create the proper boundaries, because that is what we worry about. When Mr. Barham addressed our student board member tonight, it made me feel uncomfortable. It shouldn't be that we're coercing, listen please, it shouldn't be that we're coercing her to agree with us. If you want to talk about privilege and power, there's a trustee who's talking to a student, and we have to be very mindful of that for them and also for the district liability and being, we don't want the appearance of impropriety.
Thank you, Mrs. Wiersma. Mr. Barham, would you like the floor? We're not here. Audience, please keep it down. I'll give the audience a warning, and we can conduct business without you. Mr. Barham.
I respect the board's intent to establish ethical guidelines, but cannot support adopting this code of ethics, as I personally reject its ideals on actions and conduct for compelling reasons rooted in constitutional protections. I will not allow my personal freedoms and liberties, other board members' personal freedoms and liberties, students and parents to be deprived of their individual liberties because you three don't like the student protests. And that is what this is all about.
It's not.
Let him speak. Nobody interrupt.
Okay,
Audience,
I want
please
my
keep it
time
down.
back.
You're not going to get it back.
Keep going.
Keep on going. Go for it.
She interrupted me and I want my time back.
5 seconds. 5 seconds. You were entertaining the audience, and you were reducing your own time by these shenanigans. Audience, please keep it down. Be respectful.
While codes of ethics aim to promote integrity, these specific standards infringe on fundamental First Amendment rights of elected officials likened unto us, such as free speech, association, and petition. As school board members, we represent constituents, including students, and such overbroad restrictions could invite legal challenges similar to those already faced locally. The standards in this code prohibiting board members from private or unsupervised meetings with district students on board actions, governance, or political advocacy is unconstitutional because it broadly curtails protected speech and associational rights without narrow tailoring. Elected officials retain robust First Amendment protections to communicate privately with constituents on public matters, akin to how courts have struck down blocks on social media for school officials discussing district issues. The prohibition on directing, encouraging, or facilitating student participation in advocacy campaigns or demonstrations related to board decisions is likewise unconstitutional, as it suppresses core political speech by elected representatives. Students enjoy robust First Amendment rights to expressive activities, and board members cannot be gagged from supporting such participation outside
Thank you, Mr. Barham.
instructional
We'll get back to
disruption.
you. All right. I'll take my 2 minutes. This is just what I suspected of one trustee criticizing the ethics, because at the last meeting, I said that this particular board member seemed to be boundary resistant. It excites me. It excites me. Really excites me.
Stop.
When we are talking about ethics to hold board members accountable, including myself, and if somebody's going to be boundary resistant, well, guess what? We will just create these standards, and if we get the votes, we will hold you accountable, Mr. Barham. You can hold me accountable. We can hold everybody accountable. And I want this accountability applied to all of us. And it's very interesting that you think it's a First Amendment violation. CSBA condemns adult interaction with minors, Mr. Barham, and that is what you proceeded to do. Excuse me.
Point of order. I think Joseph
Please.
should have more time because they keep interrupting.
This is the first warning to the entire audience, specifically this part of the room. This is the first warning. If I give a second warning, I will remove everybody from the meeting. We can play the shenanigans. You've been warned, the entire audience. This group over here, you know who you are. That's your first warning. We're almost at the end of the meeting. I would hate to remove the audience. I want to conduct business. You are objectively disturbing the board from conducting business. Thank you. So we can talk about these ethics, and Mr. Barham, Mr. Schwartz, myself, Dr. Anderson, Mrs. Wiersma, what I would highly suggest is that each and every one of you send edits to Dr. Velez so that at the next meeting we can look at these one by one and see where the votes land. And like I said, all of us are accountable, not just one person. And I welcome the more accountability and the more ethics imposed. That is great. You know why? I don't want to be accused of inappropriately interacting with a minor, ever. And somebody else has been accused of that. And we're going to flush this out and see where it lands. Next meeting, I am going to ask that we pull each one of these items out in clusters. Code of ethics all by itself. Visits to schools all by itself. The 3 appropriate adult-student interactions clustered together so that we don't have to sit in one item and be here for an hour so we can expedite the business. So I would suggest to you, if you think that you have edits, send them to Dr. Velez. If we want, we can color code them so that the whole world knows that I had edits in this color, you had edits in that color, and it's transparent to the public. Or we can have no color codes at all to keep it more objective to the outside world so that they don't get polarized when they see a name and go, I'm going to reject that because such and such made it. That is up to the board to decide. My comments are done, and now I'm going to ask Ms. Chai, did you want to speak to this? Any item? I think we have you down in a
I'm okay.
queue. No, we don't. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Dr. Anderson, the floor is yours for the second round.
Okay, so I am surprised that board members are fighting for access to students. I said that we have a legal right to access sites, school sites, but we do not have an legal right to access students. And we're asking board members to live by the same standards as the employees. We are not above the law. We are not above employees. Students are still minors, and there is an inherent imbalance anytime an adult in leadership position develops a personal or private relationship with a student. What may feel friendly or supportive to an adult can place a student in an uncomfortable position or create the appearance of favoritism, influence, even when none was intended. The policies exist because experience has shown that blurred boundaries, especially through private communication, social media DMs, or friendships outside structured school settings can quickly lead to misunderstandings or situations that undermine trust in district. You step out of our district, ask any liberal or conservative if board members should be fighting for a right to access to students privately, through private emails, private DMs, private social media. That is not acceptable, and you guys are going to have a hard time selling this outside of our district. Equally important, clear boundaries protect students, but they also protect the adults. When interactions remain professional, transparent, and connected to official school activities, everyone understands the role and expectations. As board members, our responsibility is governance, not personal relationships with students. Supporting students means creating safe systems and strong policies, not forming friendships and personal relationships with them. Maintaining that separation helps ensure fairness for the students and preserves public confidence in how we serve this community. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Okay, we finished first round of comments. We're on to round two. That was your round two. Thank you. Trying to keep track. All right, anybody else want to go for round two?
Just briefly.
Mr. Schwartz, I
I've
give
been
the
on the
floor to
board.
you.
I'm sorry. I've been on the board for 5 years. We do the Keenan training all the time. And I resent having other board members constantly making accusations and pointing their fingers at other board members. You know what? When you look in the mirror, you see yourself. I never had kids over my house on a Saturday night. I never had kids at my house at a pickleball court because I don't have a pickleball court. So stop pointing your finger at other people. You want to make the policy. That's your business. I don't object to the policy, but stop pointing fingers at other people. And I'm going to ask Dr. Velez to follow our governance handbook, and I'm going to ask for a civility meeting with one of the board members to discuss some of the accusations that she has made at this. If you read the governance handbook, oh, let me find it. I still have 55 seconds. Governance handbook, page, let me see where it is. 24.
Page 24.
Page 24 of the governance handbook, the civility policy. Board members shall talk to other board members about a problem before airing them publicly in a meeting. And I'm demanding a meeting with Dr. Anderson and you, Dr. Velez, to mediate these policies and these accusations. It's a disgrace. What did she say? Inappropriate conduct. Board members fight for access to students. Who is she talking about? It's obvious she's not talking about Mrs. Wiersma or Dr. Komorowski, so it's either Mr. Barham or me. So the both of us are going to meet with you to iron this out civilly the way it's supposed to be done. Fucking bitch.
Okay, we have Mr. Schwartz. Last round of comments.
Thank you.
Dr. Anderson. So it's either Mr. Barham or Mrs. Wiersma. Who wants to go? You yield your comments?
No, I'm not yielding, but
Please go.
Take your time.
I'm not going to make any edits to this. I'm going to let it just stand, okay? And then there's going to be lawsuits with
Exactly.
regard to this.
Yep.
So you need to send this, somebody needs to send this back to the lawyers. The lawyers wrote this. They wrote this. They put in all this language about unsupervised, all this stuff. There's so many issues with this. My lawyer says there's so many issues with it. Overbreadth and vagueness. This is just, we're going to be sued. I mean, you can't write this kind of stuff. I mean, we have, as board members, outside of our official duties, excuse me, Dr. Anderson, I need more time. Thank you. You know, I have to say, you sink to the bottom of the barrel when you start alluding to two people who have never had a blemish on their record in terms of alluding to the fact that we are predators, because that's exactly what she, and look at her smile. That's exactly what she wants the public to believe. There is no blemish ever. No complaint from a teacher, no complaint from an administrator, no complaint from a superintendent. Isn't that right, Dr. Velez?
I've never received a complaint.
And this person would put this out into the community about two senior board members. It's like, if you've seen something, Dr. Anderson, if you've seen something, then you need to state what you've seen. That's what I want to know. What have you seen? Because you know what? As a mandated reporter, if you saw something a year ago, the last time we were on a site visit, you didn't report it. You didn't report it.
You did not report it.
Okay, your time's up, Mr. Barham. Thank you. And we are done for your 2 rounds of comments, and we only have 2 board members left. It's Dr. Anderson. You've already exhausted yours. So I'm going to make something clear. Inappropriate conduct. This is policy 4119.24. There's 2 others that are very similar. This is CSBA language. Inappropriate conduct. Item number 6, maintaining personal conduct with a student during or outside the school day that has no legitimate educational purpose by phone, letter, text message, social media, internet platforms, electronic communications, or other means of communication without including the student, parent, guardian. Part of that might have been filled at one meeting, but we can go on and on. This is written by CSBA. And Mr. Schwartz, you want to be a CSBA delegate. These are the guidelines.
I will be a CSBA delegate.
Okay, this is great. So what I'm suggesting is a lot of this language is CSBA, and we get people whining about being held ethically accountable, morally accountable, being held morally blameworthy. I subject myself, and I would expect all board members to these standards coming from CSBA. And it's mind-boggling to me that we have one board trustee threatening to, like, there's going to be lawsuits. Now let me be even more clear with misinformation. I want the public to hear this very clearly. On our governing board handbook, page 24, protocol for resolving allegations of team member, thank you, Dr. Velez, for pulling this up. Protocol for resolving allegations of team member misconduct reported to a board member. So if we have this interchange between board members, in the event that a board member receives an accusation of misconduct against another board member, the following steps are suggested. There is no shall, there is no must. You would be the last person I would sit in a room with when you threaten to sue the school board and me. Shame on you.
I did not threaten to sue the
I
school
will not
board.
sit with you,
Just you.
and I wouldn't have any
Please
other board members sit with you.
Don't change my words.
I'm going to have time added because you're interrupting me.
No,
you
you're
can't handle the truth.
You're addressing me.
You can't
and you're
handle the truth.
inappropriate.
You're going to get it now. Misinformation governing handbook says suggested. No board member has to sit with you or any other board member if they do not feel comfortable,
Your time is
especially
up.
when you threaten to sue.
Your time is up.
Good, it is. We have, as a board,
Excuse me, your time is up.
I'm leading the meeting.
Your time is up.
I am leading the meeting. You want me to lead the meeting, Mr. Schwartz?
No, I
Thank
don't
you.
want you to lead the meeting. Thank you for asking me.
Right, so point of
I
order,
don't.
you're being disorderly. Thank you. I mean, you just took that bait, didn't you? I mean, do you want me to lead the meeting and finish? The majority of the school board has said that we're going to push the remaining agenda items out, and that's what we're going to do. So we're moving on. We are done with this item. I thought you told me to. Okay, here we go. Mrs. Wiersma, since we're not voting, she has the right to her last 2 minutes.
Folks, this is common sense. This is where we need to land with wisdom, understanding we're not calling anyone a predator. A group at the house with adults and kids is different than a one-on-one. It just is. Here is another.
I'm sorry?
Excuse me.
Just shout it out.
Sure.
Be brave enough, please. That's your first warning for objectively disturbing the board. If I have to give you a second warning, you will be escorted out. Thank you. Duly noted by the Director of Security. Mrs. Wiersma.
Constituent number 2, I noticed Mr. Barham sitting with a student who spoke at the podium at a school board meeting recently. I was not able to hear their conversation, but I found it concerning the age of the minor, and there didn't seem to be any adult or parental supervision. I decided to take pictures and sent them to a trusted friend, thinking there should be some bylaws or guidelines for school officials. This has nothing to do with the minor. It has everything to do with a lack of discretion in these types of manners. Because he is a trusted official and a leader in the community, I hold the responsibility upon him to make wise decisions about how he could be perceived. This is why we're talking about this tonight, and I think we're going to land in a better place. If we're looking at Keenan, if we're looking at common sense, if we're looking at the fact we're trying to protect students and board members and the district, this is the way to go. It has nothing to do with student protests. You as a student have every right to protest, hold a sign. I'm not objecting to that. What I'm objecting to is a trustee sitting down with a student and there being a conflict of power and influence. That's it. We all need to be able to agree to this. It is easy enough to land there, and we do not have to keep threatening to sue each other. That is why people who wrote these emails have not showed up for a public comment, because there's the aspect of suing and weaponization and intimidation, it happens constantly, and it's not right. These people should be able to speak, and I am so thankful that they sent this in because we're going to land in a better place as a result of this conversation.
Thank you, Mrs. Wiersma. All right. We are going to push the rest of the information reports to the next meeting. We're now on to Q, general public comments. The governing board welcomes public comments. This is the time for open session public comments. Public comments are allowed up to a maximum of 3 minutes per comment in the order received, to a maximum total time of 30 minutes per item for comments on the agenda items or non-agenda items. For consent agenda item topics, a limit of 3 minutes total will be allowed from one speaker. Unless the item has been placed on the published agenda in accordance with the Brown Act, there shall be no action taken. No discussion will be made regarding personnel issues in open session. Also, pursuant to Education Code Section 7054, the public comment process shall not be used to show support or opposition for any ballot measure or candidate for political office, including candidates for the District Board of Education. All public comments are an important part of the board meeting and are carefully considered by the governing board. I would ask Linnea how many we have 17 as a board. This is just me, I'm one voice. I want 30 minutes. We can do 2 votes. How much time do we allot for public comments, and then how much time per speaker?
2 minutes each, that's 2 times 17.
How many?
17. We have 17.
Yeah? Okay. So that'll be 34 minutes, 2 minutes per people. We have 3 board members, 2 minutes per person, and it'll extend out to possibly 34 minutes, and that's where we're going to go. And I would highly suggest that if you hear somebody in public comments who you disagree with, don't shout in the audience. Be respectful. Even if it's something you disagree with, everybody has sat here waiting for the public comments. Let them speak. No interruptions. Thank you.
Okay, first up is Jack Callahan, followed by Greg Langworthy.
Good morning, everybody. Or, sorry, I'm tired too. Good evening, everybody.
I don't know if your mic's on, Jack.
It's green.
Is it on? Okay.
All right. If you couldn't tell by the fact that I just said good morning, I am exhausted. Before I start talking about the actual meeting itself, I'd like to say thank you. At the beginning of the meeting, I was told that there was a moment of silence. That was for my little brother. So I am very much emotional right now and exhausted, but I'm disappointed. I'm sad. Like today, Dr. Komorowski, I don't agree with you much, but there were times where I'm just sitting there like, please take charge of it, because there are times where even like the audience, I don't really call them out that much because most of the time I agree with them. Please, while they're speaking, let them speak. Like, these are the people that most of you guys voted for them, so let them speak. For board members, stop interrupting each other. You are all elected officials. I mean, I don't know about you guys. I have a current education. I don't know when y'all went to school. I don't know how recent. I don't know any of that. But one of the first like core values that they taught us in elementary school is basic civility and empathy. Raise your hand to speak. It's not hard. Don't interrupt. Listen to the other people. And all of a sudden, most of the problems in here, all these issues about bickering and fighting, can be simply solved by just listening to the other people and actually taking that into account with your responses. There were good instances of that in this meeting, but then of course it's always overshadowed by the constant arguing and bickering on this dais. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and I'm sorry for the loss of your brother, Jack.
Is Greg Langworthy, followed by Cindy Allen.
So 2 policies I agree with. I agree with the boundaries policy. I was a high school teacher, and that is something we constantly had to think about, because as a high school teacher, you do have kind of a power over the students, and just something that when those rules are there, it helped me. It helped me kind of realize, yeah, you got to keep boundaries with, especially with the female students. Second thing, Steve, I agree with you that civility policy, it is a suggestion, but think of it like, Joseph, you were talking about the need to do your homework, to do the edits, to get that work done before you come, and then the meeting goes more smoothly. Think of the civility policy like that. The edits need to be with your relationships with each other. So then the meeting goes more smoothly because you've kind of resolved those issues before you come to the meeting, because you can see those conflicts between each other come through, and it does make the meeting go a lot longer, and the tension that Jack was talking about is very visible. So anyway, that's why that civility policy was there. It is suggested, but I think it would be very helpful to make those efforts to talk before the meeting, try to get it resolved. It's a lot easier to resolve things when you're just the two of you rather than when you're trying to resolve it in the public eye with everybody looking at you. So anyway, thank you, and those are my two suggestions. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next up is Cindy Allen, followed by Eric Faulkner.
Cindy's gone.
Okay.
Eric's here.
Eric Faulkner, followed by Jeff Pack.
All right, board members, staff, you do a great job. I know it's tough because this is the first time I've been to a school board meeting, and you know, from the last time I watched it on YouTube, we got to do better. You guys are talking over one another. Your personal attacks, your second round of questioning is kind of weird. Like 3 minutes to be able to, one round of questioning, 3 minutes, you should be good to get your point out. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. So again, the personal attacks, the talking over one another, it extends the meeting. You got a lot of resources dedicated to this meeting. The RSA's here. You got city staff. They got students out here. They need to get home. I'm glad that you're moving the public comments, the general public comments to the front. You know, city council does that. The commissioners at the city do that. Robert's rules works when you have someone taking control of the meetings and people abide by the rules. All right, so that's something you guys really need to look at. I mean, because it's extending the meetings, and it's again just not worth it. And I agree with the young man that came up and talked about you're not setting a great example for these young people who are coming behind you, the way you act and interact with one another. So we got to do better. And I understand people come from different political spectrums and things like that. But when you come here, you got to find a way to find common ground to mitigate these issues and get the things resolved for the students. It's not about you. It's about the teachers, the educators, the students, the parents. All right, your responsibility is to ensure that there's no roadblocks to creating an opportunity and a safe space for kids to get educated. Period, point blank, all stops. All right, you're responsible for governance, I understand, but at the small level, at the student, at the school level, the principals and the teachers are down there doing that work. They're the grunts on the ground. We need you to get focused on what you're here for, not creating more opportunities to spend money, but creating opportunities to make sure kids are afforded the opportunity to get educated. And my last couple seconds, this young lady right here, Melissa Chai, she is amazing. She is mentoring up. Her ability to prepare and execute and read out what she's saying is an example for everyone up here. So I applaud you for what you do. Keep doing what you do. Keep standing up for students.
Thank you. Jeff Pack, followed by David Hatch.
All right, don't let me forget to put that Kieran Correct back on because I really wanted to talk about that tonight. Tonight, yet again, another evening filled with petty infighting, board policy, power grabbing, weaponization of code of conduct, and very, very little time addressing student educational outcomes. It's become par for the course. And Greg, I know you come up here every time and you tell everybody about how we're going to create policies and new guidelines about how we're all going to work together. It's been 3 years. At some point, we have to realize there's a problem here, and there are two constants in that dysfunction. It's been happening since 2022, and it's not going to get better. But I will address you, Trustee Anderson. On August 3rd, you called me about a private meeting you had with Tim Thompson, Jason Craig, Greg Langworthy, his wife, and your husband. There were no recordings, no quotes, no transparency, just a summary. Before that meeting, you told me you'd never vote for Joe or Jen in leadership because they were, in your words, crazy. Joe called you a pathological liar. Jen attacked you publicly at every meeting. You believed people connected to them harassed your family, your husband's business, even your home. You were afraid. You asked me about private investigators and attorneys. You left meetings. You stepped away from the dais. You never once claimed Mr. Schwartz or Mr. Barham harassed you. Then you met with the very people you said were targeting you, and everything changed. You voted Joe into leadership. You said you could not support Steve or they would come after you. Suddenly the fear disappeared. No more harassment, no more walking off, no more absences. Instead, you now spend your time attacking Mr. Barham and Mr. Schwartz. The public can see the shift. Your votes changed. Your behavior changed. Your alliances changed. It's clear to me that you made a deal at that meeting with your abusers. And now, like you've done with so many people on either side of these issues, you're trying to manipulate everyone again. But we see you. Everybody does. If you care about this district and its students, the right thing to do is resign.
David Hatch, followed by Mike Brewer.
Good evening. I obviously clearly reviewed tonight's agenda, and once again, not a single item directly addressing student improvement or the district's growing deficit. This is very concerning to me. There's not one item outlining a recovery plan, not one item explaining how this board intends to stabilize the district's finances. Instead, the deficit is being ignored. Petty differences are being argued back and forth for 5+ hours. And at the same time, this board has allowed the bond discussion to sit idle for almost a full year. The bond was brought forward last May as an important step to address facility needs and long-term planning. You want to know about the future? A bond will help with the future and long-term planning for this community. I don't know about you. I want this community to be around in 20 years. So the community is left watching two things happen in time: a growing deficit with no plan to fix it, and a critical long-term funding tool that has been allowed to stall. That is not strategic planning, that's avoidance. Instead, this board continues to approve spending while relying on the general fund as a cushion. This is unsustainable. Without publicly presenting a sustainable path forward, the general fund is not infinite. Draining it without a recovery strategy puts the district at risk. I care about this district. I moved here for this district. And ultimately, this puts our students at risk. So the question is simple: what's the plan? What is the plan to address the deficit? What's the plan for the bond measure? What's the plan to protect the long-term financial stability of this district? I don't care what the plan is for board comments or public comments. We spent way too much time doing that. Right now, it appears there is no plan. Parents have a fundamental right to know the true financial condition of this district, including the full extent of its deficit, its debt, and the plan to fix it. That is parents' rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Brewer, followed by Upneat.
I hate to follow up with the same comments, but I can, as a teacher in this district, I look at this board and the first words that come out of my mouth are children, children, children. That's what you're acting like. That's how you behave up here. It's the most disturbing thing I think I've ever seen as a teacher. And I've been in this district for 25 years. And I've attended board meetings after board meetings. But you guys act like a bunch of kids. She's the only one over there. She is the kid. And she's the only one that acts like a damn adult. You guys all act like a bunch of babies. If you don't get your way, you cry. And it's the most pathetic thing I've ever seen. You wonder why a bunch of teachers don't want several of you on our campuses. You send the wrong message to our kids because they hear about this. I have kids coming up to me going, Mr. Brewer, did you hear about the board meeting last night? Oh my God, they act worse than us. And let me tell you, I have a tough class this year. And the fact that my kids are saying that these board members are acting worse than them, that says a lot. But it doesn't say very much for you as board members. And more importantly, it doesn't say much for you as adults because you're sure as heck not acting like any. You really need to take a look in the mirror and really ask yourself, am I doing it for the kids? Or am I doing it for performance? Am I doing it for getting on the news? Whatever it may be. But I'll tell you right now, it appears that you just rather would act like a bunch of babies instead of do your job up here. Not one thing has been dealt with for our kids or for the community. It's all been about you and about your policies, and that's it. And we're done with it.
Thank you.
Next up is Oopnate, followed by Kimberly De La Cruz.
I would remind everybody, don't clap during the speaker. That's actually interrupting our ability to hear, especially that lady standing up right there, the one not facing me, you're offbeat clapping, that's your warning. Yeah, thank you. Please listen to the speaker. Thank you. Or you're being disrespectful to the speaker. And the board. Thank you.
A lot of what I wanted to say has been said already, so I'm not going to repeat that. There are a couple of things I note down, which, so first thing, words matter. You use certain words, and I would like to point out a particular word that you used, Dr. Komrosky, calling the CSEA and TVEA special interest groups. You are a board president of a school district. There are only two variables to the school. One is the teachers and the other are the students. So I don't know how you consider teachers a special interest group. This is their livelihood you're talking about. This is their insurance, their ability to get medical care. So I don't know why you would consider them a special interest group. Getting somebody's getting paid for the work that they do is not a special interest. It is their right to be paid for the work that they're doing. So they're not special interest groups. They are one of the groups that you are responsible for. The other thing was a very, I would say, a rude comment about like a mediocre math teacher. To be an elected official, you don't need any special qualification or anything. I think we would have been actually better served right now if we had a general contractor or a plumber over here as we're discussing bonds and stuff. They would be able to actually understand when they talk about the materials or sheeting or if there's a schematic to be reviewed. They might be better people over here up there. There is nothing what are your qualifications, Melinda, for calling somebody a mediocre math teacher? What is a mediocre dentist contributing to the whole conversation? Or an event planner or a philosophy professor? If my water is broken under my sink, I'd rather have a plumber rather than somebody philosophize about morality over there. I'd rather have somebody who has a skill set that can be useful. So this elitist language and attitude is very problematic. You're here to represent every single individual. Doesn't matter what their background is, what their profession is, or what they're doing. I think you need to quit using this elitist language, all of you. Thank you.
Next up is Kimberly De La Cruz, followed by Cindy Lopez, forgive me.
Good evening. Last month, I spoke about workplace violence that TVUSD employees are facing. I'd like to start by thanking Mr. McTasney for reaching out to hear more about my concerns. I appreciate that conversation and look forward to continuing it. However, he's been the only one to reach out, and that speaks volumes. Mrs. Velez, you've been silent. There's been no statement to staff, no outreach to me, to TVEA, or to any employee who has been injured. Yet in one of your walk and talk videos, you refer to TVUSD as family. But let me be clear. Employees who are being hit, punched, kicked, or worse do not feel that way. Employees who are forced to return to work while still experiencing symptoms do not feel like part of a family. And employees who are battling cancer and other serious illnesses people who have devoted 25 to 30 years, half of their lives, to this district, worrying about losing their health benefits because they cannot recover within a 5-month, 100-day window. They are not feeling the love from this so-called TVUSD family. Do better, TVUSD, because right now, your employees are not asking for slogans. They're asking for safety, dignity, and proof that their lives matter more than your silence. Thank you.
Cindy Lopez, followed by Edgar Diaz.
Okay, just about now I feel like we're looking like something the cat drug in, but good evening. Good evening, cabinet members and our board trustees. My name is Cindy Lopez and I'm a speech pathologist in our district. I also happen to be the vice president of TVA. I'm here tonight to speak about our postcard campaign that recently circulated. You might recognize these. At its core, this campaign reflects something simple but powerful: educators and parents wanting to be heard. These postcards are not attacks or acts of hostility. They're a visible expression of concern and engagement, showing how deeply we care about what happens in our schools. This campaign was also called to focus on matters of real importance, ensuring our students receive appropriate services, support staff, and strengthening systems that are currently under strain. That is where our attention should be. In our district, we share the same goal: helping our students thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. Achieving requires more than good intentions. It requires collaboration and meaningful dialogue with educators and specialists doing the very work every day. Our students and families benefit when communication is proactive, respectful, and when all stakeholders have a voice. By listening, working together, and valuing expertise, we can ensure our district is guided by trust, shared purpose, and a commitment to student success. Lastly, I want to thank the cabinet members and trustees that did reach out to acknowledge the postcards, and also to our special education directors for promptly responding by scheduling upcoming subcommittee meetings. This demonstrates that when concerns are raised, collaboration is possible. TVA is hopeful that these meetings will result in constructive and meaningful solutions to all those concerned. I want to thank you again for listening tonight. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Edgar Diaz, followed by Kelly Maxey.
Good evening. I'm here today to again talk about medical leave for employees. I've been here speaking about this over the last couple of months. I've been in conversations with the district over a period of years to try to improve what we've been doing, and we made some great changes. The ability, though, for someone to come back, like a 30-year veteran, someone who's started at one of our middle schools and has been out on complicated surgeries, recovering from cancer, then having some other parts, a surgery to come back. Her last day was the day she got out of the hospital. If she had 5 more weeks, because we went to a different interpretation of it, by not counting Thanksgiving break, winter break, and spring break, she would have an additional 5 weeks to make a decision of how to retire. And she would not have to make it in a part where she is just barely getting out of the hospital and having to recover for that. We also have a mother who has had high-risk pregnancies and who had to go on bed rest. So for 5 months, she's been on bed rest. If she were to have the baby, she would not have time to come back before she's placed on a 39-month rehire, losing pay. She could, if she had those extra 5 weeks, be able to return and then go out on baby bonding leave. But as of now, TVUSD policy is, with these 2 examples, showing how in just this year, just with 2 people, that change would have made a big impact in their lives. And so while we have brought this up with admin, brought this up with you guys, we'll be taking it to bargaining. I offered for you guys to be able to sign this petition, still waiting for you guys to come back. And because of the lawsuit mentioned earlier, I just want to mention there are 2 parents, 7 students, and 4 teachers, and I myself did not sign that off. That was the organization. Thank you, Mr. Komrosky.
Thank you. Kelly Maxey, followed by Caroline Hoffman.
Okay, so I know that this item was pulled tonight, but I'm still going to speak to it because frankly, I'm just annoyed. And I think that it speaks to the overall dysfunction of this board. So, Dr. Anderson, at the last meeting you said, and I quote, "I am suspicious that board members try to make this go long to derail and sabotage the meeting. I don't know why." My question to you is, do you really not know why? Because the reason our meetings are stretching to 6.5 hours is not a mystery. It's not sabotage or a hidden agenda. It's the ongoing conflict, accusations, and distractions that you continue to introduce. Your notice of conduct concern that you wrote originally about Mr. Barham is a clear example. It reads less like objective governance and more like projection. Much of what you allege mirrors the very behavior the public has repeatedly witnessed from you. In fact, I'm submitting a notice of conduct concern regarding you tonight. It's actually the same letter that you wrote about Emil Barham. The only change required was substituting your name in the header. It fit you perfectly. I mean, it's like you wrote it about yourself. And since you elected yourself as board clerk, I have emailed you a copy for inclusion to be in the public record, and I will provide it to the rest of the board and cabinet as well. Your comments about Mr. Barham at the last meeting were inappropriate and unprofessional. You seem more focused on attacking him than fulfilling your elected responsibility to govern. This board is not a platform for personal grievances. Our community deserves leadership focused on policy, budgets, and student achievement, not vendettas. Honestly, Dr. Anderson, if you would just focus on one real issue rather than these weird ramblings, it would be greatly appreciated. We cannot afford 6-hour meetings consumed by internal conflict and crazy, erratic behavior. Do better or step aside and make room for somebody else who will.
Thank you. Caroline Hoffman, followed by Lindsay.
All right, I don't plan this out. I just like to talk about things that happened during the meeting. Joe, I think you need a math lesson because 2/3 is 4 of the 5 people, which means when you decided to throw out the bylaws or the Robert's rules, yeah. Jen, I just wanted to highlight that out-of-touch comment you made during the bond discussion to mention you know people with multiple homes. Like, come on, dude. Like, weird. Jen and Joe, we understand you didn't vote for Steve, but Melinda did. So he's going, and you can make your videos tomorrow explaining that it wasn't your fault. Public comments. I see why you moved it to you want to move it to the middle, Joe. Are you tired of talking to an empty room when it comes to be your turn to speak? Also, everybody on the board needs to note that letter J was board president comments. So if he tries to speak at the end of the meeting, that's not allowed because that would mean that he had 2 separate times to have comments. Steve tried to remove that last meeting so that Joe could get the last word at the end of the meeting like we know he wants. But Joe shut that down because it came from Steve. Why is he going to listen to Steve? So you don't get to speak twice. How soon we forget, or you forget, that Jen and Joe had no problem joining a student protest when it was to protest one student, but all of a sudden, Emil can't talk to a student. That's the other thing. You have now given everyone in this district permission to take photos of you every time you're in public, because I don't know what your kids look like, so I'm going to be someone, right? Because that's weird. But it's going to happen. See you on social media, I guess.
Next up is Lindsay, followed by Allison.
When families, students, and educators look at a school board agenda, they should be able to clearly see one thing rise to the top: student learning and student support. But if we're being honest, that's not what this agenda reflects or many of the previous agendas. I have to ask, At what point, if ever, will we prioritize students? Out of dozens of items tonight, only a small fraction directly addresses academic achievement, instructional quality, or student services. To put it plainly, roughly 10 to 15% of tonight's agenda directly touches the core mission of educating students. Families want to know, how are we improving literacy and math outcomes? How are we supporting students with disabilities? How are counseling, speech therapy, and behavioral supports being expanded and evaluated? I am curious as to why most of you on this board are seemingly uninterested in getting answers to those questions. I can only guess that it's intentional. A school board should spend its most valuable resource, time, on what most directly improves student outcomes. At a minimum, educational achievement and student services should be the first, longest, and most frequently discussed items on every agenda, not an afterthought. If a parent read this agenda, would they walk away confident that students, not politics, not process, not procedure, are the central focus of this district? Because right now, it is clearly not a priority from board leadership. I also want to add, just to clarify, on February 10th, regarding the Riverside County drug program that we declined to enter into an MOU with, you, Dr. Anderson, stated that it was described as free for Riverside County residents who self-refer, and I can tell you that based on that county information, that's not accurate. It's only provided at no cost to Medi-Cal recipients. So for myself, holding a PPO, that would not help me. You actually would be doing a huge disservice to me. I'd be paying massive out-of-pocket fines because of that. So there's more to that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Allison, followed by Christine Massa.
Those are the last two speakers?
No, what? Sorry, there's three.
Three total,
Yeah,
okay.
Three total. So Allison followed by Christine Massa.
I want to speak about the policy that was passed restricting trustees from communicating with the student board member through her official school board Instagram page. I respectfully ask that the specific ed code section or adopted board policy authority supporting this restriction be clearly cited for the public record. From what is publicly available, there is no blanket rule in California ed code that prevents elected trustees from communicating with a student trustee about school business in a professional manner. CSBA provides guidance, but guidance is not law unless the board has formally adopted a specific policy addressing this issue. If this is new restriction is based on CSBA recommendation, that distinction should be clearly explained. I also want to note that the student trustee herself has publicly stated that she is comfortable communicating through her official page, and that if she were uncomfortable, she would simply not respond. It is concerning that her perspective appears to have been overlooked in this decision to restrict her communications. I would also ask whether imposing these communications restrictions raises First Amendment or public forum considerations, particularly when communication is occurring on an official page intended for public engagement. Clarity on that balance is important to ensure the district does not place an unnecessary legal jeopardy. If communication is being limited, the public deserves to know exactly why and under what authority. Lastly, I'm curious, Jennifer, you continue to read these emails as fact, but has an investigation been started? Have you asked for an explanation from the student or the board member? Because this bickering going back and forth is disgusting. Calling a student board member a groomer is disgusting. You say, you two especially, you campaigned on parental rights, you're taking their parental rights away.
Christine Massa, followed by Sarah Bell.
Hello, thank you. I know that you can't respond to these comments, but something to think about for the future. I want to confirm that if your professional standards policy stands, that Mrs. Anderson will no longer be able to have students at her house, because there's certainly nothing public, nor transparent, nor appropriate about having a student present in the place where you sleep, eat, and drink. I also want to remind Mr. Komorowski that he was solely responsible for the district having to pay $75,000 to settle a lawsuit for inappropriately curbing speech and inappropriately removing audience members, and I just see history repeating itself tonight. No victim blaming, Joe. That's what bullies do. The last thing I'll say, a title doesn't grant you respect. Respect is earned. Thank you.
Okay, last speaker, Sarah Bell.
I just want to say what's obvious. No one wants students and adults to have inappropriate relationships. Like, regardless of what we're all saying here tonight, nobody wants that. As a district employee, I'm trained on what conduct is acceptable around students and my coworkers, and I'm a mandated reporter. I've really tried to give you the benefit of the doubt, Dr. Anderson, but I am appalled that you would suggest that of another board member at your last meeting. I'm a substitute teacher. I'm on campus all the time. If what you said happened, a staff member would have intervened if a board member was getting too close to a student. There would have been a report. There would have been a complaint. Do you know that there's school sites? Well, I'm sorry if I'm mixing up Jen's complaint, but you've accused your fellow board members. Do you guys know that there's sites where certain classrooms and certain students have asked some of your fellow board members to not be around their students? And none of those complaints were centered around Mr. Barham or Mr. Schwartz, yet that's who's being attacked. You said that the board should be held to the same standards as teachers and staff, but the very board members you're protecting have made it clear they're not required to follow the same policy as teachers and staff. They claim it's their First Amendment right to say things that I'm not allowed to say to students and harm them with their words. If you want to protect students, focus on their actual problems. None of this needed to be discussed tonight. I look forward to hearing our student board members' comments tonight, and I hope that you will at least listen to what she has to say. It's clear you're not listening to the public, that we take the time to come to these meetings because we genuinely care about our TVUSD students, our district, and our community. Please take it seriously and do better.
Good morning. Negotiations update. Mr. Arce. Not much is a really good thing.
Not much, Dr. Komrosky. We have a negotiation session with TVA this coming Monday. Yeah, that's about it.
Beautiful. Thank you, Mr. Arce. Board comments. We have selected in the beginning of the meeting on the agenda item that we can do board comments in voting order. So I'll call upon Ms. Saversma.
First of all, I want to offer a massive congratulations to Susan Livornia Elementary on celebrating their 20th anniversary. I had the absolute honor of attending their Friday flag ceremony, and it was such a powerful sight to see our district come full circle. We had current high school students, many of them Livornia alumni, interwoven throughout the color guard, the cheer and dance teams, and everyone enjoying in the celebration. It was definitely a who's who of the school's history with past principals, dedicated staff, 2 of which have been there for 20 years. I believe we have one here tonight who's been there. I enjoyed what you had to share with a time capsule. But it was a blast. It was definitely a highlight of my week that I attended with Mrs. Lash as well. I want to say I reject the idea that we're not discussing and prioritizing student standards or fiscal matters. Let's look at this evening. We've passed textbooks, a survey for the bond, which will still be decided and discussed. We passed a consent list. We celebrated our watchdogs. We've done some great things tonight. So although there seems to be kind of a pile-on of a one-sided narrative, we did get to the business of the district. And there's also a closed session where we can't talk about what we covered, but you can bet postcards came up. And I'll leave it at that. I want to say that Dr. Komrosky and I especially, because we've worked together for years now, have tried really
You
hard.
guys, will you please respect Mrs. Wiersma? I'm actually calling out Edgar Diaz. You guys are talking in the background. Please be respectful. Thank you. I know you're looking weird, but I'm watching you talk. Please. Thank you. Keep it down. I watched you. Thank you. We'll give you 10 more seconds, Ms. Wiersma. There are people in the audience talking, and I'm looking right at you. Thank you.
Dr. Komrosky and I have done our best to make promises and to keep them. We have been consistent, and I think even the people who haven't loved our policies would probably say that. We stand by what we're doing. It is about protecting kids, advocating for families, serving the community. We haven't done it perfectly. I'm the first to admit it. There's been chaos from many sides, so although it looks very one-sided tonight, just know going through recalls, losing a trustee out of town, going through weaponized lawsuits, it's been quite the journey, and we're still here serving because we do love the community and we do want to do what's right by the kids. So I think that's the important message tonight. Unfortunately, we are in a campaign year, and you're going to hear different sides throughout, and that's fine. But I try to speak as honestly and truthfully as I can, humbly saying, we did accomplish some things tonight, and there are clashing worldviews on every level of government, and there's no way to make it pretty sometimes. I don't disagree with some of you. I'm doing the best that I can do and will continue to do it. I give you my word on that, and thank you for being here and for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Wiersma. Dr. Anderson.
I don't have any board comments, but I tell everyone I come from a family of teachers, so I am interested in learning more about the time off procedures for teachers with sick leave. It's something that I'm a little bit familiar with just the employee development department, but if there's anything that Dr. Velez can do or Mr. Diaz can do, I would be in the future interested in learning more about that.
Mr. Barham.
Can I have my time back? My mic wasn't on.
Go ahead, it's only 5 seconds.
First T is a youth organization that enables kids to build the strength of character, to empower them through a lifetime of new challenges, through integrating the game of golf with a life skills curriculum. Dr. Woods and I worked on bringing them into the district for months, and I'm happy to say that we're going to be doing a pilot in March, and they're going to be on our elementary campuses, at least on one. And hopefully, First T will move to the middle schools. But that's something that, this is what we should be doing as board members, okay? Bringing these opportunities to kids. And we're not doing them because we're not being accountable to the people. We're supposed to be a democratic body and respectful of constitutional rights. Yet what we've seen from this current board majority increasingly resembles not representative governance, but authoritarian control rooted in a rigid ideological agenda. The majority's alignment with the 412 Church is not an issue of private faith. It's an issue of public policy being dictated by a single religious and political movement. This board's decisions, from curriculum restrictions to the silencing of student and parent voices, reflect a disturbing trend called right-wing authoritarianism. Komrosky and Wiersma are following directives that align more with totalitarian governance than with democratic principles. Even more troubling is their ethical proposal by Komrosky and Wiersma that board members shall not direct, encourage, solicit, organize, or facilitate student participation. This is an unconstitutional restriction on free speech and civic engagement, precisely the kind of suppression that extreme authoritarian regimes use to maintain control. It not only deprives students of their First Amendment rights, but also violates our duty to foster civic education and critical thinking. Under the 14th Amendment, parents have the right, as they have stated in the past, to direct, control, and manage their child's education. With my meeting with that student, I had parental consent, custodial authority, which you want to just completely dismiss. Yet this board majority routinely usurps that custodial authority whenever it conflicts with their narrative, deciding unilaterally what values children may learn, what voices they may hear. Remember, Komrosky, I will be the final arbiter of your values. This is state substituting its moral judgment
Your time's
for
up,
your family,
Mr. Barham.
and it is dangerous.
Thank you. Mr. Schwartz.
I want to start out by apologizing to my family because I promised I would not lose my temper tonight, and I did. I also want to apologize to Mike and Kim and Edgar and Kelly and all the parents who are here for not focusing, oh, and Jack, I'm sorry, for not focusing on what we're supposed to be doing, focusing on students. That said, I wanted to thank Upneed for her book that she gave us called Civility. I read it, and she told me I did not have to do a book report. And I am trying to put into practice what was in it. I had 3 great visits last week to Barnett Elementary, Temecula Luceño, and Gardner Middle School for their STEM program. I wanted to thank the principals of Barnett and Luceño for inviting me. It was great. One of the things I have been fighting for is access to attorneys. I have not been able to talk to any board attorney because I have not been able to get permission to do it based on the policy, and I want to see that changed. I just want to remind everyone on the board that texting is not allowed. It's in the governance handbook on page 12 unless it is a family emergency. Board governance policy. Dr. Komrosky, you read some of it, but you did not read the end. It says all interactions, failure to follow the above protocols may undermine the resolution process and the integrity of the board. Board members are encouraged to adhere to these procedures in good faith to promote transparency, trust, and collaboration. So I turn to you, Dr. Anderson. Are you willing to meet with me and Dr. Velez to iron out these issues?
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate it. That's the way we should be acting. Mike, you have my apologies. I am sorry that you had to hear that from your students, and I promise to do better. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to start off by saying I got 43 of these, read them all. I wish there were names on them. Not dissing any of it, but it's more personalized when there's names on it. Yeah. Just to clarify something that was said, somebody conflated when I was talking about special interest group, TVA leadership, like I meant all the teachers. No, that's not what I said. Put words into my mouth. Teachers are separate from the leadership of TVEA, and so I make that distinction. Please, trying to be respectful, and you have to talk. Just, thank you. That is the truth. TVEA, you know what? The person over there, it's your first warning. Second one, I'm just going to eject you. We're right at the meeting. We're right at the end of the meeting. You going to let me talk? Thank you. I've listened to you. Please listen to the board now. TVA is a special interest group. They collect union dues for the teachers, and they work on the behalf of the teachers. That's their job. That's their functional role. There's no harm in me saying it's a special interest group. It's just what it is. That is separate from the teachers, so that's just a point of clarity. I did a couple site visits, one at Abby Rankin, and I just wanted to give a shout out to Mrs. Nielsen. She has the current, she has the current, what is it? Oh my gosh, it's late. Highest attendance out of the elementary schools.
She has the highest attendance rate.
Highest attendance rate out of the elementary schools. So she has this ridiculously huge statue, and it goes from elementary to elementary. And so I was privileged to take a picture of that with her and Dr. Velez. It was really fun visiting Abby Ranke. And then I went down to Rancho Vista and the other school sites on that property with David Schlottman and Stephanie, and they're miracle workers, and there's many of them there. And one of the things that saddens me is that some members in the community, they might say, is that where bad people go, or people with behaviors, and are there knife fights there and drugs? And it's like this shadow. And I would just encourage somebody, if you've never been down there and you meet that staff, you just be blown away. There is so much one-on-one interactions and personal interactions with those students. There are a lot of them that are introverts. They don't do well on a massive campus. They love the one-on-one interaction. And then when they go to Rancho Vista or the adult school or Susan B. Nelson, they will often say, I don't want to go back to Great Oak or Chaparral or Temecula Valley High School. Not to diss that. They're like, I love this one-on-one connection. And the amount of time dumped into them and education, it is so awesome. Just go down there and you will see quiet spaces all over and students loving the environment. And like I said, David Schlottman and Stephanie, they are miracle workers, and they're not alone. There's many of them. So please go down. I'm giving a strong shout out to that site, especially David Schlottman. I know I'm not supposed to favor people at these 29 sites, but he's my favorite. Sorry. Thank you for enduring this meeting, and that's it for my board comments. So now we are on to student board comments from Ms. Chai.
Thank you, Dr. Komrosky. Okay. Everyone knows that I try to avoid getting caught up in the arguments and the politics between trustees, but this time it directly involves me and whichever student sits in this seat during the next school year. So I'm going to address the amendment to the student board member bylaw regarding social media messaging. I like to take some time to think before I speak, so now here are my thoughts. I fully understand and respect the intention behind prioritizing student safety, especially regarding social media. From my personal experience, however, my social media has remained strictly professional and focused on community engagement and transparency. During my CSBA training, the primary guidance I received regarding communication with board members was that conversations cannot involve agenda items outside of meetings and that I cannot serve as a communication channel between trustees. Beyond that, the emphasis was on maintaining professionalism and appropriate boundaries. If the board's goal is to protect a student in this position by limiting direct personal communication between a board member and a student board member, I'm okay with that. But I believe it might be worth considering whether that standard should apply consistently across all forms of communication, not solely social media platforms. For transparency, I would like to note that Mr. Barham has openly mentioned our communication over social media, and Dr. Anderson did not mention that we have also communicated over text message with my personal phone number. But I view these two channels of communication as equal, and neither my parents nor I are bothered by them, which is why I just ask for consistency across the messaging platforms. When the next student is in this role, will trustees be prohibited from following them on Instagram but be allowed to call them on the phone? I know that I'm the first in this role and we're all learning together, but I want to help us learn. My intention in sharing this is not to challenge the board's authority, but to encourage clarity in how these expectations are defined and applied. I simply ask that the guidelines be uniform and clearly articulated moving forward. And I have a little bit of time. 2 weeks ago, I met with the Superintendent Student Council for our second meeting of the year. The theme was From Vision to Experience, how TVUSD values show up for students. Most importantly, these students shared that feeling heard comes down to simple daily interactions, whether adults invite input, explain reasoning, and create safe spaces for students to speak honestly. I am honored to serve as this bridge between students and the district. As always, these middle and high school students are incredible. Also, student board member application, it officially opens next Monday, March 2nd. If you are interested in applying for this position, I highly, highly encourage you to come talk to me. Please know what you are signing up for. Last Thursday, I had the honor of attending Summit Academy's Inclusive Playground Design Project as a guest. These kids are amazing. Their project, I was genuinely blown away. It was incredible. And this Friday is Culture Fair at Chaparral High School that I'm hosting, so I hope to see you guys there. Thank you, and I hope everyone has a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Ms. Trott. Okay, I believe we're on to superintendent comments. Dr. Velez.
And Ms. Chai, I just want to comment, you did such an excellent job leading that student superintendent group. And I know Dr. Komrosky and Mr. Schwartz were there, so thank you. Okay, first I want to acknowledge the work behind tonight's math instructional materials recommendation. I want to thank the board for unanimously approving the math materials. It's important to reiterate the integrity and fidelity of the process that led us to this space. This was thoughtful, transparent, and a student-centered effort that included educators, site leaders, families, and members of the community. I want to extend my sincere appreciation to everyone involved, especially our parent representatives on the Parent Advisory Committee, who gave their time, their voice throughout the process. I would also like to recognize Ms. Wiersma and Mr. Barham for serving as representatives on that committee and engaging collaboratively in pretty rigorous and meaningful review of this. I want to thank the hundreds of students who provided feedback. Their perspectives grounded this work in authentic classroom experiences, and it truly mattered. This is also our final board meeting before the State of the District, A Journey to Excellence, which will take place on Monday, March 9th at the Golden Bear Theater. I hope our community will join us as we reflect on our progress, celebrate our successes, and share our vision for the future. As an example of that excellence, I would like to recognize that the TVHS boys and Chaparral High School girls wrestling teams, both of whom received and earned CIF championships. Several individual athletes from both of those teams advanced to state-level competition, and this is a tremendous accomplishment and a reflection of student dedication, strong coaching, and the support of the entire school community. I want to congratulate the students, the staff, the families, and the school sites. And lastly, I am never going to apologize for believing that this district is a family. Family does not mean perfect, but it does mean that even when we do not always agree, we work through challenges together, we resolve issues constructively, and we commit to working with one another, not against one another, in service of meaningful outcomes and making things better for our students. I would like to thank Edgar and Cynthia for their open, ongoing conversations that we have had. And with that said, thank you, everyone, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Dr. Velez. Dr. Velez and I worked on this, what I'm about to read to you, and it's just to encourage board members on the future agenda items. So before we move on, I want to take a moment to clarify the purpose of future agenda items, portions of our meeting. This is the appropriate use to raise potential agenda items for consideration, ask clarifying questions, or request future discussion. Raising the items here helps to ensure transparency. This is super important. Allows staff adequate time to prepare. This is burdening staff when board members aren't using this and saying, hey, I'd really like to introduce something for next meeting just to give you a heads up. For example, actually I won't even use that, but it really helps district staff to anticipate how to prepare better for the meeting than on the spot just jamming it in. So anyways, submitting items at the last minute places an unnecessary burden on staff and limits our ability to have an informed, productive discussions. As we move forward, I encourage trustees to use the agenda item to surface requests in a timely and respectful manner, consistent with our governance role and our shared commitment to supporting staff and serving students well. I'll give you an example. 2 months ago, I said I'm going to bring the ethics bylaw for revision. It's outdated. It was here tonight. I let everybody know in future agenda items. I'm just encouraging the board to do the same. So we have future agenda items. I don't know if Lene has it on the screen. These are, I'm just going to read off. An information report will be provided on March 10, 2026 on the following items. Facilities report, facilities master plan review, projects update, maintenance and operations, second interim in action, bullying and student discipline, strategic plan update, CTE update, safety and security update. And now we are at the point where the announcement of the next meeting, the next regular open session business. Oh, excuse me. Are there any board members who want to bring future agenda items? It's getting late.
I do.
Mr. Barham.
We need to revisit board policy 9124.
Specifically, can you tell us?
Attorney,
Okay, attorney,
attorney contact.
is there something that you want to?
I want to look at the whole policy.
Rumor had it that that it might be open, I'm not saying necessarily you, that maybe board members, not just, giving, what is it? Allowing board members to contact the attorney? I mentioned this months ago, I got shot down, I don't know when it was, and I was open to it, so is it something along those lines as well?
It's that, and there's other things too.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
yeah, I mean, I think we need to look at the whole policy. I don't want, it's late.
Yeah,
But
all right.
we need to look at the summaries, how we contact, who can contact.
What's contact?
Yeah, I mean, we need to look at everything because we have to be able to represent our constituents. And when we have legal questions, people who are not in positions of leadership, to me, need to be able to contact an attorney.
Okay.
So that's where I'm going.
Appreciate that, so does Dr. Velez. Mr. Schwartz.
I want to make sure we revisit the cure and correct letter that was put off the agenda tonight because I have questions about it. I voiced them at the, never mind. We need to make sure it's back on the agenda.
Yeah, I believe it's pushed, all those information reports. Okay, any other board members? Mrs. Wiersma, Dr. Anderson? No.
I mean, I want to ask a question of Dr. Velez.
Sure, and then Dr. Velez wants to specify something.
Dr. Velez, are all of these facilities report maintenance, is that going to go in, that's not going to be presented here, it's going to go in your report, right?
So, yeah, Mr. Barham, that's a great question. I was actually just going to bring up and see if I could get the board consensus in terms of taking bullying and student and discipline, strategic plan update, CTE update, and safety and security moved to possibly the April meeting, because that's a lot of agenda items for one meeting.
I agree.
So if we could take those four and push, and
We need one more consenting board member.
I would agree.
All right, you got the consent?
okay, and what I also think, Mr. Barham, just like we did tonight with the VAPA, we'd like to do just a written report and then go ahead and address it if the board has any questions.
That's fine. But I think that we need to add something. We need to add the content of all of those postcards. And I don't know what that's going to look like, but special education, staffing, and I know we've talked about this in subcommittees, et cetera, but this is evolving. And I think that we've got some issues here that we need to address in terms of staffing, safety, training, and it's not just coming from TVEA and the teachers, it's coming from the community too. I mean, I'm getting stuff I did a post on Instagram about special education a couple of days ago, and I got a slew of comments from parents that even say that I'm not even addressing the issues properly. So I think we need to talk about those things openly here.
Yeah, okay. Any other items?
Can we do that?
You can work with Dr. Velez to bring it to the next meeting.
Okay.
Okay, the meeting is adjourned on Tuesday, February 24, 2026 at 11:12. Thank you for attending.